Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna mota, hakuna kogabu.
And pardon me, and there it is right there. Amonishi we Amonishi saw Oloma Jakashi saw Adrepo. Yendeba to you too, George Blue Shell. So Yendeba to George Blue Shell, and to the rest of you, only if it means something nice and wholesome. So good day. How are you? How was your day? So another week in the bag, another weekend upon us. And of course, your friendly neighborhood woman went to Mo in attendance to guide you through the day again. So welcome. Good to have you here. Good to be your company. So yes, the news cycle just keeps churning, just so many things happening within Nigeria. And as a consequence of Nigeria, just so many things. Where do we even begin is really the question. We could start from anywhere, but let's first start with the usual protocol. You can read on your screen, I'm sure, the white letters set against the blue background. So the white letters set against a blue background on your screen is giving you clear directions. So follow that direction, like, share, and subscribe. So that's the direction that the white letters on the blue backdrop is inviting you to do. So do that. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. And if you're not already subscribed, you should really correct that, because that helps with the YouTube algorithm. That's just the easiest way to say it. So when you hear everybody, not just myself, or which platform have you gone to on YouTube that they're not inviting you to like and subscribe? So you already know the reasons why. So do that just to pad out the figures so that we can look handsome on YouTube. So make us look handsome on YouTube. So do that, like and subscribe. And then, of course, as you know, we're on this drive in search of new talents. And that drive, of course, is new voices to expand our conversation. You see all of the voices that we have been hearing. In fact, just look at how delightful the last 3, 4, 5. In fact, all the sessions are usually delightful, but the last 2, 3, 4, 5 sessions, I can't even count back. See just how expansive they have been. It's just that's because of the variety of voices and the variety of opinions are converging to form unanimity, to find an agreement point. So that's the whole point. So when I'm constantly hustling you, that if you've not been on the screen before, come and join us by clicking on the hyperlink, is really only to expand that conversation. So you bring that perspective that we may not have heard before, and then let's go through it to see how it adds to the mix. So that is what constantly freshens up the space. So the invitation for you to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard is an open microphone session, and the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that. And then, of course, the hyperlink that asks you to buy your host cups of coffee. I think only one person actually clicked on that in this week so far. So some chap on Facebook. So click on that as well at your will. But really, the like button, the subscribe button, those are compulsory, of course. Only click on the subscribe button once, by the way. If the subscribe button is showing red on your screen, then you're not fully in yet. You've not fulfilled all righteousness yet. So if you want to fulfill all righteousness, make sure that the subscribe button on whatever device you're using is grayed out. So that way you are in, then you are a member of the club, you are part of the in crowd and all of that sort of jars. So do that. And then anyway, you have said it all. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the studio, and continue to ignore the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. So all of that. Let's go immediately to it then and kick it off with this. So now, imagine being Mariam Shetty. Just pause for a moment. Because sometimes these people that are so distant and far away, we don't often see them as human beings. It's a bit like we see celebrities or actors. We see politicians in the same manner. They're so remote and distant, you don't actually see them as human beings. But see her as a human being for one moment and imagine if she was you. Tinubu dumps ministerial nominee, Mariam Shetty. Imagine that. Just substitute yourself for you would have ordered new dresses from your designer so that you are looking sharp and business-like for when you turn up at the ministry. You would have ordered your caterer to throw a lavish party, and all of your friends and all of your frenemies, you have been up and down making noise, only for you to be deleted from the list. Tinubu dumps ministerial nominee, Mariam Shetty. So there it is. I wouldn't want to be that lady. I have to tell you that. I would not want to be that lady. So from that to this, negotiations fail. Niger junta recall ambassador to Nigeria. So I wonder if they even have the authority to recall an ambassador. They being an illegal formation in the first instance. So we see that. And then we go on to this. Tinubu displays fairness in his ministerial nominees, says Arewa Group. So we will find out why Arewa Group is saying that. And then we'll, don't worry, I'll line them up so that they're in sequence because it seems jumbled up at the moment, but these are just the headlines. Senegal vowed to join ECOWAS if military intervention is deployed to Niger. So it seems as though an inevitability now, but it looks as though Senegal has weighed in on the side of Tinubu. So let's get this one quickly out of the way. Somebody did say I should get an ad blocker. I have to delete an ad blocker on this new system I'm using now. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Yes, Senegal vows to join ECOWAS if military intervention deployed in Niger. Senegal said on Thursday that it will participate if the Economic Community of West African states, ECOWAS, decides to intervene militarily in Niger following last week's coup. Foreign Minister Something Tall Sall told reporters during a government press briefing in the capital Dakar that there had been one coup too many in the region and cited Senegal's international commitments. Senegalese soldiers, for all these reasons, will go there, she said. Regional bloc ECOWAS has threatened potential use of force if the junta does not restore ousted President Mohamed Bazoum by Sunday. Niger is the fourth member of the bloc to undergo a purge since 2020. The military chiefs of ECOWAS member countries met in Nigeria on Wednesday for 3 days of consultation. Tall Sall said Senegal was obliged to go along with ECOWAS's decision. She said, Senegal's conviction is that these coups must be stopped. That is why we're going there. She also raised the question of why ECOWAS would send troops to Niger when it had not done so in Mali, Guinea, Burkina Faso, following coups in those countries. To give a simple answer, because it is one coup too many. And I think that's somewhat sums it up. But she added, the real reason was that ECOWAS wanted to do everything it could to negotiate with those countries on the timelines for returning power to elected civilians. Tall Sall also criticized the argument used by the juntas in the Sahel that they needed to seize power in order to advance the fight against jihadism. Has there been any single time they have put an end to insecurity? She asked. What we have seen is that once in power, the soldier take over civilian roles. So there it is right there. The coup obviously is just all about, it's just a money and power grab. That's essentially just what it is. But matters complicating in Nigeria, by the way, and I wondered how quickly we would get to this headline, and we've gotten there fairly quickly. So here it is. Northern senators kick against military action in Niger Republic, call for dialogue. So there it is right there, because you have to understand that the northern part of Nigeria is essentially an extension of Niger Republic, and Niger Republic is essentially an extension of the northern part of Nigeria. The artificial borders drawn by the British does not in any way then stop that familiar relationship that transcends centuries. So essentially, what the northern governors are saying to Tinubu is, don't kill our people, otherwise you will hear from us. Northern senators kick against military action in the Niger Republic, call for dialogue. So call for dialogue. So set that then against the backdrop of now this new headline. So how will this go when it lands at its destination? Tinubu writes Senate, seeks approval for military action against Niger. So we are already seeing the direction somewhat that approval might follow. So we'll see the direction that approval might follow. So yeah, we go on from that to this. Festus Keyamo makes Tinubu's ministerial list. So Tinubu, of course, sent 2 names to the Senate recently, and one is to substitute Mariam Shettima with another lady, and then, of course, to add Festus Keyamo onto that list as well. So Festus Keyamo onto that list as well. Why coup leaders are sponsoring anti-Tinubu protests in Niger Republic? So this is Reno Omokri. So is that clip now? So let me actually play you that clip, because there's a particular clip that Reno is referencing in this with that headline. So let me play you the clip that Reno is referencing, and then I'll read Reno's piece just after that. Where is that clip? Hold on. I'm coming. Yeah, I think it's this one. I beg your pardon, it's not that one. That was the protesters. All right, so you get the drift of that one. It goes on for another additional 30 seconds, but you get the drift. So that sets the backdrop for this for this headline by Reno Omokri. Why coup leaders are sponsoring anti-Tinubu protests in Niger Republic, Reno Omokri reveals. Former President Goodluck Jonathan's aide, Reno Omokri, has revealed why coup leaders, let's do that again. Former President Goodluck Jonathan's aide, Reno Omokri, has revealed why coup leaders are sponsoring anti-President Bola Ahmed Tinubu protests in the Niger Republic. Omokri said the coup leaders in the landlocked country are sponsoring anti-Tinubu demonstrations because they know the Nigerian leader threatens their dictatorial ambitions. So I thought it was going. I thought it had more meat than that. In a post shared on his verified Twitter handle at Omokri, he commended President Tinubu's action for shutting down power in Niger, establishing and enforcing a no-fly zone, cutting aid, and shutting land borders. So shutting land borders, that is to bring you the information then that the borders between Niger Republic and Nigeria has been formally closed. He said the junta in the Niger Republic are feeling the squeeze, which is why they are sponsoring anti-Tinubu protest in Niamey. For the first time, ECOWAS is asserting itself to defend democracy, and Nigeria is leading that defense, shutting down power to Niger, establishing and enforcing no-fly zone, cutting aid and shutting land border. Very commendable. And make no mistake about it, the Nigerian purchased are feeling the squeeze. That is why they are sponsoring anti-Tinubu protests in Niamey. That is important. They are not sponsoring anti-Bazoum protest. They are sponsoring anti-Tinubu demonstrations because they know he threatens their dictatorial ambitions. That is novel in West Africa. So that is novel in West Africa, and really, what you know, what is about to happen may be a seismic change and a paradigm shift in what we know as African politics. What is about to happen in the Niger Republic is it's certainly going to be a seismic change and a paradigm shift in African politics. And Tinubu is arrowheading that. But we get into the details of that. And by the way, there's plenty of spaces on the platform. Anybody that wants to come and join should come and join. Otherwise, we just have to, say our goodbyes and leave. So yes, this already captured in that readout. Federal government closes all border posts with Niger Republic. The federal government, through the Nigerian Customs Services, has officially announced the closure of all land borders linking Nigeria with the Niger Republic due to the recent coup d'etat in the West African country. The NCS Acting Comptroller General Bashir Adewale revealed this on Friday, August the 4th, 2023, during a visit to Jibai border in Katsina. According to correspondents, Adewale said the decision for the total blockade of the borders was to comply with the Economic Community of West African States directive to suspend the movement of cargo until further notice. He added that as part of measures to ensure 100% compliance, they will sensitize the border communities. The acting comptroller general said the decision was taken in the interest of peace and stability between the two countries. Adewale said he had visited the deputy governor of Katsina State regarding the issue of sensitization. In a swift response to the military coup in Niger Republic on June the 27th, ECOWAS also enforced a no-fly zone over the country. So there it is. I cannot see any way that coup can succeed. It almost rings like an impossibility. Almost rings like an impossibility. Let me bring you, yes. Let me bring you this one, which is a departure from what's already been read out. Let me bring you this one. CBN forensic audit underway. Civil service payroll overhaul imminent. Tinubu. So yes, long overdue, that sort of language. And this one also a departure from norm. Japa, Canadian government invite Nigerian plumbers, carpenters, others. So they're just emptying the Nigerian space of anything that looks like skill. Everybody just grabbing everybody from underneath us. So we see what's in play there as well. So plenty to go through. And as I said, there's plenty of space on the platform for whoever wants to come and join. So there's plenty of space on the platform for whoever wants to come and join. So so lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and all that. Let me take a micro break with the care guides, and then we come back to the readout. So just as soon as and there it is, the care guides.
Only water, where is Sima? Water, only water, where is Sima? Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Wailati kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòdò jàre o. dilé o. ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Our people must know the truth and nothing but the truth. France remains as a member of the UN Security Council, and yet France today remains one of the biggest perpetrators of human rights violations in Africa. And everybody is giving it, the world is giving it a blind eye. United Nations, it is a body that's supposed to be the watchdog for human rights violations. France remains the biggest risk to peace and security in Africa today, and nobody is talking about it. France did something absolutely deplorable. Made the former colonies, because they still are colonized, sign a document which they called the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. Dig this. On one hand, we're giving you your independence, but on the other hand, sign this document that you are agreeing to continue to be colonized. So two countries said, no way, Jose, we aren't doing this, Guinea and Mali. The French did not understand it. How could an African country dare not want to be affiliated with France? So in their anger, history tells us that they went into those two countries, took everything that they thought they had brought, proceeded to pour concrete into the sewage pipes, completely devastating the two economies. This was also done as a way of letting the other countries know that should you refuse to sign this document, this is the fate that awaits you. So the rest of the country signed the pact for the continuation of colonization remains in place. What is special about this? The Pact for the Continuation of Colonization said, 1, you shall deposit 85% of your bank reserves with the French Central Bank under the control of the French Minister of Finance. The French government will take all your monies, collectively invest your monies in the French stock market under the French name. And you don't have to know what the returns are. Should you wish to access some of your money, keep in mind that countries are now left with only 15% of their reserves. You have to submit your country's financial report. And if approved, you get to access up to 20% of your deposits from the previous year as a loan at commercial interest rates. I'm going to repeat that. Should you want to access some of your own money, you have to submit your own country's financial report. And if approved, you get it as a loan at commercial interest rate. So you go from having a humongous credit with France to now owing France for borrowing your own money, a loan that you'll never be able to finish paying. They also said, all your minerals discovered and yet to be discovered, French companies have the first right of refusal. You go to those countries today, all major contracts, French companies have the first right of refusal. The water supply, the power supply, the mining fixtures, the oil rigs, roads construction, airports, French companies have the first right of refusal. If anything is left, the people in your country may get it. They also said, your military can only be trained by France. You can only purchase military equipment from France. France shall have military presence in your country. and can invade your country without notice if France feels that her interests in your country are being violated. In the past many years, we've had 67 coups in Africa out of 26 countries. Of the 26 countries, the coups, 16 coups, were 16 countries were former French colonies. To date, 22 African leaders were assassinated during a coup, documented all of them. France was behind it, simply because France felt they were quote unquote threatening French interests. Countries are still depositing their funds to France, do's and don'ts as stipulated by the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. You have given up your financial resources. You have given up control of your natural resources. You have given up your military. What power do you have? Today, because of the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization, France alone, that little bitty country, is taking out of Africa over $500 billion. Over $500 billion. And by the time they finish investing that money into the French stock market, they're realizing trillions of dollars in any given year. Park that. The watchdogs for corruption are saying out of Africa, 50 billion gets out of the continent from corruption. The question I have is, why has it been so difficult for us as Africans to say enough is enough? How long are we going to keep watching this carnage go on and we say nothing? It goes back to the mind. It goes back to that fear. It goes back to that sense of inferiority. And I go back to the diagnosis I made when I went to Washington, that until we Black people understand that we are suffering from the legacy of colonization, that we are suffering from the legacy of slavery, that while we may have lost the shackles of in our legs and our hands, the shackles of the mind continue. Until we realize that we are a wounded people and we need healing, nothing about our circumstances is going to change. We are sick people. But to be sick, first you must realize and accept that you're sick. How do you go to the doctor if you don't think you're sick? We are not only in the doctor's waiting room on an outpatient basis. We are not even in the hospital in a general ward. As Black people, we are in the intensive care. And we need to realize that. The baby is now born. And her name is the African Continental Free Trade Area. You see, the children of Africa must realize that now we need diapers, we need formula. There are going to be sleepless nights. This baby is going to cry. This baby is going to throw tantrums. We need to be ready to take care of this baby. Africa is on the move. The question is, are the children of Africa ready to step up and take what is rightfully yours? You got to understand, around the globe, as Black people, the reason we are so disrespected is because we're poor. Most of us don't own anything. Singularly, while we were given our independence, the one thing that was denied from us is economic liberation. The African heads of states are saying African wealth belongs to the African children. The African Union defines African diaspora as all people of African descent living outside Africa. The colonizers have been building the Africa that they want. The game is up. You see, you don't go to China and find Black people driving the Chinese development agenda. You don't go to Europe. You don't go to Mexico, India, and find Black people driving those regions' development agenda. The reality is you must not, cannot, should not, and golly, will not go to Africa and find non-Africans driving the African continental development agenda. Unless, of course, you, the children of Africa, the inheritors of Africa's wealth, choose to vacate that place that has your name. The choice is yours. The environment is ready. And so, I'm on a mission to see to it that we, people of African descent,
Right. So, oh yeah, I get you. I was unmuted. I was muted. I beg your pardon. I was just saying, let me speed through the readouts and then we get to it. I'd been reading half of it. Nobody even heard me. So let's kick it off again. Tinubu writes Senate seeks approval for military action against Niger. President Bola Tinubu has written to the Nigerian Senate intimating it of the proposed military action and other sanctions against the military officers who seized power in the Niger Republic by the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. Let me just check. So yes, okay, yeah, I'm unmuted now. ECOWAS. Since the soldiers seized power in Niger on July the 26th, the leaders of the West African Regional Bloc, headed by President Tinubu, has been in discussions, especially on sanctions against the coup plotters. However, the junta has remained adamant. Not even a delegation by Tinubu yesterday could de-escalate the situation. His letter to the Senate was read on the floor of the upper chambers by the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio. The letter reads, the political situation in Niger, following the unfortunate political situation in Niger Republic, culminating in the overthrow of its president, ECOWAS, under my leadership, condemned the coup in its entirety and resolved to seek the return of the democratically elected government. In a bid to restore peace, ECOWAS convened a meeting and came out with a communique. Closure and monitoring of all land borders with Niger Republic and reactivating the border drilling exercises. So border drilling exercises is to say to roll out troops there. Cutting off electricity supply to Niger Republic, mobilizing international support for the implementation of the provisions of the ECOWAS communique. preventing the operation of commercial and special flights into and from Niger Republic, blockade of goods in transit to Niger, especially from Lagos and eastern ports, embarking on sensitization of Nigerians and Nigerians on the imperative of these actions, particularly via social media, military build-up and deployment of personnel for military intervention to enforce compliance of the military junta in Niger, should they remain recalcitrant. So there it is, short and to the point, and there it is now. So a hop, skip, and a jump, and Nigeria is at war. A hop, skip, and a jump, and Nigeria is at war, and that war almost an inevitability. So from that to this, negotiations failed. Niger junta recall ambassador to Nigeria. The general Tinubu-led military junta in the Niger Republic is planning to recall the Nigerian ambassador to Nigeria after failing to come to terms with the delegation of the African Community of West African States on the return of democracy in Niger. The junta is also planning to recall Nigerian ambassadors to Togo, the United States, and France as it pushes to evict France and US troops in the country, whilst declaring an end to all memorandum of understandings between France and the Republic of Niger. Defense sources privy to the ongoing meeting in Niamey, the Niger capital, confirmed the development to correspondents on Friday. The ongoing negotiations have failed. The junta has declared that it will recall Niger's ambassador to Nigeria, Togo, France, and the United States. But I wonder why Togo especially. So what's Togo's place in this? An impeccable defense source said in a terse message sent to correspondents on Friday morning. The junta has just announced that it will evict French and US troops in Niger, noting that all MOU agreements between France and Niger has ended. Another source privy to the development noted. So that's the Russian space right there. So the ending of all MOUs is the beginnings of the signing of new sets of MOUs. So that is the uranium and the gold in Niger being transferred to the Russians right there. The military junta in Niger, led by Tinubu, the former head of presidential guards to the ousted president, Mohamed Bazoum, detained Bazoum in a palace school on July the 26th, 2023, while Tinubu later declared himself head of state. So we all know the rest of that. So we leave that. So we move on from that today. So the drumbeat of war is about, the only concern is that I have is especially how the Algerians and the Libyans are positioned. Because if the Algerians and the Libyans are positioned that this is the chance to seize Nigeria and destroy Nigeria's influence, then that war will be long and protracted. So, of course, Tinubu has already sent Babagana Kingibe to try and flank them off from the northern flank, to try and, cut them off from the northern flank, which will be Niger Republic, which will be Algeria and Libya, which borders them to the north. But depending on how those two countries are positioned, this could either be a quick kill or a long and protracted war, rather. Senegal vows to join ECOWAS if military intervention. Senegal vows to join ECOWAS if military intervention are deployed in Niger. So what does this offer? Did we read this already? I thought we read this already. So yes. Okay, let's just go through it anyway. Senegal said Thursday that it will participate if the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, decides to intervene militarily in Niger following last week's coup. Foreign Minister Tal Sal, yes, I think we've read this. So let's just leave that because we have read that. But still staying with the coup in Niger, it gets now more complicated on the home front. Northern senators kick against military action in Niger Republic, call for dialogue. So this is where ethnicity now comes into play in all of this. So this is where oh God, I have to really download that ad blocker. This is just the Northern Senators Forum has urged Nigerian government to exercise solution and avoid use of military force against Niger military junta. Correspondents report that on July the 26th, a coup d'etat led by the commander of the Presidential Guard occurred in Niger Republic. The Nigerian government had called on the military junta to reinstate President Bazoum and threatened military action against the junta. Yes, and the Nigerian government had called on the military junta to reinstate President Bazoum and threatened military action against the junta. But the Northern Senators Forum, in a statement by its spokesman, Senator Kawu Sumaila, urged President Bola Tinubu to tread with caution and exercise and explore dialogue rather than military action. We, the Northern Senators of Northern Senators Caucus of the 10th Senate, under the leadership of Senator Abdul Ahmad Ningi, note with concern and condemn in its entirety the unfortunate development in the Niger Republic, where the military forcefully upstaged a democratically elected government of President Bazoum. The Northern Senators also take cognizance of the efforts of the ECOWAS leaders under the chairmanship of our dear President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in resolving the situation in the Niger Republic. The emphasis, however, should be focused on political and diplomatic means to restore democratic government in the Niger Republic. We also take exception to the use, so there it is right there. So how now this letter sent by Tinubu to the Senate is approved is really where it is. Because of course, I think the largest complement of senators we have are from the North. Unless of course Tinubu deploys by executive order, we also take exception to the use. We also take exception to use of military force until other avenues, as mentioned above, are exhausted, as the consequences will be casualties amongst innocent citizens who go about their daily business. Besides, about 7 northern states who share border with Niger Republic, namely Sokoto, Kebbi, Katsina, Zamfara, Jigawa, Yobe, and Borno, will be negatively affected. So there is there is some validity to that. Even setting aside the infiltration of subversives that will come under that space to enter into the Nigerian space, the refugees that will just wade into that space, they will overwhelm social services or social amenities. We are also aware of the situation of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Libya, which may affect the 7 northern states if military force is used. There is serious implication for our country if military force is used without exhausting all diplomatic channels. As Democrats and representatives of the people, we are hereby urging our colleagues to observe due diligence in invoking Section 5, subsection 4A and B of the 1999 Constitution as amended. So that invocation, of course, is a declaration of war. So there it is. So that is how the northern governors are positioned. Let's go on quickly from there to this. Festus Keyamo makes Tinubu's ministerial list. I'm not quite sure if it's what reading. The headline tells us already. Senior Advocate of Nigeria and immediate past Minister of State for Labor and Productivity, Festus Keyamo from Delta State, has been announced as a ministerial nominee of President Bola Tinubu. Keyamo was announced during the ongoing ministerial screening on the floor of the Senate by the Majority Leader, Senator Okoyemi Bamidele, on Friday. So there it is. It doesn't. There's nothing more to add or remove from that. Okay, let's capture this. Meanwhile, President Tinubu has removed Dr. Mariam Shetty from Kano State as a ministerial nominee that is built to be screened today. I think she actually turned up, only to be told. In a letter to the Senate and read by the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, the President replaced her with Miariga Mahmood. So there can be no arguments there, because I think this Miariga Mahmood, she's not only female, but from Kano State as well. So it will be a burden only carried really by Mariam. Recall that President Tinubu had on Wednesday forwarded the name of Shetty alongside 18 other nominees, just as with Keyamo, the number of ministerial nominees has now got to 48. So talk about slimming down the government. Nothing like slimming down the government. President Tinubu dumps ministerial nominee Shetty. So I think we've covered that already. Let's take just a couple more, and then we come into the room. Tinubu displayed fairness in his ministerial nominees, says Arewa Group. The Northwest Support Group of Tinubu has applauded the ministerial nominees of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, saying that he has displayed fairness and commensurate consideration. The group further hailed the inclusion of former Governor of Zamfara State, Bello Matawalle, in the second batch of Tinubu's ministerial list, saying that it was an excellent choice. So the bagman for Abacha is an excellent choice. So we already know how that is going. So let's go on from that to this now next one. So of all of the things that I've been looking to here, this is the space that I am more interested in. CBN forensic audit underway, civil service payroll overhaul imminent. So that's more the language that I was really looking to. How do I get rid of this thing? Unbelievable. All right. President Bola Tinubu says a comprehensive forensic audit of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, is underway, while a thorough overhaul of the civil service payroll is imminent. The president disclosed this during an audience with the president of the World Bank, AJ Banga. So that's an Indian name, by the way, not a Nigerian name, on Friday at the presidential villa, Abuja. A comprehensive forensic audit is ongoing at the central bank. We are going to do very serious structural review of the civil service payroll. I can't believe in the numbers I am seeing, and I had that experience before at state level. The reforms are in tandem with Nigeria's ease of doing business program. We will block all financial loopholes. The reforms will be targeted at the way we work, change of attitude, and equally on educating our people. It is costly, but we will do it, he said. Highlighting Nigeria's resilience and intellectual prowess, the president implored the Bretton Woods Institution to view the country as a significant player within the global community, not solely as a struggling economy. We stand as a vibrant and educated society, seeking to avert chaos through strategic interventions. Your proactive engagement aligns with our quest for partnership, and together we shall pursue mutual benefits that enrich us all, he said. On poverty alleviation, the president called for more increased support from the World Bank, expressing optimism for a productive collaboration between Nigeria and the World Bank that will lead to mutual benefits and sustainable progress. He also discussed the ongoing efforts to address issues such as subsidy removal, foreign exchange mismanagement, exchange rates, inflation, liquidity, and debt management. Tinubu shared insights into his administration's sustainable reforms, including those aimed at consolidating improvements in Nigeria's oil industry, enhancing ease of doing business, and prioritizing security to boost the country's revenue generation. He pointed out the importance of electricity generation for economic development, highlighting the turning of sword earlier today on the first phase of the 1,350 megawatt power generation project in Gwangwalada, Abuja. He explained that this project signifies the administration's commitment to a comprehensive approach which encompasses power generation distribution, energy transmission, and tariff adjustments. Whilst calling for a positive partnership with the World Bank, Tinubu emphasized key areas of focus, including job creation, digitization, and national identity management. He also requested the World Bank support in addressing the challenges posed by the removal of cross-sectorial subsidies, particularly in lessening the impact on the less privileged in Nigeria. In his remark, Banga commended the president for his efforts in addressing economic challenges of the country. Yes, we give money and our dollars are very important, but where we are really helpful is our expertise and knowledge and our experience from many markets. In that way, we will always be your friend and partner, not just with the money, but with our minds and our hearts, and you should be rest assured of that, he said. So that language is not usually the sort of language you hear from. Maybe it's because it's Indian. That must well be it. So I think that's sufficient enough for that. Let's come into the room, see who is available, and then we kick off the conversation. So we got Ajanle Koko. So we got Ajanle Koko. We got Pansat joining us. We've got Jide joining us from Lagos, and we got Kumi for the moment. So still spaces, and then we've got Darati just hopped on now. So still spaces. Anybody else that wants to hop on like Darati, and then there's Kulata in the house. So still more spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on as well. So let's kick it off. Let's kick it off actually with Jide because he's in Lagos. So Jide, you kick it off for us. So Jide, unmute. Good to have you, Jide.
Yes. Good evening, woman.
Patilowani.
No, I was in my sitting room. I'm moving away now.
Oh, all right. Are you ready for me? Do you want me to kick it off with you?
No, you can move to Baba Janle Koko first.
All right. If you want me to give you a moment to settle, because I want you're on the floor. I want to bring it in from Nigeria. So, are you ready now?
Yes, woman. Yes.
All right. All right. So brilliant. The floor is yours. Bring us up to speed. What's the going on? What's going on where you are?
Woman, I think the major news that is bustling here in Nigeria that is making the wave is that of Niger, the position of the northern senators, and the new power station that Tinubu just laid the foundation today. That's a 1,300 megawatt power station that will be built by a Chinese company, and all the equipment provided by General Electrics. But the project is actually owned by the NNPC, and they also promised that after Abuja, they are going to replicate the same thing in Lagos and I think in Kano. So they are trying to think NNPC is now going into energy. NNPC want to start generating power.
Is there a time scale for completion? Yes.
It's a 3-year project. And when the president told, because he was there, the president told them that the 3 years must be 3 years. He said it loud and clear that the 3 years of this project must be 3 years because they have to move to other locations. And he also said something like,
why couldn't they do them all simultaneously? Why one after the other?
I think it has to do with the gas line project that is also ongoing, because there is a gas line that is moving from the south down to the northern part of the country presently, that they are actually working on presently. I think there's an Igbo man, an Igbo engineer that got the nod to go ahead with the contract. That one was done under Buhari, actually. So, but what they said was they would be citing the same structure in Lagos, Kano, and also that the NNPC will be citing natural gas stations in 37 locations in the 36 states of the country, and they will have 3 mega stations that can supply. What the president said was that they will be able to fuel 200,000 cars in a day. As in, I think
those are petrol stations, you mean?
No. Now the natural gas station, because they are trying to go to CMG driven cars and things like that. So that was what they were actually speaking about. And I think that project will soon commence, from what the NNPC where is it?
That sounds like another round of white elephant projects to me. But let me take you quickly to what really is the news of the day. So the coup in Niger and the mobilization. So Tinubu has now written to the Senate. So it looks as though now this is now that seismic moment. This is now that moment that defines who Tinubu will be remembered as. So pick it up from there. What's the sentiment? What's the response? What is going on the floor? How are the people reacting? And the northern governors, they are saying no. So all of that today.
Yeah, woman, everybody here in Nigeria feels that it's not the right approach. Majority of the people I've spoken with feel that the government should exercise caution. But there are some people too that have let's say an opposing thoughts as regards this topic, because they feel Nigeria should for once assert its authority on this case. But majorly, when I was going through the news today, the major thing that caught my attention on the case was a report from channels. I think their reporter went to Niger to report the situation there, and they interviewed some people over there, some Nigerians or Nigerians. I don't know how to call them. So those guys said that the sanctions from the ECOWAS state is already hitting hard on their daily livelihood. Is affecting business. They interviewed a business guy in the shop, and the guy was saying that it's affecting business. Cost of power to do business now is becoming something, and the guy is already begging that, as in most of those they spoke with were already begging that they should just end.
So are they suggesting that we could break their back without firing a shot? Is that we can break their back without firing a shot?
One man, Niger is totally dependent on its neighbors. So this for almost everything. Now they've banned the government has placed embargo on shipments from any ports in Nigeria for anything that has to do with Niger. And I think all other ECOWAS nations have done the same thing. All the assets in ECOWAS banks have been more or less being seized for now. So the way Niger stands now is they find themselves in a difficult situation. And for me, I just feel the sentiment of they want to push out France, they are going towards Russia. I think it's all rubbish. because I don't see the difference.
You don't think that sentiment is shared by the everyday person in Niger
No,
Republic?
no, no. In Niger Republic, most of the people they spoke with today, think like some of them were learned full folks, people that that they passed through the walls of the school, not those people shouting, those people shouting and cursing.
Not the hoi polloi.
Yes, yes. So some of them spoke like people that understood the meaning of sanctions, the impact of sanctions, and one of them even said that there's no difference between Russia and France. That it's just like you're trying to change hands, and was pleading that Africa should come together and unite. And for me, that is the sentiment I actually share, because Russia is not doing anything different from what France would do at the end of the day. Yes, they might not have been known to be that notorious that like France in terms of extorting and stealing from people, but I know that they also have interest, and once there's interest, you cannot be you can't be neutral. You will always be biased, and it would always be towards your interest. So
And the posturing by the northern senators who kick against military interventions against Niger Republic. How is that being digested, especially in a place like Lagos? What are people reading into that stance? Is this ethnic bias, or are they concerned just about their states that border Niger Republic? Sokoto, Kebbi, Katsina, Zamfara, Jigawa, Yobe, Borno.
One man, I feel the senators are looking at it from a different angle. But some people are also looking at it from a different angle, that even if Nigeria is not going to go to war with Niger, are not going to join as in result to military actions, that since we share thousands of miles or kilometers in terms of border, that they should just station those military guys along the border to curb any form of refugee running into Nigeria. Because on that report I was trying to refer to, I also saw Chadian government complaining about the influx of refugees from Sudan. Serious influx of refugees from Sudan, and they were all sharing their stories. A particular man said they ran a car on his wife and his children, ran a car over his wife and children, and one of his child
So
died.
Are they having the fear that if Niger Republic implodes, then that will be another wave of refugees into their country?
Exactly. That is the problem. Now, even the Chadians too now are also shouting, and because they are suffering from Sudanese, the impact of Sudan now, and most of those people that are even coming from Sudan, obviously Chad is not their destination, because
Nigeria is their destination, Abi.
Nigeria is the destination, because obviously they know by getting into Nigeria, one, the border might be porous, they can easily get in, they can mingle, and to quickly get a source of livelihood will not be that difficult. You understand what I mean, woman? But when they move downwards, their first point of stop is Niger, and Chad, and the Chadians are already shouting and clamoring for a stop to Sudanese war. And this is where the problem now lies. For me, I feel if Tinubu marches down to Niger, I think he should just stay around the border and make it a point of threat, continue the dialogue. Just let them know that you guys, if you don't comply, guys are outside.
Do you think they should use the same strategy that Buhari used in the Gambia, to mass at their border and then fly over their presidential villa?
That is what I'm trying to refer to as well, because if they don't if we don't lock up those borders in terms of mount serious military presence there, what is actually happening now in Niger is enough for refugees to start fleeing. Because one, people that are close to Nigerian borders will feel that before it becomes um, complete chaos, before it goes into war, they should at least find safety, find a place that is safe, and they would want to move down into Nigeria. So
I suppose the educated ones, they are already dusting their passports and headed towards Abuja, Lagos.
A lot of them are already moving because what is happening, they feel it can implode at any point in time. They feel it can implode at any point in time.
What's the sentiment in Lagos? Are you bracing yourself for another round of Okada riders carrying daggers?
That is one serious case in Lagos, and people have always known that problem is majorly caused by this Niger influx of people from Niger. So well, they might not have that kind of opportunity like that again in Lagos, but now there are locations where they don't even want to see Okada on the street of Lagos. You don't drive Okada around Ikeja. They would hold you. Even Lekki, you don't see Okada riders around those areas anymore. They are now trying to flush them out of the system gradually. But I feel should it implode, Nigeria would not be able to control the number of people that will be coming into the country. So, and then Tinubu's position should just be play the West, let them feel you are with them, mount your soldiers at the border, continue dialogue, and see if it gets us anywhere. And I feel the major reason why ECOWAS is that concerned is because they are keeping the president hostage. If, for instance, if they have the president with them presently now, maybe they grant the president asylum and the president was sent to exile by those coup plotters. Now, the noise will not be as much as this. But I feel the ECOWAS leaders feel like one of their own is being held hostage, and it would be an insult on them not to take action. And I feel this thing happened, and it's going to continue to happen if they don't stop it at one point, if they don't stand against it. Because now it happened in Burkina Faso. ECOWAS
do you think that the Burkina-based and the Guineans and the Malians, do you think that they feel if Nigeria and by extension their main Fridays in the ECOWAS, if they succeed to reverse what is going on in Niger Republic, do you feel that they feel that their time is also up in their of course those countries have military administrations. Do you feel that they feel their time is also up, and that is why they are now aligning with Niger Republic?
German, like woman as Yoruba will say, so the point is, they know should these guys be disposed and they are brought to book, like to give encouragement to ECOWAS to say, okay, now that we have Niger, we don't even want this thing at all in West Africa. And should Nigeria and the rest of ECOWAS march into Burkina Faso again, it will be threatening their own interest. But for me, and that's what I was saying, that my own opinion has always been the West or Russia, the two of them, they are the same thing, birds of the same feathers. Russia has been accused of stealing gold in Sudan. 2000, I think March 2004, March 3rd, 2004, 13 Russians were caught in Nigeria stealing crude from Nigeria. So it's not as if these people are different. They are all the same thing. Even the Chinese that were in Nigeria, I think there was the...
do you think they should give those people death penalty? Those Russians caught stealing gold and oil?
I feel it's just because of this military these military powers that they think they have, and these world power sort of a thing that they are ascribing to themselves. I posed a question to somebody today, and the question was, if Nigeria was as powerful as China and is the only black nation that is as powerful as China, do you think that Russia and US would be against one another? They would not be. See, in the scheme of things, behind the scene, most of these guys belong to the same caucus. They just come outside and start playing us. This is the way they do. The West will continue to rotate power. They will continue to rotate power. If they see that the whole world is complaining about France, they will move it away from France and shift it to Russia. Russia will continue for another 70 years in Africa. And when Africa starts complaining about Russia, they will stylishly come, play the game, tell us that, okay, Russia is bad, somebody is coming in to save Africa from Russia, then they will pass it again to. So this is what they've been doing since time. For a long time.
You know, the narrative of the coup plotters in Niger Republic, their narrative is a narrative that I'm on board with. But the personalities involved and the puppet masters orchestrating them, that's where I deviate from them. So that the narrative to kick out, and by the way, in one of my readouts, they've cancelled off all memorandums of understanding with France. So that is to say, no more gold and no more uranium. So maybe in France, maybe by next week, they'll be shouting up NEPA in France because it's a Niger Republic that powers up the electricity in France. So cancelling all of that, I agree with. But the personalities involved and the people pulling their strings, that's where I depart from them. Yeah.
One man. France has come out to say they have uranium to last them for 2 years in store.
You must be joking.
That's what they claim.
Not you, but the French, yes.
That's what the French claims, and Niger only accounts for probably 11 or 15% of their supplies. That's another thing. Then the third one is that, see, one man, they are cancelling with Russia and with France. They are entering into an agreement with Russia. So what is the difference? What I'm trying to say is this: the Kenyan president has been known to be vocal on this kind of matters, and he speaks everywhere. He talks about, this man is a democratically elected president, so they can equally get what they want. They can equally fight against France, even with a democratically elected government in place, not necessarily a military government. And
do you know where the fight really is? And then you can respond to this, and then I'll move the conversation around just because people are waiting. You know where the fight really is? The Western world is used to living a particular life, like a particular type of lifestyle at a particular price point. And that price point of their lifestyle is dependent on the exploitation of Africa and third world countries. So if they cut a fairer deal for all those African third world countries, then your iPhone will be $2,000, £2,000. Your bread will be £5, $5, you know, because the exploitation of African states is what subsidizes the sort of lives that they live in the West. So that's where they say it is. So they will never cut you a fair deal. They will just get rid of somebody to replace him with another meathead.
That is what I was trying to point out. One man. See, one man. If we go back history, down memory lane in history, when Mansa Musa visited Mecca, and the man went with a lot of riches, a lot of gold, and it was recorded that the price.
Oh, I think we've lost Jide a little
gold
bit.
in Mecca fell for 10 straight years because the man just entered Mecca. Can you hear me, woman?
No, you dipped a little bit and then you came back. But bring it home, and then I'll go on from you to Ogbeni, then Kulata, then Pansat. Are you there, Jide? Jide? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, can
Oh,
you hear me now?
No, we can now. Yes, bring it home.
So what I was saying is, during the days of Bonsa Musa, when he visited Mecca and he sprayed gold on the street of Mecca, and the price of gold came down for 10 straight years. After that, what happened? These guys plotted and came in, and they did everything using different means to loot that man and destroy his kingdom. This is what they've been doing to Africa. So I don't see where be good no there's no good guy among them. Born again, no it's really about. So what I'm saying is go see born again no more fun. Only ni gbogbo wọn. You see, woman, if they are changing from France to Russia is also you see the psyche of these Western countries just to exploit. Is just to steal. That is just it. So I feel at this point in time, even the ECOWAS nation, are you telling me that Benin Republic is not also suffering from French extortion and French is it colonization or slavery, whatever? So all these nations are suffering, even though they are in ECOWAS, they are all suffering, but they've not resulted to coup plotting and seizing of power. But if Africans as Africa, we can come together and do these things together on our own and start pushing these people back, start rejecting them, and if they even sanction us, let us trade within ourselves. But the biggest challenge is this: there is always going to be a Judas among these same ECOWAS leaders that would betray the whole fold. It has always been like that. If they cannot come, if they cannot penetrate, they will create coup and destabilize the whole system and gain power again and gain control of our resources again. This is what the West have been doing. So for me, Russia is not different from France. France is not different from US. US is not different from Britain. Even China, they are all the same thing.
All right.
You know, Chinese people that are stealing gold in Zamfara that bribed one of the EFCC person from that.
Yeah, we saw that clip. Jide, let me go on from you 4 times.
Let me ask Jide a question before he leave.
He's not leaving; it's still there.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Before you go to,
I wanted to get to. Yeah, go on.
Jide, don't you think that is ECOWAS that is acting as Judas now against one of their own? Don't you see ECOWAS action as Judaistic action as they are preparing to launch a military
Is that
attack?
a new word? Is that a new word you've just coined? Judaistic.
Judaistic action as they are preparing to launch an attack against one of their neighboring countries, Niger.
Yes, if we look at it from that point, you might be correct. But I also want to look at it from the other end. We have Togo in ECOWAS. They are suffering from French control, domination. Every other Francophone country that is in ECOWAS is suffering from French domination. Even the Anglophone, when was that US was giving Ghana stringent measures? They must sign in gay law or LGBT to do this, that. They have always been like that on our necks. So what I'm trying to say is this: the civilian government is not as if the civilian government is a stooge to France and the military government is not a stooge to France. Okay, these guys are there now. They are acting based on the backing of Russia. This is another Western country that is extorting them. And if Russia is going to support them with weapons, Russia will ask for something back in returns. Because obviously now, Russia's economy is also feeling the heat of the war because they have got supply to everybody that buys from them. Now they need to go elsewhere and extort to keep the balance, which is what their folks and their likes have been doing.
All right, let me go on from you to Kulata. Essentially, they are substituting one colonial overlord for another. But thank you. Stay with us. I want to still hear from you on the forensic auditing that Tinubu has ordered on CBN. But stay steady. Let me bring Kulata up and have his commentaries now. Tinubu writes to the Senate. Really, I'm not even sure if he's seeking permission or making them aware. I'm not quite sure what the order is, but essentially, war looms. And how are you positioned on it? Because I'm not averse to it. It's not something that I viscerally object to. Both in terms of putting a halt to this wave of coup plotting that suddenly has sprung up in the West African sub-region, and then to assert our dominion, and then if we succeed in that space, we take ownership of that country and we cascade all the way through Guinea, Mali, Burkina Faso, etc., to assert our dominance as the power base of that space. But what are you making then of this letter to the Senate and the caution by the Northern Senators? Kulata.
Well, letter to the Senate is expected because if war is an option, then the war needs authorization from the Senate. So I believe if we're going to draw a line in the sand, then if they cross that line, then we better act. Otherwise, it's going to be a lame duck from day one. So Nigeria's back must really mean something. If we don't, I mean, how do we assert ourselves? And honestly speaking, the geopolitics of it is this coup is standing in the way of a $25 billion investment. Our gas pipeline that is going to go from Niger to Algeria to Morocco to Europe. This coup is standing in its way. Because with these guys now, we will not get funding for that project. Because how are we going to route that pipeline through Niger? And I mean, Russia is in Russia's interest for that pipeline not to be built, because we're trying to be in direct competition with Russia in who supplies gas to Europe. Russia already has that single stranglehold on Europe. Even after going to war, Europe is still faced to be begging Russia. So if this coup and this kind of pattern happens, that whole place, we will never be able to pass that pipeline through that. We may have to route it through the Atlantic or something, where someone can use some submarine or something to destroy it. So there are actually two pipeline projects that I'm aware of, but this one is the one that I know is mature. I forgot the name. But it's an economic war. The gas is our next hope. Producing gas and selling it to Europe, sir.
Sorry, it's called Trans-Sahara gas.
Trans-Sahara gas pipeline. Ashiri, thank you. That is our next market. Like, I don't know why people don't see it. That's why Tinubu has to play ball with Europe, because Europe is going to be our customer. Let's not, I mean, forget about my brother's keeper, all that is bullshit. Foreign policy is based on your interest. Nigeria has a significant economic interest. The survival of Nigerian economy for the foreseeable future depends on gas. There's a limit to what we can do in terms of liquefied LNG. We need a pipeline that we have regular supply to Europe. And when we have that pipeline going to Europe, Europe will be forced to help us secure that pipeline and secure our interest. Because if something happens to that pipeline, then they will be paying expensive. They will be buying expensive gas, or they will now have to rely on Russia. They are trying to remove their reliance on Russia. That's why it's in our interest to make sure we get this pipeline. Now we cannot let these silly military boys to get in the way. So I would love for there not to be a conflict. I pray there's no conflict, but I can understand the economic interest.
Sorry, Kulata, if it was a quick kill conflict, would you object to that? Just as a muscle flexing exercise.
The problem, I won't object to it if it's a surgical strike that can be sustained with continuity. Like, honestly, what I will love the most is for ECOWAS to sponsor their own coup. That will be the most surgical one. Get ECOWAS to sponsor their own coup. Kick out what's it called? Wagner. And also, I mean, I would love for them to be able to stick it to the French people because the French people have used them for so long. But I'm from Nigeria. I care about Nigeria's interest. My own interest is for our own economic power to grow. And that's by diversifying into gas. And we need to build that pipeline. However, I mean, beg, borrow, still, that pipeline needs to be built. That needs to be our dollar earning industry, and we cannot let some raggedy ass coupies from Niger destroy it. So it is I mean, they should pressurize, do diplomacy, combat or strike should be the last resort, the very, very last resort. It's only if, but the problem is there's so much, this thing is fraught with so much risk because you can see Russia's interest now. Russia will not want us to build the pipeline. So if there's a conflict, Russia will get involved and Russia will support Niger. So it's not going to be clean because even this, I don't trust these Western countries to do anything. I'm not supposed to trust them to do anything. We only need them to be our customer so we can sell them gas and they can rely less on Russia. That's all we need the West for. I don't care about all their promises. I'm not jaded. I'm not jaundiced to think they love us or they want anything. They just want cheap resources from Africa. And they've been getting it since they discovered Africa. It's never stopped. Even though we are supposed to be independent, that never stopped. But if we sell gas, we'll sell it at market price. Some of those things are regulated. We just need to get that infrastructure in because I don't think we can build so many LNG trains or whatever to supply just LNG. So that's the geopolitics. That's my own economic interest in this thing. Now, it's what else can we get from this? Because of that resource, we could negotiate to get better ammunition for our military. I mean, what stops us from buying? I mean, getting.
No, does this window not actually offer a beacon for that negotiation? So this window now offers an opportunity for us to negotiate for some weapons from the West.
Oh yeah, we can negotiate so many things, but we just have to not be our brother's keeper for us to be able to do it. Look, it's dog eat dog world. I mean, that's foreign policy, survival of the fittest. There's so many things I see us negotiating, but that is if we go to war, because that means we'll be doing someone else's dirty job. That's just the truth. We'll be doing France and America's dirty job, because those ones too, their interest in uranium and American interest in the Sahel, what's it called? Muslim jihadists, that's their own interest. But everybody must have interest. We need to think about what is our own interest, and our own interest is what I've articulated there. And then what additional things can we milk from these guys? We need to be able to like buy a lot of.
It is in Nigeria's long-term strategic interest for this war to take place, because if this war takes place and we can strategically, surgically execute it with minimum collateral, then we'll become like the Western country of the at least the West African sub-region. We will be their go-to. It will be their go-to person. Yeah,
it's going to come with a lot of upsides for us, but it's fraught with a lot of risk, because the jihadist stuff, these guys, I mean, who knows where they will deploy those people? They can manipulate those people easily. And the problem is the demography in Niger Republic is very, very, very close to us. 53% or so, according to what I saw, 53% of them, they are Hausa people. So it's like Nigeria going to attack Benin Republic, where like 10% of them are Yoruba people. So can you imagine if 50% of the country is Hausa people? And then are we now going to bomb? Like, I don't know. If it can be surgical, that's preferable, meaning cut the head, but don't make it like a full-scale battle. Because at this point in time, they should try and infiltrate the military in Niger and cut the head off. Like I don't know, the chief of staff or something used to be on the president's side. Can that guy go and take the guy that was protecting the president that's now the junta leader? Can he take him out? Because that is what will be good. Just cut them off. Forget civilian rule for now, because you cannot say I do a coup then to bring that guy back. I don't think that's going to fly.
No, that guy's gone as president.
Yeah, that guy is gone.
Hopefully he doesn't lose his life. It's just the one thing wait for him,
Yeah, and another balance is the guy is a minority ruling over majority Hausa country. Because the guy, the old president, the civilian guy is Arab, and apparently they dominate Niger. The way we have, like, you can say Fulani dominates over the Hausa in Nigeria. Those Arabs.
Don't forget that. That's a very good point. You're talking about Mohammed Bazoum, right?
Yeah.
Make it tight.
Those Arab dominate. They dominate the majority. So they had this delicate balance. More like in Iraq when Saddam's Sunni was dominated. Sunni was dominated over the Shia. So some delicate balance is there. So forget that guy. He's never coming back.
Very good point. Very good analogy.
Sorry, Pansat. We want to be pulling back the interjections quite a bit now, because sometimes it tends to dominate. But carry on, Akulata. But I'll try and get around to everybody else.
So my wish. I don't wish for war, but if there's any such thing as a precision. I'm not going to strike. I think I'll just endorse a coup with a guy that's more favorable to Nigeria. In that way, at the end of the day, who cares whether it's a goat or donkey ruling Niger? As long as we can pass our own pipeline, and as long as we can use it as a leverage to negotiate more economic resources from the West, preferably economic resources, and preferably the defense contract. I don't want the West to come in to set up any sort of like base in Nigeria. That will never happen. I pray to God that never happens. But I want us to be able to buy whatever equipment we buy from them without all this encumbrance that they put on us. So if it's a gamble, if we do it right, there's a lot of upside. If we do it wrong, it's fraught with a lot of risk. The risk is so big if we mess this up that it could disintegrate Nigeria.
The worst case scenario is if it goes into a long, protracted thing.
Yeah, but you don't want civilians involved. If you want civilians involved, then we're in trouble. Because like I said, 53% of them, they are Hausa people. Look, it's just across the border. Like there are no borders. There's artificial borders. Are you going to, like, if Nigerian soldiers start killing civilians in Niger Republic, and Hausa people are looking at them killing their own blood? Come on, man. That's just going to be super wrong. So this is so tricky. And again, Wagner will get involved. Wagner plays dirty. Wagner is not a state. Wagner is a soldier of fortune. They will play what Putin wants. Putin does not want us to have influence in Niger. Like I said, we're going to start competing with them. They don't want that competition. They still want to dominate Europe's energy. So that's the geopolitics as I see it. I know I'm biased from an economic standpoint, but what I learned in MBA, whatever, how many decades ago now is every country
in 1802, yes,
1802. Every country must have a strategic interest, and every country goes after their strategic interest. There's no altruism. There's no pity party. there's no brotherly love. That is very naive. Focus on your own country's interest and pray to God that you win. So that's how I read all this stuff. And I mean, it's a risk. I just pray they do it right. But ultimately, I really don't want them to go to war. But if we ever have to go to war, we have to maximize all the leverage we can get. Otherwise, what's the point?
All right, brilliant. I still wanted your thoughts on this. Maybe I'll just take a quick thought from you, just in case you sleep takes you away. CBN forensic audit underway. Civil service payroll overhaul imminent. So this is Tinubu speaking to the World Bank leader. So out of everything that, the one thing that I have always wanted is that audit of that CBN, you know, just to untangle some of the mess that is in that space. If they carry this out, what sort of level of gremlin are you anticipating that they will find?
Well, the truth is, if they carried it out sincerely, all the gremlins will not be made public. So let's dial down on our expectations, because the people that cashed out of CBN are super close to Buhari, super close. And it depends on how far back you go. Are you going to now also drag Jonathan's government into the picture? Like, it's too close to call, it's too close for comfort. And maybe the result of it will be reforms that prevent shenanigans from happening going forward. But if anybody thinks the forensic audit is going to cause them to create some sort of, make people accountable, taking them to court, going after, let's not delude ourselves. That's not going to happen. This forensic audit is just to now block loopholes, to put some, to transform the operations over there, business process changes, or the different audit checks, compliance. They have to just lock it down, put some regulatory compliance stuff in there, put some systems there, transparency. They can do that, but they cannot go back and start punishing people from the past. That's not going to happen. The best way to do this is just to find out.
Is there not a recovery window, especially for the immediate past administration?
Nah, it's not. Especially if you follow rule of law. Just forget it. Just forget it. Because the lawyers will frustrate the case in court. Tinubu will be long dead before you can punish anybody. So let's not fool ourselves. They should just go and find out, okay, what are the methods that these guys use? Block all of it. Put a lot of transparency into the process. Just prevent going forward. But that you think you're going to be able to arrest people backwards? Nah. It's nice. Everybody will love to hear that. But when you take it to court, come on now. Ogbeni is here. Even us that can play lawyer because we watch too much lawyer TV, we're here too. So they're gonna frustrate any sort of arrest. Let them just use it in terms of fact-finding mission to kind of like revamp those places and block stuff. That's what can happen. And I heard Tinubu wants to double the minimum wage. That would be nice, but the way the oil market is going, oil may reach $100 because Saudi is tightening the squeeze, because Saudi Aramco is declaring, the profit they're declaring has never been seen in the history of mankind. The profit they just declared, if you combine Google plus Apple plus name whatever FANG, I think it's the profit Aramco declared alone, it's more than all those combined. So it's in their interest, especially when we're deep in the summer where everybody drives out. People drive in the summer in the West. It's just so gas price will go up. But they're also further squeezing the production of those gas prices, or production of those crude. So that means any sort of like demand like this that is always going to be high during the summer, crude goes up. So Nigerians you're going to see petrol 700, 800, 900 naira before we get back to the cooler time period, when then things will relax, and then they will now increase supply. But Saudi must make money. If we were smart, we too should be making money. But you know what? We're also selling, that we're allowing people to steal our crude and sell it for cheap and just have a couple of rascals making money. So that's it.
All right. Just a brief thought on this, Kulata. Your heart must go out to Mariam Shetty. Mariam Shettima.
They did that dirty, man. They did that dirty.
She called for a tailor to come and measure her up, and then she had to send her back at the gate. So,
no, that's not nice. That's not cool at all. They should at least leave her alone and let Senate reject her. That was not nice. Come on now. She was already there. And it doesn't help that she's pretty cute and she's young. She's 44. They did that dirty. Tinubu, no, that's disappointing.
I wonder who played what game there for this to happen. Because, of course, somebody must have played a dirty game for this to happen.
I won't be surprised. It's kind of politics. It could be Kwakwanso. Not Kwakwanso. It could be Ganduje. It could be Ganduje because Ganduje is the APC organ in Kano. But that's just like, someone nominated her in the first place for her to be picked up. And from what I've heard, she's one of those APC loyalists on social media. And so everybody were elated when they nominated her. I looked at her profile, I was shaking my head at what this girl is going to do because the courses, she went to University of East London. You know University of East London now. I don't have to describe it to you. You live in the UK. She did a course, some moi course. She did some moi akara course in University of East London, and then she spent a little while in my area here in Emory, but nothing major. She doesn't have experience or skill, but fine. Water under the bridge. You've nominated her. Let her go through the process. You can tell Akpabio to deny her, but don't embarrass. This is embarrassing. They need to really compensate her with something. Like if she's not qualified, why did you nominate her? Tinubu. Look, I'm going to just say it flat. Tinubu screwed up with this ministerial list in a lot of cases. It was very some of it was too disappointing.
Is Tinubu having too many screw ups now?
He's having a lot of screw ups.
The announcement fuel subsidy is gone. The way he announced that has to be a screw up. And
that's a screw up. But I can pardon that screw up because look, that's an economic calamity we were facing. In the ideal world, you should have planned, you should have done this, but in Nigeria, if you do this, the people that are making money, they too will be planning against you. So that one I can understand that one. But now, okay, you first of all, you're supposed to show some sincerity that you're trying to cut costs. Then you blow up the number of ministries to 40-something. Aren't you supposed to be adopting some moratorium recommendation to just kind of show that, okay, I'm being prudent, I'm cutting costs, just even if it's an act, just kind of show it. Then you now have 40-something ministries, maybe 10 to 15.
49 now, I'm counting.
49. Maybe 10 to 15 of them have their heads screwed down. Let's just say 15 or so. Then the rest are just political hogwash, paying party favors. It's obvious, just paying party favors. Yes, you want to win election next, but come on now, we still have a country to govern. So, when this guy is messing up, we need to call him out. He's made some flubs recently. He's made some flubs and he needs to course correct. And with this gamble that he's making now, this military gamble, he better get it right. Because, the money we're saving, I hope to God we're not going to be using that money to fight war. America or France.
I was thinking that, that all this 1 trillion naira that he announced is now going to...
Is it war that we're going to use it to fight? They better be funding the war. We'll go to use it to be chasing camel with the tents in Niger like America was bombing Afghanistan. So we don't want that nonsense. So they better make it surgical. They better know what they're doing. But at this point in time, I'm not a happy camper with some of what's going on right now.
All right, stay with us just as long as you can, Akulata. Let's go from you to Ogbeni, and then from Ogbeni to Pansat. So Ogbeni, you're up next. So as much as we get, yes, thank you for being here. As much as we bloviate and pontificate and all of it, the war is almost an inevitability now. The 7 days notice runs out on Sunday. Tinubu has written to the parliament. The soldiers are starting to amass. The juntas have rejected negotiations, so bombs will drop on Niamey. The northerners are up in arms. Ogbeni, talk us through it.
Okay, thank you, Woma. I've listened to one or two speakers that spoke tonight and Kulata, and I appreciate their views over this issue. Like my contribution yesterday still remains, and it remains that military junta is not a way out for Africa. You go back to our history. The military will always find a way to come into governance in Africa, most time propelled by forces outside Africa, in disguise of having something very good to offer us. But it has always shown to be a lie. And I wonder why we still have some people within our space supporting this military junta, or still canvassing that they should be left alone. And for the gullible ones in Niger Republic, who believes that they are moving from the West to Russia and they think something good is coming from there, good luck to them. The only warning I think I have for our government is maintain our border very well. Don't allow refugees to start flowing into the system. Let those Nigerians who rejoice to our military junta face the liability when it comes. Don't allow them to cross over to this place and start begging in our streets when the military juntas, when they start having the effect. Why am I saying this? Russia is not new in African space, except for those who are not informed. Russia has always been allies to some major African countries. Can give you 5. Zimbabwe, throughout Mugabe time, they were all pro-Russia. And I think even till date. And I learned that they finished with Mugabe radicalism. And don't forget, Mugabe started well. But when he started with the issue of anti-West, pro-East, he started getting it wrong. Instead of facing his own people, develop Pan-Africanism and whatever is pro-African. Instead of that, he started meddling into the world politics of West or East. Once you start meddling into that, you hang yourself within that divide, you'll be in trouble. See what happened to his currency, to that country currency to date. They had to cancel their currency and started using, I think, South African rands or dollar or so within that space. Same pro-Russia state, we've never had anything good from there. Mozambique is another example. Algeria is another example. These countries, Russia, what has Russia offered them over the years? So for me, you are moving from one slave master to another slave master and you are rejoicing. Not looking at the slaves in the house that you met in the new slave master's house. That's the way I see it. But if, like Kulata said, Tinubu has to be very careful. But for me, I don't like analyzing what I don't have full information about. I want to believe that Tinubu has access to intelligence reports more than I do. In fact, far more than we all do here. So I want to believe that he understands what exactly he's going to do there. And like Kulata said, see, and I said it also yesterday, our stake in whatever happened in Niger is very high. For people who are discerning and well-informed, they will know that our stake is very high in that axis. One of it is what Kulata has just talked about, our Trans-Sahara gas pipeline. We have signed this gas pipeline project, I think, with Morocco, sometimes in 2021 or 2. And we are commencing it to move. And I know there's another one through Atlantic. That's the one I know very well. Through Atlantic, through Cape Verde, down, and then we'll have Ghana and all those guys also tapping to it along the line. But the Trans-Sahara one will be affected by pro-Russian coup plotters in Niger Republic. Because if you look at it and if you are very patriotic, you are a patriotic Nigerian.
In fact, that stops it at its birth, isn't it? Because if we can't get it past Niger Republic, then it's a stillborn.
It is.
Pipeline. Yeah.
And so my point is, if you are a patriotic Nigeria and you don't believe only in rhetoric of let's do it. Nigeria is bad. Nigeria is not good. Nigeria is this. The usual story that they've been saying all this while. We believe in practical steps to be taken in terms of getting our freedom economically. You should be concerned about what is happening in Niger, and you should be concerned about what the government is doing about it. And you should also be thinking about what else do you think they can do with pro-Russian military junta in that country. See,
yes, on our border, by the way, on our border, the Russians on our border.
Even when you say border, you know, I said it yesterday that there is no border. There's no really a visible border. And Kulata also mentioned that thing. There is no really a visible border. And I said yesterday, in terms of language, that axis is very fluid because it's cut set. It speaks the same language as another axis. And I told you yesterday also, they intermarries a lot along the axis. Let me shock you again. Do you know, I was in Mubi. I spent like a year plus in Mubi. Mubi is in Adamawa State. It's a major town after Yola in Adamawa State. In Mubi, if you want to make Mubi Emir, that year we were there, sometimes around 7 or 8. You want to make Mubi Emir, they had to go somewhere in, was it Cameroon or Niger, somewhere outside the Nigerian border, to bring that guy to Mubi, to come and do something like that, to tell you how interwoven, how connected they are in that particular houses. So the point is that there is no really visible border. And I gave a good example yesterday. It's just like Northern Ireland and the Ireland Republic. Till today, even after Brexit, the United Kingdom has to make some concession. That if you live in Northern, if you are an indigene or you are from Northern Ireland, there are some transactions you can still make in the Ireland Republic. Because there is no really what you can, yes, there is a political border, there is geographical border, but there is no border in terms of the culture, language, intermingling, trading, and a lot of things. In this same movie I told you, there is a market they call TK market. Whoever lives in that place will know this market I'm talking about. I think it's the largest cattle market in that area. That is, and I'm not saying Nigeria alone, the Central Africa side, that is. In that TK market, that market day is always every Thursday. Now, when I was there, once it is Tuesday, you see people starting moving their cattle, even outside the border of Nigeria, down to that market. Right from Tuesday, you see dust in the whole town. There will be massive cattle. You think it's an ocean when you see cattle. And immediately you see people coming from Onitsha, coming from the southern part of Nigeria with their trailer coming to pick cattle. And by Thursday evening, you see them driving back to the south. And you see those guys also machining and driving their cattle back to Niger, Cameroon, Chad, and all those axes. Just to give you a glimpse of how you don't really have a visible border. So when I learned or heard that the northern senators are not really in tune with the step they're about to take, I expected it. Because of no visible border. It's more like you want to fight your brothers in the northern part of Nigeria. It's more or less like that. We've had head of state in Nigeria that arguably Nigerians. Abacha is one of them. They told us Abacha had serious ties with Niger. It's maybe from Niger, and a lot of them like that.
Buhari, of course, is from Buhari. Yes, we've been ruled by foreigners for too long. Abacha certainly a Nigerian. Buhari a foreigner, and Ali Baba an Arab.
So it's a difficult one for Tinubu to a difficult decision. But in order to get good perspective of this, what I'm just saying that the military will come with their own rhetoric in order to fetch legitimacy, from the populace. And this is what I see happening in Niger. Don't forget all those military guys that came in the 60s to truncate democracy in Africa. They left us worse than they met us. Worse than they met us. Democratic Republic of Congo, 1965. Colonel Mobutu Sese Seko. What did that guy do in there? He toppled the government of Joseph Kasafulu and spent how many years? 25 years in governance. But go and read his speech when he first got to the government. Rhetorics, exactly what they are doing in Niger. Rhetorics. And some people are carried away with it in Nigeria. As oh, damn West, pro-Russia. It's the same thing. The same thing they did back then. Even Izeogu, go and read Izeogu's speech. I don't know if you have it. Go and read Izeogu's speech. You see almost the same thing. Military will come with their own gimmicks. When Izeogu come, what did he call our politicians? He said they are our enemies. He called them political profiteers, the swindlers, said men in the high and low places that seek bribes and demand 10%. He said they seek to keep the country divided permanently. He alleged them of tribalism, homosexuality, he alleged them of nepotism and all sorts of big ground. But eventually, what happened? Where did the military even leave us when they were leaving? They shattered the entire thing. They promoted more of nepotism. They promoted the 10% thing. They brought 419 into the country. They brought a lot of vices into the country. Almost all the country. Go to Algeria. Ahmed Ben Bella. He took over their government and truncated their system. We don't even need to be mentioned all these things. And this is the new wave now in Africa. And you want ECOWAS to just fold their hands and be looking, except if you are not patriotic, you should be concerned, and you should also be following up without unnecessarily criticizing the government on the position they are making on this. So, what am I narrowing my point on? This is what I'm narrowing my point on. It's a difficult decision to be taken by Tinubu. He has pushed this to the Senate. Let the Senate do something. But what I know in warfare is this: you have to first push hard before you go to negotiation.
Let me ask you a question, and you are not obliged to know the answer. Is he writing to the Senate as seeking approval, or just to notify as a matter of courtesy? Is it subjected to decisions by them in order to go and nuke Niger Republic?
I don't think so. I expressed that opinion yesterday. But don't forget, one thing about law, particularly our constitution, is it depends on your legal opinion and the view, the way you view it. So for me, I've said it yesterday, if Nigeria is going to war as Nigeria, for instance, the war we averted, Nigeria-Cameroon war, which was supposed to be our, what do you call that space now? That space that we later let it go. Bakassi Peninsula. If assuming assuming Obasanjo actually wanted to go to that war, you need to go to the Senate and get their approval. Then you go, because Nigeria is going to war. In this instance, Nigeria is not going to war. ECOWAS is going to war. Nigeria is going to join a standby team. ECOWAS has its own standby team already on ground, which is ECOMO. Even within the Nigerian military, they train them often and often as part of ECOMO. They go for different drilling when there were no war. And to dispatch them as the sea in sea, you don't need that. That's my interpretation of the Constitution. But don't forget.
Can I interject your opinion on that description of ECOWAS, or that Nigeria is not one?
Interject, please. Yeah.
What I wanted to say is that we have to be honest now when we're analyzing this thing, right? This ECOWAS we're talking about is it's 400 million people, 15 countries with 400 million people. But we know it's Nigeria. That's who it is. And this adventure, you have to understand, the last time that ECOWAS interfered with another country, that was Gambia. That's the smallest country in mainland Africa, with a small army. Niger is twice the size of France, and they're battle tested, and they have been trained by American forces. So doing a proper analysis like we're obligated to do here on this platform is very important. So I'm gonna let you conclude, because, and hopefully you come to me soon, because I have a different perspective. I'm an Igbo man, and I want to give that perspective, right? So
Omega, I'm going to let you finish talking, but I want you to be honest and precise when you're talking about ECOWAS, when you're talking about Nigeria, when you're talking about Tinubu's action. You got to be honest. You got to call it the way it is, because the consequences are dire. So I'll let you conclude, and I hope you conclude very soon so I could talk. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello, sorry, so sorry.
Yeah.
So the word honesty is relative. I don't understand what honesty to you may not be honesty to me. So I'll leave it at that. When it comes to your turn, express your opinion. It's a free word. I express mine, you express yours. So my point is this. The last speaker tried to compare Niger military strength with Nigeria and tried to say, oh, they are trained by this and that. So funny. As of 2021, Niger has barely 5,000 soldiers. I hope you know. Go and check your record. As at then, Nigeria was already boastful of about almost going to 180,000 soldiers. And when you can't even compare, how can you compare? See, let's leave that. In terms of world ranking, you know, Nigeria is number 36 or something in the world. While Niger is about 140 something in the world. So for me, I don't want military aggression in that axis. It's not as if Nigeria military. That's to say Nigeria.
Why do you object to military? Is it because of the collateral damage?
So this is why I'm objecting to military intervention in that axis. That's as the first. You know, yesterday I said it should be the last resort, like what Kolata also said. My opinion yesterday. I believe it should be the last resort, and I believe what they are doing presently doesn't mean it's not going to be last resort. What they are doing presently is what in warfare is what they do most times. One, check it. Check Ukraine-Russia war and intervention of the West. Check many other wars. You go hard. You mobilize. You threaten. You stand by your border. You declare. You give days. You shift your days. You move on. By the time you come to the round table, you have a bargaining strength to bargain. You don't come by saying, "Oh, we are relaxing, then we are now negotiating with you." For what? So what do you have on the table? What are you negotiating on? But when they know that your military is on standby, and I think Kolata gave an example of Gambia, or was you give an example of Gambia? You stand by and you are negotiating. During Jonathan, when APC and all this government were pushing to push Jonathan out of the way, see what America did to us. They told us that they've been having their own base in Ghana, and they are warning us that nothing must happen to Nigeria. So this is what people do in warfare. This is what leaders do in warfare. You push hard, then you come to the round table. Not even only in warfare, even in ordinary negotiation. We do that in dispute resolution. You push. Oh, litigation, I want to go to court. You prepare all your papers and everything. Then when it's about to get to filing stage, you just hold on and say, okay, let's try and go. The man knows that as you are negotiating, you are not negotiating from the weak perspective. You are negotiating from the perspective that if it breaks down, I have my papers already on a standby, which will be going to court the next day. So it's something that has been adopted over time. It's not something that is new today. So that's why for me, I don't think military intervention should be the first thing. For me, I think what should be the first thing should be to try as much as possible to push that military guys away from governance, from government. They have no business to do in government. Whoever is supporting them, I believe is very unpatriotic, and I still stand by that. For whatever reason, why the person is supporting military junta in another country, and even you see a lot of them impliedly thinking if it happened in Nigeria, there's no problem. Well, I don't know where their own patriotism lies in, whether in a man or a
Can I interject again?
And you can interject.
You can name names now. Why are you so afraid? Are you saying the obedience are rattling this thing up?
No, yesterday
one man. I'm the one who got permission to interject. Let me.
Okay.
Obeni,
you can interject.
You have said here that you're a legal professional, somebody who's trained in law. you're not claiming to have any military strategic training whatsoever. Are you claiming that? Do you have any training in military strategies?
Please go ahead and ask a question.
No, that's my first question right there. Do you have any training in military strategy?
I don't.
You don't, right? You are just a novice in that field.
I don't have any.
You are a novice. You don't know anything about military strategy.
No, it's an informed commentator. You don't have to have a direct experience to be informed.
Okay. If you're coming to me, please come to me quickly so then I can also get in. And there are others who want to talk. Obeni has
well, you can't say that. I'll come to you next, and then I'll come to Enigmatic after you. But Obeni, back to you.
Well, you shouldn't get too agitated. Be patient to get to you. I was also patient during my own time, and I was even praying that one man doesn't get tired when it gets to my turn. So be patient. Patience is a virtue. So for me, like I said, you see this. Who is that?
Enigmatic.
Baba. Oh, Baba. You see, you see, I'm well. Don't let me. One man. I think I'm done on this. I've said a lot yesterday on it. I don't want military intervention. I don't want military aggression now. I want them to start and negotiating, but I want us to be on standby. If anything breaks down, they should enter, get that man away from the office, and install whatever government they wish to install in the houses. Their military junta in Africa should be no by now.
All right. Stay steady. I still want to hear your thoughts on Tinubu's forensic something, but I want to take this topic round because I think everybody, they are so keen to speak on it. But before I take it next to Pansat, if we can strike clinically, surgically, and remove these rascally Tuaregs in a swift motion, should we then use that momentum to go after Mali, Guinea-Bissau, and all of the usual, and just cleanse the whole space of this now thing that is trying to resurface? Ogbeni, can anyone hear me?
I can hear you, and I'm waiting.
All right. I think Ogbeni is taking a moment, but let's come to you then, Pansat. So you've heard the build up. So give us your commentaries.
Yeah, thank you very much, and let me say hello to fellow panelists here, erudite panelists, lawyers, and all kinds of top professionals. And of course, more importantly, those in the comment section. I do monitor that area. We have a lot of smart people in that comment section. Someone like Oga or whatever, however you pronounce his name. He's a very smart guy, but
I wonder why he never comes on the screen.
I don't know. Wanted by the police. I don't know. But anyway, now I'm gonna give you a perspective. As you know, all the time when we're talking here about things that shouldn't differentiate the tribes, you always say Southeasterners, Igbos, Biafrans. Well, here I am. I've come to you today as a Southeasterner, as a Biafran, and as an Igbo man. And all
as opposed to how you've come to us previously.
Exactly. Today, really? I'm actually coming to you that way because
all right.
the chickens are going to come home to roost for you today, one man. Okay? We're not all the same. We're different. And that's because you haven't been listening. We've been telling you, let's work together. Now, if this thing jumps off and this Tinubu, president of APC, goes to war, it's a war between the Yorubas and the Hausas. It has nothing to do with us. And at the same vein, as I'm talking to you, I'm also talking to Simon Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu, because there's a time for everything. You have to be patient. If this Tinubu is doing us a whole lot of service, his illegitimacy is a dark spot in Nigeria, and therefore is going to bring them down. That every time Tinubu takes an action, people come and say, oh, the way his cabinet is not picking it right, or the way he removed the fuel subsidy is not right, or the way he's jumping in the war is not good. Anyway, you have to bring them together at one point, all of them. There's nothing he does well. He cannot do anything well. He has no mandate. So, but I want the, first of all, actually, let me calm down a little bit. So I'm very upset, right? So, but let me calm down.
No need to. No need.
Hold on.
As opposed to how you usually come here. Look at this guy.
Last time I was here, I spent almost 10 hours, and we had a cordial discussion.
Yeah, no, I saw you bullying what's his name to Niger, but
no,
yes.
to Niger was holding his own. We all did very well. So a lot of people popped in.
I have to speak to him to put you on SmackDown next. But carry on.
Okay,
today, yeah.
What I'm saying is that, look, it's inevitable. Maybe when we come here, we're talking. Nigerians don't make use of their best. The Igbos, the Southeasterners. That's the best you have to offer. The entire world, the entire Africa. So
hold on. Pansat, they say the cream always rises to the top.
Exactly.
Have you heard that phrase?
It is. If you don't.
So how come you have not risen? How come you've not risen to the top?
We are
at the top of what? The top of
it's
what?
Artificial. Well, you're gonna find out because right now Niger is indistinguishable from.
It's coming, Abi. It's coming. Okay.
Hold on. Can I say something real quick? Maybe a second.
Let me land.
Pansat has the floor.
Your horses. I waited here.
No, so that Pansat can continue. It's even for Pansat too, just for him to continue with. Pansat, calm down. Don't rush. Just chill. Relax your nerves, dude. Calm down.
All right.
So what I want to say now is, we are having more or less like a liberal conversation, but it's bringing ethnic to it. By the time we come back heavily and then we open the Pandora box of that ethnic angle, it probably comes.
No, this is when ethnic comes in. This is actually when ethnic comes in.
I just want to let you know.
I got you. Listen, I'm for it. Right now, I want ethnic.
You understand what I'm saying? One more, right?
Hold on. So, hold on when it's your turn that you talk, right? I just said it when I first.
No, it's just saying to you that you are opening a window that is happy to come through. But carry on.
This is the consequences of thinking ethnic, right? Mali, Burkina Faso, Guinea, all those people, they got coups going on, and in most cases, the Western countries don't give a damn. They don't. That's a reason why they care about this one, right? Now, I've come to you today, not as a Nigerian, I've come to you as a Biafran, as a Southeasterner, as an Igbo man. And I'm telling my own people, be ready, be prepared. These are the kind of blessings we're going to get. Maybe not with this Niger one, but very soon. Something is, you can't keep a good man down. You can't. These people don't know their mouths from their asses, right? So these colonialists, imagine somebody like France. Even Niger is like twice the size of France. You saw that lady that was speaking earlier, telling you how much money is being taken away from Niger alone. Billions of dollars. Is France Islamic? No. But these Islamists, They all over the place, making trouble with Igbos, making noise because we're Christians. France comes there for almost a century, dominating them, taking their stuff, and they get along with them. So why can't we have peace in the Southeast? France is dominating you. You idiots.
Woman, we're talking about Southeast.
Yes,
I
am.
I don't know.
Now, Pansat style now, you don't know.
Let me land. It's only now that you want us all to be together, right? Every time I've come here, during the campaign, I say, let's be together. You say, no, Southeast. Today, you're talking Nigeria. That's your Nigeria. So get ready when because I'm saying to Nnamdi Kanu and Simon and anybody else, you gotta be patient. These people are gonna destroy themselves because there is no honor among thieves, right? So when you go there and start that war over there in Niger, be ready. You're fighting the Hausas. We have nothing to do with it. And I hope
you know, Pansat, you should not be talking to Nnamdi Kanu or Simon Ekpa. The people you should be talking to are the Igbo contingent in the Nigerian army.
Exactly, that's true. Because you have to be stupid to go there and get in their war, the war between Yorubas and Northerners, right?
Pansat.
We want it to happen. Hold on, it's gonna be your turn. I will hear.
No, this is not. This is Kulata. Calm down. I just wanted to give you. Pansat Farabale. Don't you think this is a good opportunity now that if our military is distracted, shouldn't this be the time that Southeast galvanizes with Simon Ekpa, and then you guys start pulling your own stuff? Because you know when the military is distracted, this is when you can be the most effective, and then maybe you can get the Biafra, and they'll make you.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Minister.
That's what I said yesterday.
I think you should pull it off. I think you can pull it off.
We can pull it off. It depends on what happens. It depends on how foolish this Tinubu, president of APC, gets, right? And then what the Russians and their Wagner group does over there, right? And other countries, because not everybody's clamoring.
You guys partnered with Russians before, so you can do it again.
It's not the same thing, right? Right now, that war you're talking about, Ojukwu made a lot of mistakes, right? So I may go off on a tangent so that I could disabuse you of some of the errors that you get in your head, right? When Ojukwu, once he left on Onitsha and Enugu, he should have started wiping out everybody he sees after that, because those are the enemies. Enemies is not just the Fulanese. We should have started from the border, right? Because you have no respect, you don't want to do the right thing, you're not patriotic to say, look, Africans have to rise. So, let me say something to you biologically now, Kulata. Evolution is the change in the characteristics of a species, right? Human beings, for example, over generations, but it relies on the process of natural selection, right? So you look at all those countries that we've named right now, and who on the tiny piece of Europeans holding them down, colonizing them, and they're not upset. The only anger you have on this platform and elsewhere is the Igbos, Southeasterners. You don't want to talk about that, right? And you think we're stupid. So I would actually conclude my remarks by saying I'm talking to our people. If these people are really serious, I hope so. If he gets into a quagmire, whose side do you think we should fire on? We ought to take over the country. It's inevitable. We just have to wait for the right timing to come into place, because if we're going to have to progress, we have to take over. So, but if it's done in stages where they go out there,
you will grab it and run away with it.
Exactly.
Grab it, hold it, and run away with
You're
it.
goddamn right. Now, but if it goes in stages where Tinubu goes in there, because Tinubu's been doing a lot of good for
Wait, I'm a bit confused. Are you grabbing Biafra or you want to grab Nigeria? Just a simple clarification.
Nigeria is a part of Biafra. Let me finish. We got the independence. It's our country. But that's the difference between me and Nnamdi Kanu, by the way. He's looking at a small area, and that's our country, right? Biafra owns Nigeria. But if Tinubu is going to go clean that swamp over there in Niger, and by so doing, let's say he's powerful enough to even clean Chad, Mali, then that's half of the job, because that's where the swamp is. That's where they're breeding these people, right? ECOWAS is 400 million people, 200 and something million of that are Nigerians. You go to Chad, what is the population of the youth over there? Maybe 67% are youth, kids. And they've been under a French colony. You go to anywhere you have these Muslim populations, right? They no longer remember that they're Muslims. They're gonna let France colonize them and take their stuff, just like you have the South, like this Asare Dokubo, right? They sit there, they're armed, but people from Fulanis come there and take their oil. Take their oil. They don't fight. They don't, pipe stuff from their enclave there, pipe it, and start going to Niger with it.
Do you have thoughts on the topic that we're discussing, Pansat?
That if you have a question, you can ask me. But these are the issue involved in this. That's what it is. Because how can you could talk all you want? The point is that America has over 1,000 troops stationed in Niger, and France has over 1,500. Now, let's make that 2,500. Those can always take care of anybody. African.
Yes, but it's an African problem that requires an African solution. Yes, France can take that country, as can the United States, but the optics of it is a colonizer narrative. But if Nigeria has sat democracy on that space, then it's an African solution to an African problem.
I know, but some are there to score the coup, but the others are there to ensure its success. Even the Africans themselves. It's not a monolith. Okay, so you have to look at the build-up. It's not just France and the United States, like you say. There are those who've had this. This will be maybe the 7th successful coup, or the 5th successful coup so far within that enclave, right? So, but this one is different. The actors are different. You can't. It's not Tinubu. It's nothing but what the hell you call it? Let me be nice. It's a puppet. When we are having that campaign and he's going over there in France, incommunicado, 30 days, 40 days, you don't see him going through intrusive surgeries with Western wicked countries such as Niger. They planted stuff in his head. They could push a button and he would do exactly what they say.
All right. Now, are we back to? Is this a Jubilees? Are we trying to perfect a Jubilees narrative?
Remember what I said? Was he gone over there? Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Did he go over there for like weeks?
He went there for medical treatment now, so it took however long that needed. So what?
Okay, so here's the next question. Just answer. There's 2 or 3 more questions for you on this. And when somebody goes over, a president of a country goes over and goes intrusive surgeries that involves all kinds of devices, right? Do you think France or any of these European countries have the technology, okay, to implant on somebody? Do you think they have that kind of capability?
I wouldn't know. I don't know what technology they have. Yeah,
you don't know. Okay, but do you think if France does have it, that they will use it? Do you think that wicked they could actually use such technology? The answer to all this is yes, right? France, all these people, they've been operating for a very long time. They know how to dominate, colonize, neo-colonize. They know those things. Is second, they have nothing. We have everything. So now they're shameful. They could actually do it in the open. Right before, they try to pretend.
All right, you're taking the conversation to a ludicrous level. So do you want to bring it home and then we hear from Enigmatic? Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me say that you could say whatever you want. I'm not speaking for you. I'm not speaking for Nigerians. I'm speaking for an Igbo man like me, right? And I am putting on the table today to you. At some point, we're gonna do the right thing in our eminent domain. Since you don't want to listen, you don't want to do the right thing, we are going to deal with you at some point. You see that you're going to do the right thing and bring Africa up?
How can I listen when you are telling me that Tinubu has been cloned in the same way you are telling us that?
I did not specifically tell you that he's been cloned. I'm saying that it's the same thing. If France...
Sorry, on behalf of... On behalf of people of Osun State, please spare Osun State from your domination. They just said that you passed that message to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, Kulata, everything is not a joke, right? Listen to this. If Russia, remember, Russia is not firing so they could take that uranium from Niger or whatever the portion that France. Remember, France gets 15%. That's what they admit to. 15% of their uranium from Niger to power their own country. Niger doesn't have power. Nigeria gives them power. You need that uranium to power. They don't even say, okay, let's power your country and then we'll take some. They don't do. They have no respect. They don't want them to get anything at all, right? So, but the rest of Europe, maybe about 15% as well, they get from that uranium there. So the rest of the uranium they normally get from Soviet Union. So what Soviet Union is doing basically is to go and prevent them from having that source, so they don't basically go and get the whole 100% from over there. That's all it is. It's like trying to prevent them from having another source, alternative, so they don't vote against them. You know, for a whole Africa, who, you know, when I was born and I got to have some sense and I heard what these Europeans did,
you know, Pansat, I'm somewhat disappointed. I was expecting a more nuanced, a more high octane expected from around it. Yes,
right.
Not reverting to type and doing Jubril.
I understand, because
it's not a Jubril topic now. So why are you doing Jubril as Sudani?
You can hang your hat on that. I said a lot of things. That's the least of what I'm talking about. The point is that I don't have to please you now. If you want us to get together as a unit,
maybe I overestimated you. Have I overestimated you, Pansat? Have I overestimated you?
You have to be good enough to grade me, right?
All right.
You don't have what it takes to grade me, one man.
All right.
So when you're here and when there's an election and we are campaigning,
you are graded by your utterances. You are graded by your utterances.
No. What I'm saying is that if we're trying to pick a leader for our country and we come together,
and when we're talking about the nuanced topic and you revert to base level Jubilist for 30 minutes, then that defines you somewhat.
But listen to me. If France, this new colonial, I mean, it's not only in Nigeria now; it's the whole Africa, right? Whether they're doing it by Jubril way, like you're talking about, or they could just do it by.
Do you have a different narrative in your Southeast other than this Jubril something?
We do have a different narrative.
Are you transmitting it from Buhari to...
You say it every day here. The Southeast is not part of... You just talked about who they're going to give power to, right? Well, electrical power, right? They told you they're going to go first to Abuja, they're going to go to Lagos, and then they're going to go to one other area. It has nothing to do with us. Or when you build railroads, nothing to do with us, right? So, no, we're not part of you. We're not. So, do you
see the economics argument in that? Where would you put electricity first, Lagos or Southeast?
Southeast.
Because
there's nothing in Lagos.
Right.
You have no seriousness in Lagos. You just have a bunch of what do you call it over there? You remember that thing?
A bunch of yuppies,
or whatever you may call it that. But you know, they're not hard workers, right? In the Southeast is where you have Africans who can manufacture. Go and take a look at some of the stuff that Innocent puts out. If it's even supported.
You know that the power sector has been decentralized.
No, but listen, they said that they passed that, and these governors you have in the South is still, those are not.
And the Southwest is already synergizing to take advantage of that.
Fine.
So nothing stops you from powering up your region. What's stopping you from?
Our dignity and our genius is not in those kind of buildings. It's not in the.
It's not empowering up your region.
Esoteric stuff like you're talking about. Our genius is in our brains.
Yes.
Right?
What does it require?
In our character. In our character.
Hold on.
In our fairness.
No.
One man.
Don't run.
One man. We have spent 40 minutes on this Igbo, Nigeria.
Yes.
Completely off point, the main point we are discussing, please.
No, because this is a combination of all the shows you've ever done. Today, I come to you as an Igbo man, as a Southeasterner. It's not when we're campaigning and trying to make the country one. You kept talking about Southeast. Then today, when you got your trousers in a teaser with this Tinubu, right? There, you want me to talk the way generally like a Nigerian. Well, fuck that. We are here to tell you
right.
there are consequences to you not trying to do the right thing. You have to do the right thing. Else, if there's an opportunity where this thing really goes to
enigmatic to your long Joe Master or Southeast, enigmatic Joe.
Please.
Possible now.
Land. Hold on, let me land. It's my turn. Right? We heard from the Yoruba perspectives before. Deal with it, right? If you go and you get into war with the Hausas, right, over there in Niger, the Hausas are gonna deal with you. You're gonna find out what you're doing. The Yorubas are addressing now. You come here, you're making noise all the time, talking.
All right, bring it on.
When you finally go there and start that war, the Hausas in Nigeria and the Nigerians in Nigeria say, we're going to deal with you. Finally deal with you. Because you're not listening. The fly that doesn't listen, you're going to follow that coffin to the grave. So you don't have a Nigerian talking to you now. I'm talking to you as an Igbo man, right? And I'm saying to you, stop.
Look,
stop right now.
Listen to your heart. Hear what it says.
So,
that's a song, isn't it? All right, brilliant. We know you're a musician, so stay steady. I want your thoughts on the. I would like your thoughts on other topics as well. So long
let's do it now. Let's do it now.
No, because I don't want you to Biafranize it.
The other guy has nothing to say. There's nothing he's gonna say here. You know,
well, people delight in hearing from everybody on the panel as they equally delight in hearing from you. So let them delight in.
You went to what's his name? You went to him right after to get his opinion on other things, so he could leave. Go to me now, so I could give you my opinion on those things. The other guy,
we know your opinion on is the Afro.
He has nothing to say.
One man.
You hear from one Yoruba guy, you've heard from all of them. You know
what one man. Don't allow Pastor to comment on Nigeria. It's not in Nigerian. It's only on Biafran topic.
I said Nigeria
it's only on Biafran topic that you are going to talk. No, we are not calling you to Nigerian topic. We are not in Nigeria.
All right, Pansad, let's maintain the order that we started with. Just so you know, as you waited, others waited. So now let Enigmatic wait no more.
But Enigmatic has nothing to say.
Let us. Oh God! Don't let us go in that direction now. Walk with me. Enigmatic Hondi.
I don't believe him.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
That's good.
Oh. So let me,
you may laugh, but Pansad brings its own flavor. You know, I mean, you can't have it's the yin and yang, isn't it? So it's the yang to your yin. So whichever one, one and opposite, whatever. So, but take us back to Niger Republic. Should we start knocking them almost as early as tomorrow?
Okay, first of all, let me salute all the panelists and then say hi to all Nigerians. I mean, patriotic Nigerians. You know, sometimes when we find ourselves in some kind of critical situation, and then you have to share probably, our widow's mite, so to say now, with some. I'm trying to be very, very careful. You know, Nigeria, I hope and I pray to God that whoever is going to be the next Minister of Information and National Orientation, they will actually have to take certain things very seriously, and including who is going to be the Minister of Health. A lot of that, we have a lot of unpatriotic vagabonds in Nigeria, unfortunately, that we share Nigeria with these days. You know, a couple of so many people that I would consider them to be gypsy, nothing but gypsy, and then, some kind of insolent vagrants. You know, because you cannot wrap your head around the level of buffoonery and dunderhead that you have to have some few conversation with. I mean, it's quite unfortunate that when we have to resort to this kind of platform, that we come over to share ideas, and then you just find yourself, listening to some people with some kind of loose canon, and then, the only thing that can actually summarize it is you are dealing with people that suffers with a lot of hallucination, and then cover up with chimera of their mindset. They need appropriate and immediate and urgent, and I will recommend very, very urgent, care. People are losing their minds. It's quite unfortunate that we have Nigerians that, They are praying, they are gloating, and they are bragging to have Nigeria experience war and coup simply because of an election. There's no way we will not talk about that. Do you want to consider those Nigerians? And you have a poster boy of one of those people. Of course, we can say poster boy now by way of expressing that word. But this is a poster grandpa in a state of apparition, and you continue to look at yourself in the mirror to say in such a delirious, content that are these people actually still living with their brains intact? Look at what is happening. ECOWAS is not Tinubu. Tinubu is not ECOWAS. Nigeria is not ECOWAS. ECOWAS is quite different from Tinubu, but because of this loathsome madness about an individual, you want to bring your country down? What kind of individual, what kind of people are you? Are we going to say that you should recuse yourself from the committee of human with their true sanity? I will just go through to this whatever is happening in Niger Republic. Of course, it's quite unfortunate that Africa is in this mess again. Why Niger Republic is important to Nigeria is because we have families. When I say we have families, I mean we have 7 different states in the north sharing border with Niger Republic. So it's a precarious situation that is quite tricky. And whoever is the CNC, as we have now, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is taking cautious moves and cautious, negotiation to ensure that they have an engaging, an engaging situation out of this without resorting to war. But the appropriateness of ECOWAS engaging in coup plotters after negotiation fails, to me, I see it's a complex discourse and complex issue, right? And then resolving that will depend on several factors and considerations. But when you are faced with a coup d'etat, right, and an attempt to subvert democratic processes, especially in regional organizations, like ECOWAS, they have to often take that responsibility to protect the democratic rules and the stability within their member states, Niger being one of them. Apart from Niger being a member state of ECOWAS, Niger is more like brother to Nigeria, because we have intermarriage going on in Niger. We have a lot of the northerners in the north doing businesses in Niger. We have a lot of, like Ogbeni said, there is a possibility that Buhari, has probably a generational lineage from Niger Republic. We've had president who probably had the same. So military aggression will and will continue to be generally the last resort when engaging with any country at all, including Niger Republic or any other nation at all. Military aggression involves use, of course, you have to use force, and which can lead to severe consequences, intended and non-intended consequences. Of course, not including loss of lives, destruction of infrastructure, and further escalation of tensions that will probably ground Niger Republic. All these things are the things that will be taken into consideration. But ECOWAS, in engaging Niger Republic or any other African nation at all under their belt, we prioritize peaceful and diplomatic means, of conflict resolution. Dialogue is a key. Negotiations and mediation is, of course, the primary approaches to addressing situations like this, disputes and challenges. And you've seen what Asiwaju is doing currently. He has dispatched a high-level team of respectable elder statesmen and Nigerians. Sultan of Sokoto, the CNC ex-president of Nigeria in Abubakar, Abdusalami Abubakar, Earlier, he dispatched the same day Babagana Kingibe to Algeria to ensure and to forestall there are no transportation of weapons. And then earlier, before now, Ali Modu Sharif. And these are people that had ties with Niger Republic, right? So when we are talking about even the military strategy that has to come into play, even when it becomes the situation that we have to actually go to war. But do not forget that even military strategy itself plays a critical role, in both war and coup engagement, because now we have the twin situation of coup on one hand and war looming on the other hand. But while the objectives and the nature of these two situations differ significantly, and we can see that the principle of military strategy will be key and fundamental in achieving the success and mitigating any risk at all whatsoever, right, in both of these contests. So we cannot be shying away by the differences of our politics or language or tribe. Why we want to throw our country, into a mess. Why would people be talking like this? We see stuff going on online. From a few hours ago, I read something that a supposed young mind, the guy who wanted to be the governor of the fifth largest economy in Lagos. I'm talking about Shinedu now. Anyone should go and read what that guy wrote, and you'll be ashamed of yourself.
What is he saying? Is he running current commentaries on the current situation?
Yes, in the Niger Republic, he's basically towing the line of an average, these vagrants. I have to say that these fascists, because you cannot call them patriots. You will never call them patriots. Even when America was ready to go to war, America is always ready as a patriot to defend America. He was asking, what's his name, Ogbeni, if he has military experience or military strategies or whatever it is. If you understand military strategy very well, you will know war or forceful engagement in diplomatic approaches is always the last resort. Aggression will always be avoided whenever possible and anytime possible.
Can you tell us what road Viva wrote?
It's a lengthy bunch of nonsense. Anybody can go and read it. It was the summary of it is that it was basically talking about coup in Nigeria. The summary of it, and a lot of people they've been chastising him on that stuff. I mean, when you are a leader, regardless of who you are. I mean, regardless of your political leaning or leaning. I mean, what is happening in Nigeria today? I mean, we've had situations in the past, but we still remain Nigeria. And we still remain committed, to this country. Just a few months ago, this same Niger Republic was one of the most hated countries in the world to these same confused, delusional hallucinators. Because Buhari, they were linking Buhari to that country. All of a sudden, they are the champion of that Niger Republic now. Are we sharing country with people like this? I mean, nobody is praying for war. If you've been in one, you would want to be an example of that. And he was talking about military or whatever. Even the American military that they are talking about, it's a proxy war, is this, is that. Do you guys have access, or are you guys private to any classified information? Everything that is based on speculation. All you just want is because of the face of maybe whoever is the president, then calamity should fall on the country. It's not fair, man. This is Nigeria for all of us. You stay in Nigeria, you stay abroad. Most of these people, they don't even live in Nigeria. Go back to Nigeria and stay there and call for war. Or call for Niger Republic to come and bomb Nigeria. If you have military experience very well, you understand that if, it's a very big if, because I do not see a war coming anytime soon. There will always be a way out of this with a negotiating capacity, everything will be okay.
But they sent back the delegation sent by Tinubu with a rejection, and they've withdrawn their ambassador to Nigeria, and they've pulled down the hatchets at their border, and Nigeria has closed borders against them. So there's almost an inevitability to it.
On man, ultimately, right? The decision to forcefully engage coup plotters after failed negotiation is always very delicate, and it's always multifaceted. It's a multifaceted issue that requires careful assessment of the specifics, especially when you know there are options. Are there options? Of course. Look at what the ambassador of the Niger Republic said today to France. Said, you do not have the legitimate authority of government, of power, to order me back to Niger as Niger's ambassador to France. There is a democratically elected government that you have overthrown. So the only person who has the right is the president that you have locked up. It's a hostage-taking situation. So it goes everywhere. All Niger ambassadors, they are on the same page. They still have a government. The only thing happening now is that we have some bloody usurpers somewhere, quote unquote, as we have seen, right? Or probably as we are hearing or speculated that they are being supported by Wagner Group or whatever it is. If you do not have military experience, you have to be careful what you say about situations like this. First of all, Niger does not have forget about whatever they are talking about Niger or any. Do you know how many Nigerians get trained? I mean, Nigerian military officers get trained in the US yearly, annually? A lot of them.
Yeah, one man, could I interject a little bit?
Forget about the possibility of war.
Let me interject.
No leader, no country in 2023 will be so happy to go into war, except some
enigmatic. I think Pansat wants to interject, but
unfortunately, woman, I would rather end my conversation, but I will never engage such a lost soul like that man. I will never.
All right, it doesn't want your interjection, Pansat. Yeah,
I know, but you are the moderator, and he interjected.
It's at his discretion. Just like I said, the speaker yields the floor at their will.
I'm not going to interject him, but let me make a comment, and then he will continue.
Woman, should I continue?
He said a lot already, so let me just.
Well, it doesn't want to yield the space. Okay. Coming after him, carry on, enigmatic.
Yeah. So one man, Nigeria is fortunately or unfortunately, as some people will see that Tinubu is the president or the leader of ECOWAS. That has not given Tinubu the right to make a unilateral decision on what ECOWAS does or doesn't do. So he's just the face of ECOWAS in the ECOWAS state or West Africa or wherever it is. There is a decision. And I can tell you, diplomatic approaches will always be the way until when you look at there's a rejection already from the Senate because there will be a parliamentary sign-off before any war will happen. Don't you think there could be even a game in the Senate when we write this letter to the Senate, you guys from the northern kill it so that at least we won't go to war, then we can continue conversation. There are several ways things happen behind the scene. No country will be open to trying to go to war in this 21st century, except some lost mind, like I've said. In case of peaceful and diplomatic approaches should always be the end game, even when the principle of international laws, right, which oppose human rights and then work towards it, they will always look at working towards lasting peace and stability in Niger Republic. So as we see it now, until it happens, right? I do not see any war coming through. There will be a way out of this. The international communities are already talking, and then what you are seeing is a democratically elected government. They are not yielding the floor for these usurpers. If you've seen maybe the ambassadors or probably those who were in Bazoum's, the president that is taking hostage now, those guys who were probably in his cabinet already shifting ground, right, or probably peeling off, then that's a problem already, because you now have a fragmented you now have a fragmented situation in your hands, having to negotiate with usurpers, and then on the same hand, the legitimate government. The part of the legitimate government, joining the junta will become kind of tricky. But Niger Republic is too little of a country to shake Africa. If they are ready for Niger, they will wipe Niger out real quick. It doesn't take them anything. People should calm down. By the grace of God, there will be no war. There will be a way out of this, and things will move on easily. Ultimately, let me say this: the military
hold on, Enigmatic. Jide, did you want to come in, because you keep on muting?
Yes, I wanted to add something to what Enigmatic just said now. Just to buttress his point. I was saying that Tinubu launched something today, a power project in Abuja, and the man jokingly spoke about Niger issue, and everybody laughed about it. He said, this Niger issue that has not, he just laughed, and everybody laughed. So I feel if it's something that serious that they want to go into war, it won't be taking it like that. There are so many things behind the scene, as Enigmatic is saying. Probably they have concluded to resort to instead of the war. So I think Passat can put his mind at rest.
Well, it's not only my mind that I want to put at rest. I want to be able to address some of the highfalutin comments that are made by Enigmatic and by extension yourself. So let me take this opportunity without objection.
One man, I've not given him the floor. Let me
first of all, does Enigmatic know?
Just give him a micro window, since you gave Jide the opportunity.
No,
it's fair now.
I'm talking with a human being.
Please exercise your powers.
I do not want to restore to the level.
He keeps insulting me, but I'm not gonna reciprocate. But just let me.
Enigmatic, just allow it for a microsecond, but make it short and make it consistent with So don't write yeah. So just allow a microsecond. Then Enigmatic.
I got you. I really do feel for media people such as yourself. You have to balance your own interests and everything else. And I'm not a media guy, so I like to say the way it is. But this time I'm gonna be cautious. You do want a cordial discussion. It's intellectual. But what I wanted to know, maybe somehow you could find out from Enigmatic for us, does he know the foreign aid that Niger receives, and what's the percentage of their national budget is that aid? Does he know that?
Okay. That sounds like there's a follow-on question. So ask the totality of everything that you want to ask. So he will address it and then bring his monologue to his crescendo.
Yeah. So I was just saying that he doesn't know. He doesn't know anything about that country. He doesn't know what's involved and what's going on. Mr. Bazoum is a friendly figure. He's more democratic than the rest of them over there, right? It allows girls to do certain things that most Muslims wouldn't do, right? He's into education, even for the girls. He's sought to reduce Niger's birth rate. That's good for the United Nations. A lot of this I'm against myself, but I'm not speaking on a personal capacity. But I say a lot of things involved here. It's nothing somebody just going to come here running their mouth. If you are an ethnic jingoist and you're talking about Tinubu all the time you've been here, this is the first time I've heard you trying to be a comprehensive nation building national interest for everybody. That's what we want. Now, if you go and you put something in a pressure, let's say you're cooking something in a pressure cooker and you put a lid over it and you apply heat and it's boiling and, so you try to avoid it from escaping from this side, but it's going to escape.
All right, put a position to him. Put a position to him so he can carry on.
These are what I'm saying here. All these are positions that are more important than the sexy stuff that you normally will talk about. Right? I'm saying when Nigeria, when you have a dunce, a criminal, right, like Tinubu, come and take power illegitimately, and we say, no, we don't want this, because the ramifications is just too enormous. We can't handle it. No matter what action he takes, it's going to be antithetical to what we need in the country.
Right? You're not put in a position. You are repeating what you said during your monologue.
It's actually a little slightly different, but he says his position. I'm trying to comply with what he wants. He doesn't really want an engagement, a direct confrontation with me, a challenge of ideas, right? He cannot do that. I understand. So I'm trying to bounce off of that to make a larger point, right? For the country. Now, one man, you do know that. Now, I was about 20 minutes ago, I was happy.
I don't really love you.
Let's have order here, right? So I was happy with the way you were going, which you wanted to challenge him, challenge Obeni. If you want,
all right, he's going to reclaim his floor in a moment. So if you want to either contrast what he said, or add on to it, or ask him a question, or if you want to put a position, because he has the floor. So if you want to put a position to him, put it, then you can carry on.
Okay, I understand. So I'm just saying, what I'm saying in summary is that Tinubu is taking this Niger crisis personally. It has nothing to do with us, our country, and our interests. So if you look at the position right now of Mr. Bazoum, he's receiving heads. I mean, Debbie went over there the other day and visited him. He's making phone calls. It's not like he's put away in Comunicado somewhere, right? Mr. Bazoum appears to be trapped in limbo. That's true, but he's not in Comunicado. So let's just take this thing. For national interest, if he's going to continue, let him tell us what me as a Southeasterner, what do I have to gain from going to war in Niger, or following this Tinubu and all these errors he's making, putting our country in jeopardy because he's basically sold out, right? So if you want an academic debate here, one man, then bring it in tighter. Don't have him keep insulting me and then I can't fire back. Obviously, you know I can. All right. Sentence, right? But I'm not going to do that. But rein him in a little bit when he continues, and I'll wait.
All right. Without insulting Pansat, you can choose to respond to what he has just said or not, or carry on. Enigmatic.
I know you are trying to take this round, but I'll be very brief now. So what I'm saying, one man, right? Unfortunately, he's not a Nigerian. We Nigerians, we know ourselves. One. Number two, I try as much as possible, because when you try to be civil, but you are confronted with the possibility of having to have even the minute of conversation with a Sabla Rattler, or a kind of a nationalist schematic kind of people like this, that all they want is just division, and they are so intellectually discordant that they do not understand that nation building is different, quite different from whatever politics you are playing. Tinubu, legitimate or non-legitimate, we are not talking about that now. The court is there to do their job. As we speak for now, is the president that has been announced by the agency and the parastatal of government that is authorized by law to do that. So you have problem with that, you're already in court. I can't refer you to the court again. If you know what to do next, go to Bazoum and be with Bazoum or wherever you want to be. All I will say is that there will be no war by God's grace. Those obedience and their goons, right, calling for war and calling for coup in Nigeria, it won't happen. If you want it to happen, you know where you belong and you can go and do that in your echo chamber. Nigeria is solid and God will continue to protect Nigeria and its troops. That's what I want to say, one man.
All right, one man, let me respond very briefly to that. Hold on one second. Now, you do know that we have a history replete with examples, but the most modern ones would be like Libya, right? You know what happened in Libya, right? The rebels took over that country. You know what happened.
Sorry, who's the rattling noise coming from? If you're not in play, please stay muted. No, it was what, please carry on. Yeah,
okay, so we know that enigmatic is a liar, right?
No, don't go in that direction.
What I'm saying is that if you look at what happened in Libya, that's how it started. You have rebels doing their thing there, what's his name? Muammar Gaddafi is a strong military man, right? But that didn't work. When these people come in, they don't have to come in with, say, 101 Air Force Division of the United States. They will use rebels there to do the work. So to come here and say that somebody's legitimacy doesn't matter.
Why are you concerned about Nigeria, Pansat? You are not a Nigerian. Why are you so concerned about Nigeria?
Let me answer that. It's a distraction.
Why are you concerned about the president? It's not your president.
I heard your question.
We're talking about Nigeria and war. What we have in Nigeria.
Would you mute him? And
if you actually want to face,
please, I will answer his question. I'm not like
all right. 1 minute, and then after that we hear from Ajan Lekoko.
All right, thank you very much. I do want to hear from Ajan Lekoko, so I would even make it briefer than the minute, right? So what I'm saying is that people such as Enigmatic, who can only shine on this platform because they're protected, right? He could stay there, run his mouth, run away, and then we'll get our people into a war, and then he's gonna turn around. Imagine that foolishness. You're gonna get somebody who's illegitimate, who's gonna get us into a war, who's already cut fuel subsidy without planning how he's gonna do that. And then when we complain and remind you that we said this man doesn't have what it takes to be the president of Nigeria. It's a big country with a lot of angles. And then you're gonna come and say, hey, don't talk about that. Are you out of your mind?
You are out of your mind. You are out of your mind. You are worried about. You are worried about the guy who is not your president.
He talked. I'm responding.
You are worried about Nigeria.
I only got a minute here.
You came over here.
Whether you like it or not.
All right. Enigmatic. You already know Pansat, so it's like Marmite, isn't it? So, but
he had his floor already. One man. He said he wanted to speak while I was on my time. But he was going back and forth. He needs to sit his ass down and shut up.
All right. A couple more seconds, but please don't reference him because then he will feel the need to respond, and then we hear from
him.
Don't worry about that.
Platform
and neither can you. But bring it home.
I am complying with the rules. You say,
all right.
No abuse.
Carry on. Carry on.
I'm doing everything according to the rules of the platform. But he has some kind of advantage over me because
nobody has an advantage. It's a level playing field.
Please let him know that. Make that very clear to him. And if he doesn't want to understand it, remove him from the platform. He has nothing to offer us here. So I was saying that a Southeasterner like me, an Igbo man, right? There are things that I'm looking for. We brought independence to Nigeria. We own that entire country, right? So whether he likes it or not,
people here who want to listen to this platform.
All right.
Good morning.
Everybody, just hold on. Pansat, you don't have to go over everything you said 3-4 times. If you have, because a lot of people are waiting, and we've had plentiful from you. So if you have anything new and novel, add it. You like the word pithy, so use that, and then we go on to Ajan Lekoko.
All right, thank you. Like I said, I can't wait to hear from Aja, and that will make my remarks brief. If Enigmatic could just hold his horses, let me land, right?
But don't bait him, then he won't. Won't feel the need to.
I am not even thinking about that guy. I don't know.
All right. Make the comment and then we move on.
I said earlier that the first gentleman that spoke before him had no. I asked him, "Do you have any military training strategies or whatever?" He said, "No, I don't." Simple. It's not. Is he saying that? That's
all right, Pansat. We must move on. Thank you. Ajan Lekoko, let's hear from you.
Kwama, please, before Lekoko move on, let me quickly talk to my brother Enigmatic, I beg.
No, don't. I don't want to open
it's not about. It's not about the space.
Okay.
Please, sorry.
All right.
Enigmatic, are you there? Enigmatic. Has he left or anybody can hear me?
Yeah, I did hear, bro. What's in there?
It's fine. Say they don't remove your TikTok blog account for minister list now, right?
What?
Your TikTok blogger. Don't remove and can't do JBabe. You can't do JBabe.
No.
Wait, Tinubu replace now.
Oh, you are talking about that Shetty lady?
Yeah. You don't remove her, right?
Yes.
Okay, we will talk later about them. So that day, we need to go back and front on the list and their capabilities. So,
you even want to tell me something to say. Never tell me.
No, Vince, I'm not even well. See where the son. I'm not well.
No call him or enigmatic. No, they pick him phone.
No.
How many times have I called you? You've not picked up.
Maybe I will call you. Probably they call when I day where I not supposed even see phone.
Okay. All right.
All right. Ajale Koko, you're up next. So Ajale Koko. So there it is. Just as early as a day or so ago, you were saying it would be an illegality if Tinubu did not seek the approval of the parliament. So it looks as though he has listened to your words, and that letter now has been read on the floor by Godswill Akpabio, the Senate president, to announce to the nation that war is afoot. But is this way to signal to the Nigerians' intent, and then if they decide to call his bluff, what should he do next? So it looks as though our troops may be deployed. What says you, Ajale Koko?
Thank you, Woman, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. How many people have clicked on the like button so far, Woman?
Only 10 of them, and they are waiting for you to ask them to do it. And
how many online right now?
We are fluctuating between 160, 190, or it's going up and down. We are still waiting to hit the 200. There are quite a few of them in and out.
You see the kind of people we are. So that's, if we are 10, that just means that all of us on the platform are only those that have clicked on the like button. Or maybe some of us on the platform already. I mean, some of us on the screen right now have not even clicked on the like button, but we can talk wide and talk from pillar to pole. So, but sometimes we don't do right. We like to talk, but we never act right, and that is the same. That is what we are doing here, as we don't click on the like button. What is the reason for not clicking on? What would you lose? What are you going to lose to click on the like button? Well, do that now if you haven't done so, and so that we can move on together. So, Woman, let me tell you this. When I was saying it here the other day, that if this guy doesn't take approval from the Senate, from the Congress, Assembly, as we call it in Nigeria, National Assembly, and it go to that war, it's going to be an illegal action. It's going to be an illegality. It is clear in our Constitution that it must take approval from the Congress before it go to war. The Congress or the National Assembly represent Nigerian people. He cannot, as a president, take unilateral decision. It doesn't matter whether he in conjunction with ECOWAS.
Sorry, Ajale Koko, 1 microsecond. Prince Daddy, are you in twice? Are you in twice? Prince Daddy. I can see your name twice. So do you want to say something? Then I'll remove one. Prince Daddy. All right. Carry on, Ajale Koko.
Sorry, Woman. Hello?
Yeah, it looks as though you are in twice. Are you?
Yeah, I was on my. Yes, I'm on my computer. I'm gonna log out real quick.
Should I remove one? Should I remove the other one, or what?
Yeah, the other one, the new one that just came in.
All right, brilliant. Sorry,
Right.
Ajaleko, carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter whether that decision to go to war is in conjunction with ECOWAS or regional body. You still have to take approval from the Congress. Nigeria, as we are today, we are not a truly a secured country. Not at all. And we have, look at the map of Nigeria. On top of that map, from the left end to the right end, we share the border with Niger. All the states in the north, on that side of the country that share border with Niger, they suffer seriously instability if we go to war and the war gets out of hand. And we know what guerrilla warfare. We know that guerrilla warfare, we have not even perfect our strategy on the way to on how to fight guerrilla warfare. We have been fighting one for how many years? We have not defeated them. A lot of our people in Nigeria that are displaced from their homeland, from their villages, by banditry and insurgency, lives in Niger. Governor Zulum, I've traveled there several times to give money, food, clothes, medicine, material to Nigerian people from Borno State that were displaced, that lived there, that in refugee camp. We don't even think about that. How can we resettle our people? How can we resettle them in their ancestral homeland? Just because we don't have leaders that are very, very sensitive to the plight of the people. They are not. I've had people say, oh, we have economic interest, we are going to pass pipeline, gas pipeline, we have strategic interest. Really?
Which people now me? Call my name. Ajante Kuku. Don't say people. Call my name. Call my name.
Okay, Kulata and Penny. Hey, we have strategic interest.
Call me too, Ogbeni.
They speak big grammar to bamboozle people. Are you the only one that have? Are you the only one that have gas in Africa? Do you think it's only Nigeria that have gas in Africa?
Ajane Koko, what is my business with Africa? My business is with Nigeria. What are you talking about?
Land. Nigeria is not the only country that have gas in Africa. And if you are passing that pipeline through Niger, it's going to pipe through maybe Morocco or Algeria to Europe. Algeria is not.
He's not passing Algeria. He's not passing Algeria.
Where is it passing?
He's going Niger to Morocco.
Okay, fine. Whether it's going to pass Niger or pass Algeria, you have competitors in that same sector. That same sector, gas,
industry.
Yeah, in that gas industry. Thank you, woman. So everybody going to.
Sorry, Baba Danle Koko. Somebody just told me now that it will pass Algeria.
All right, but that's what I read. So I don't.
Yeah.
So it's going to pass Algeria, and Algeria have said it categorically clear that they are not in line with ECOWAS decision. Their border is widely open for trade with Niger. So all these gas pipeline that you are talking about, you think Algeria doesn't want to sell their gas? You think they don't want to frustrate your own effort to pass through their own land to their country? I mean, to Europe? Look, I'm glad that at least Tinubu have sent a request for approval to go to war to the Congress, I mean, to the National Assembly. And I believe if we truly have a National Assembly that works for the people, they have to tell the president they want to consult with their constituency, they want to consult with their people, particularly those representatives, those senators, and the what do you call them? The House of Rep member from that side of the country that share border. They should be able to tell Mr. President, hold on, we want to consult with our people, we want to hear their view, we want to know their position, and based on their position, that is what will drive what we are going to do as per the decision we are going to make on this issue. So we have to consult Wild, we have to consult Tinubu. Particularly should focus on the representative of those states that share border with Niger. It should be able to call them to meeting, hear from them, and the top traditional leaders. Because waging war against Niger is waging war against Nigerian people. Because it is a people that have lived together for a long time. It's a borderless space. That borderline is borderless. You cannot know which side when you are there. You cannot know whether you are in Nigeria or in Niger.
So we don't kind of like talk over. The gas pipeline is signed memorandum of understanding between Nigeria and Algeria, and then Niger too. There's an agreement. We've started since the 1970s. It's not been built. So it's not just Nigeria just letting the neighbor just let gas line pass. It's in their own interest too. So what are we talking about here that we should ignore our economic interests because of some brotherly, let there be love, shared amongst those kind of things? I don't get it. And you will be the one that wants free stuff for everybody. Where's the money going to come from?
And to add to that, the gas pipeline, if Algeria has gas, which they do, their gas will also pass through that portal. So it's not a pipeline exclusively for Nigerian gas. It will sweep up all of the gas in that space and then pipe it all the way to the west.
Sorry, the question I need to ask. Sorry,
I have a question for Angelico, please.
Sorry, the question I need to ask Kolata. We keep saying Algeria. Is the pipeline going to pass through Algeria to Spain, or how? I don't know.
It's going to pass through Algeria too. It's going to pass through. It's not just Nigerian gas. It's also
no. I don't say Nigeria. Algeria is Algeria or Morocco is the finishing point in Africa. So from Algeria or Morocco, where is it going to pass to? Is it to Spain or what?
They will go to
into Europe now. Ultimately,
no, that's Algeria. No, Mama, you don't even know what you're talking about. First, let Benny answer me.
No, it's from Algeria to Morocco, then to Spain. It enters Europe.
You know, Spain is an island, and the terrain is an ocean. You cannot pass a pipeline from there to Europe.
Spain is an island. Spain shares border with France.
Which part or which side? On sea now? Sea border?
No. Well, please go look your map.
Spain shares land border with France. Land border around Macedonia.
Okay. I think the major problem is I think the best pipeline where the person can pass through to Europe and easily and fast is Syria, and which Russia is not letting go.
No,
So that's the thing.
after Morocco, you enter Spain. All right, there's very small channel between Morocco and Spain. Then the moment you enter Spain, Spain share land border with France around Barcelona. Check your map.
Okay, so I'm sure they're coming back to you to reclaim your time. I have a question for you. Before I ask that question, I wanted to say that Nigeria doesn't have any gas. All right, Nigeria doesn't have gas. That gas belongs to somebody in the south.
It belongs to Biafra. I've said it for you.
Hold
Biafra.
on.
Okay.
On.
We hear
I
you.
said I have a question for Ajan Lekoko. Ajan Lekoko, in the last week or so, I've seen you come here, and then you complain when Tinubu cut off the what do you call that? The fuel subsidy. You at least you criticize the manner in which he did it. And then when he took action with the labor, you criticize the way he did it. Pretty much everything he's done. Who's making the noise when I'm talking? I mean, let's have some respect here. So
it's not respect, it's courtesy. Respect for you.
Okay,
because
courtesy.
of what?
Let's have some courtesy.
It's courtesy, right? I can give you.
Okay, give me some courtesy. I appreciate that. I'll take either one. But so my question as you go, I think it's coming back to you, your time. So every single action that Tinubu has taken has been flawed, has been corrupt, has been wrong, including picking his cabinet. Every single one of his actions. So my question to you is, when do you draw the line and say he's unacceptable? In essence, everything he's doing, including this action over here in Niger, right?
Pansad, you can't keep taking us back to that space. Can you hold on, please, Jide? You can't keep taking us back to that place because every interjection that you make is to try to deviate to a raging and riding against Tinubu. You know we have nuanced conversations here. So if it's not a nuanced question, pertinent and germane to the subject of discussion, then let the speaker go on with their train of thought. If I have a brief comment, Jide, and let Ajan Lekoko bring it home, and then I'll take the very last comment on this space from Ekene, and then I want to open up the Shettima, the Shettima woman and Festus Keyamo with enigmatic. But yeah, Jide, come in.
Okay, woman. I think this gas line project, we are mixing up the whole issue. The gas line project was originally between Nigeria, Algeria, Morocco, and along the line, Niger also jumped on it. And when it all started, even Morocco was proposing to exchange food in terms of grains and the likes for gas But now with all this Ukraine war and the likes, then Europe now jumped on it. Seeking to see how they can now extend it over to their own end over there. So to say that like what Baba Jan Lekoko said, that would they allow us? They originally came to Nigeria with the proposal asking for gas to be supplied to them. So it's not a matter of Nigeria trying to sell its gas, but they wanted to buy the gas.
All right, and you work in that industry, of course.
And no, I know about it because we.
I thought you were. Are you not an oil and gas man?
No. My field has cuts across everything. I'm into instrumentation and automation. So most times gas pipelines, the regulation, the distribution and all those things, all the controls on it, most times we used to go and fix issues on some refineries like that. So that's how I know a little about this space.
Okay.
All right. Back to you, Jan Lekoko.
Yeah, number one, let me answer Pansat. Pansat. I don't know if I'll be able to answer your question to your satisfaction. But what I stand for is for Nigeria to work, and Tinubu, to me, as far as Nigerian state is concerned, is the president today. Tomorrow, we don't know what will happen. Your candidate has filed a petition against his election victory at the law court, and I believe very soon they will rule to let us know if Tinubu wins the election or if your candidate is the winner. So we have to wait until then. I will not start to call him illegitimate, because whether we like it or not all Nigerian, but as far as the record is concerned, election result, he have majority vote above others, his fellow competitors. So let's be patient, Pansat. Can understand your feeling. I know it's not your candidate, but let's be patient. Let's wait until the final determination by the court, or maybe by the election, election petition court, and up to the Supreme Court. So let's be patient. So that one is clear. Then on the Morocco, this thing. Look, yes, what Jide said is right. I think there's some kind of agreement between them, Nigeria and Morocco, and maybe with Algeria as well. But agreement today could be revoked tomorrow. Somebody can say tomorrow that I don't want to be part of that agreement again. So, but as of today, they have agreement. And I know that Algeria have gas too. They want to supply Europe. So, but, pipeline, if the war should erupt over there and the whole region is in turmoil for a long period, because, when the beginning of the war is what we know, how the war will be fought, we don't know it. How long it will take, we don't know it. And the end of it, we don't know it. So, but we just, all I'm saying is that Tinubu must consult while there is time to do everything with our representative from the northern part of Nigeria that share border with those countries, with political leaders there, with the traditional leaders, because we share a long time history with that country, Niger. If not for colonial criminals that cut us into pieces in Africa for their own interest, all those places are the same. They are the same people. Just of Nigeria, Yoruba land, and those those Republic of Benin. Do you know how many Oba that we have in the Republic of Benin that speak Yoruba, that have Yoruba culture, Yoruba religion, Ifa, and everything? So, but colonial criminal came and cut us into pieces, divided us to satisfy their own interests. So what I'm trying to say is that war is never a good thing. We cannot achieve peace by waging war against each other. So we can't achieve peace like that. It is the culture of the West to carry out war against smaller nations so that they can go and loot their resources. It is not our culture to do that against each other. So we have to be very, very careful at this time. So the president has taken a very good decision, a very good step, which I will commend, seeking for approval, and let's wait if they will approve or say, no, Mr. President, we are not with you. Pursue diplomatic diplomatic means. So I just think that if we follow what is going on there, you see that country, the military junta in that country have shredded the military agreement they have with France. They don't want to do anything with France anymore. And they recall ambassadors from various countries that they are perceived as their enemy right now, including Nigeria. So those guys really mean business. They really mean business. And they are not playing. And according to information, maybe they didn't even receive, the leader did not even attend, the leader of the court did not even attend to Abubakar, Salam Abubakar, and
yes, they said they did not get to meet the actual leader. So even that image we were showing yesterday, I suspect the guy they met was not the real leader of the coup.
Yeah, that's what we had. We don't know if that is actually true, but that is what some information that came out, that they didn't actually meet him, but they met some of the top general, that were team. They met them, but they didn't meet the actual leader. So Tinubu have done well. That is what I want to say by seeking for the approval of Nigerian people, because sending that request to the National Assembly is like seeking for the approval of Nigerian people.
All right, brilliant. Well said, Ajane Koko. So I think we've exhausted that topic. So I want to move on to another topic, but
before you move on, I wanted to ask Ajiko one question, just a simple question, and just a yes or no question. It doesn't have to explain.
Right.
Oga Koko, are you there?
Adeo.
Yeah. Good morning. I beg, if you tell me other ECOWAS states members who don't send letter to the parliament say they want to go war, apart from Nigeria, if you name others.
Who don't send letter to their assembly?
Assembly, yes, say they want to go war, as Tinubu do. You see name other ECOWAS members who don't do such thing. Same thing with Tinubu don't do so.
That one I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
No, the only thing I know that all those 5 the militarily governed country like Mali and Burkina Faso, Guinea, and all of them met their military heads, their military chiefs met as well, consulting, as we had the military chiefs of ECOWAS states that are against the war meeting in Abuja. They were also meeting, planning their own strategy, and they have said it categorically clear that attack on Niger is attack on them, and they will defend, they will fight alongside Niger, to defend that country. And Mali today have released, and Mali today have declared that they are no more using French as their official language in their country. That is the report from Mali today, that French is no more their official country. They want to use their African language as their official, official language of running business. Running government business in their country. No more French language, and that's a commendable That's a commendable development from that country. I really salute them. We should do away with all this goddamn colonial masters language that colonize us, colonize our mentality, everything colonial mentality.
But Dale Koko, please can I ask you a question? Just one question. Now that Mali has declared French as no more their official language in Mali, are you aware that the tribes in Mali, as we speak, is more than 12, and none of them has even 40% of population of Mali? So which language do you think will now be the official language? Do you want to see any issue as per which language to adopt it?
I don't know. They will figure it out among themselves. Maybe it's Hausa language using them.
It's just a nonsense, isn't it? It's just
a very nonsensical thing. Switzerland and all these countries.
What are you people talking about?
I don't understand. Benny, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Benny?
No, I want to move away from this topic now. Let me just move on. Because we've been on it for people complain that we stay on a topic for too long. Yeah.
How can you say that they don't know? I mean, is it the pride? Should it even be the pride of us speaking in other people's language as official language of our country? Does America speak in any other people's language? Does Japan speak in other people's language? Or Germany? Or even
English is not the indigenous language of Americans. I hope you know. And they speak it proudly.
America today will speak.
That is it. So Mali today, they speak French. You see, all those things don't matter. Switzerland, do you know the indigenous language of Switzerland is not all those French and English that they speak, but they adopt it and move further. That's nothing to do with your economy. Develop your nation. All these things are petty things. And these are the things military will come and be enticing uninformed citizens about. Do what is proper and develop your country.
They are trying to develop their country now. You are saying they are not doing the proper thing.
All those things are petty.
Saying they are not going to use French as an official language is a nonsense.
It's nonsense.
Because hold on, Ajanle Koko. The whole of the country, the structures of governance, the educational system, the health service, and everything is done in French. So some rascal in jackboot, he suddenly says that he's not going to use French. So by that pronouncement, are the whole of the population not going to be au fait in a completely different language? Or what happens to administration? It's just a nonsense, isn't it?
So the American
from today, we are no longer going to be using French. It's just a brainless.
Have they translated their medical books or their law books and others to local languages? So how do they teach their children? It's just a nonsense.
What about the machines that they use in the hospitals and whatnot? Have they translated it to their
own language? And which language would they have?
Okay, it's not this brainless sort of commenting that you have from this Africa. Yeah.
Now, silly things military beings, and they entice people with it. Uninformed Africans generally.
So this country that's trying to take the bull by the head and changing from colonial master language to their own indigenous language, you people are condemning them again.
Ajanle Koko, for all practical purposes, they are not changing to their indigenous languages. They have tribes, like who knows, maybe hundreds of tribes. Not any one of them is even 50% of the country. So for all practical purposes, they're still going to be speaking French. Forget about all this. It's like someone is tickling you and you're giggling. That's what these military people are doing.
It's posturing, isn't it? It's just posturing.
So if they adopt the most simplest language among all the languages in their country, everybody come together and say, okay, this is our official language now. How does that? I mean, how is that a problem to you, Nigerians? This now.
It's not that easy
problem
now.
To you people.
Babajanle Koko.
Leave them alone with their own district. They said
Babajanle Koko. Even the Malian leader that said he's changing the language speaks French when addressing the press.
It told them in French that they are abandoning French. Imagine that. It told them in French that they are abandoning French.
It's so funny. Are they supposed to start speaking Fulfulde now, or they'll speak Dogon, or what other tribe?
But I don't get what you guys are saying, making French look like it's inevitable. The country, they have a general language. They speak almost Malians speak Hausa. And if they say they don't want to speak French,
they don't speak Hausa. There's no
hold on, please. Sorry. Hold on, sorry. It's like we taking Panadol for their own headache. If they say they don't want to speak French,
it's Bambara. Bambara is their major language.
Hold on. Okay, thank you. Bambara. If they say they want to speak Bambara, it's okay. Let them go by what Bambara, I know. Hold on.
One piece. Let me just enlighten so that you don't continue in that line. Bambara, about 30% or 30-something% of them speak Bambara. We have few Filanis who are not even up to 15%. In that same masses, you have some they call Malikes, the Turange, they have a lot of these things. Just like Nigeria, you want to adopt Yoruba or is it Hausa or Igbo you want to adopt as an official language.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. When they are teaching their medical students medicine in university, which language will they use to teach it?
You mean in Mali?
Whichever country is adopting this position.
No, if you say Mali is for now they're using French. But if they say they're going to stop it.
Yes, they're saying they're stopping French immediately.
What please? Let me ask one man a question. In Germany, what language do they use to teach them in medicine in Germany?
German, but then the medicine, their medical books is in German.
Oh, in German.
It's translated fully
hold
to
on
German.
now.
In fact, it's originally even written in German because they are a first world country. Yes.
Oh, okay.
We won't even compare Germany now.
In German.
Yes.
German. In German. So
yes,
if you want to write it their own in Hausa language.
It doesn't matter. Whichever language, yes. If they are going to be, yes, the same question to you. If they are teaching medicine in their medical school, which language would they use to teach it?
Their own language now.
Okay.
Are you going to help them write it in
Why is it not possible?
That's
why,
good.
If you can say, okay, if you can
I can translate any book
to
any language.
Hold on.
It can be translated
to
any language.
That German
so simplistic.
medicine in their medical school in German language. Why not possible for them to teach?
Yeah, but medicine, you are going on the assumption that the medical books in Germany were translated from English. They were originally written in German.
Well, that does not tell them, but already the teachers in medical school in Germany in German language. And so
yes, because
Russia,
that is the original text that the books were written in.
In Russia, in Russian language. In Japan languages. So are you telling me that those countries' languages are superior than African languages?
I don't
get this. I don't get what you guys are talking about.
So all the lecturers in the
and as a matter of fact, these have been granted. Hold on, let me land.
Let me follow up on it.
Hold on, this hold on, let me land. You will say, even this idea of teaching in our own language, indigenous language, has been practiced in Nigeria by Dr. Fafuwa in Ibadan. It constituted a school where they were teaching them in Yoruba in all the subjects, geography, biology, chemistry. They were teaching them in Yoruba. English was just one of the subjects. At the end,
the oldest medical books are from Egypt, right? Oldest, the very oldest, the Keyamo medical papyrus. There are mentioned 4. The Ebas medical papyrus and the Horst medical papyrus. These are Egyptian, but they're the oldest medical books.
Even in addition to that,
and what language did they speak in?
But you are making. Hold on, Ajane Koko. You are making the same German argument that Ajane Koko made. Those texts were originally written in that language.
Hold on, one man. Even this oldest university in is it on the Mali, Timbuktu, or something like that?
It's in Mali. Yeah, you're right.
Is it Mali?
Timbuktu. Yeah.
Do you know that they are the first to develop medical schools, medical colleges, and all these things?
I'm not sure about that. I thought medicine was. Well, no, because I'm aware that medicine was. No, my knowledge is that medicine was actually discovered in Egypt by actually a black man.
Wait, one man. What I'm telling you, in Timbuktu,
that's the point I was
that
making.
University, they developed medical school right before even European country even know anything about medicine.
The question you should ask one man. Sorry. The question you should ask one man, Kulata and Ogweni, in 2x2, what language you use to write the books in 2x2, and what language they use to teach people then before the French arrival? And now,
what's 2x2?
Sorry, 2x2. I don't call it 2x2. What do you call it?
2x2. It was Arabic. It was Arabic.
2x2. Like 2x2. I don't call it. But what language are they using there, Kulata?
It was Arabic.
Okay, why are you not making?
Okay, so Angelico's point.
Sorry,
1 second.
Sorry, why you not making it so difficult now? Like if they remove French from their
What's the difference between French and Arabic? Is it the
no? Hold on now. You hold on, please. Look, this is my question. If these people decide not to speak French again, what is the big deal about it? They can adopt any language.
Okay, let me interject.
Okay. Let's do this experiment. Let's adopt Yoruba language for Nigeria.
It was done before. Why you guys? Okay, it was not done before. It was done before.
Let me land my point on what I was saying.
As the national language of Nigeria,
before you land, let me interject 1 second, please. Let me interject before you land. So, to your point, what you're saying, Angelico, is definitely doable, right? But just like the African languages, or Yoruba specifically, is not that robust to capture all the things.
What kind of mentality are you?
Hold on, let me land.
Not robust in my language.
Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. It's not. Let's keep it. Hold on.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Angelico, my point here is that
Angelico, let him land the point so you know fully what you're disagreeing, or you may even agree when he lands it. But yeah, Prince.
Yeah, I believe we can interpret the medical books into African languages, but of course it's not that robust. However, just like the Japanese and all the cultures, including the English and the French, they all adopt different words from other languages. So I can guarantee if we did ours, most of the medical terminologies would be in whatever language, be it English or French. So it can be done, but let's not pretend that we have all the words in English to translate in Yoruba or any other African language. We do not have it, but it's doable. We can do it. In Japan, they don't really have a word for computer, but when they adopted the word computer, it's like transliteration pretty much. They call it computer. So we can do it.
No, not computer. It's not computer. It's called Pasoko. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I know what I'm talking about. Okay.
No, I'm telling you, it's called Pasoko. Papa Pasoko Kite. I just spoke now. I'm telling my daughter to bring my computer. Papa Pasoko Kite. Hi. It's not computer. Those things you don't know, my brother.
You make it sound like there's only one word.
Let me put my camera on. I'm telling my daughter to bring my computer so you can see look on the computer. It's called Pasoko here in Japan. It's not computer, you say.
I know, but I think it's making a wider point. So to your wider point,
yeah, to the wider point, yeah, there's more than one word for one thing. Initially, just like the most of, if you look at the Chinese too, right? They literally translated most of the English words they just made up things. They made it up pretty much. Initially, the Japanese also it's like you can say maybe like a broken English. They call it computer. In using their own Japanese accent or translation, but of course they're okay to have their own, make it up in their own language. So, but I don't know why anyone would disagree that if somebody like today, what do we have? The internet. What language is the internet? what language? What language is the internet? How do you pronounce internet in Japan? Is that word piece?
We have word for
Brother, you
internet.
are going too far. You're going too far. Let's go to the back.
We have the word for internet in Yoruba.
Do we have one in Yoruba?
We have the word for it.
Can we have one voice here?
What is internet in Yoruba?
Internet.
There you go.
A lot of you don't even know anything because you don't want to care to know. You've been brainwashed by this colonial.
Actually, let me wrap it up real quickly. It's not about being brainwashed. The fact of the matter is that the one that creates something has the right to name it, or they name it, so everybody else have to adopt the name and change it to whatever name they want to change it to. But that's how people build that lexicon, that they build that language and make it more robust. So it's that simple. It's not that complicated if you want to do it.
My brother, real quick, please.
Hold on. Let's hear from Fatai, who's just joining us. Good to see you, Fatai.
Fatai, what's going on?
Mo ti mute yín gan.
Ládẹ wojú là ń wò ta là ń wojú window máa wò ta Fatai ìdá kí ló dé àárí ẹ.
Bàbá mi mo ti mí bàbá mi mo
káàbọ̀.
Bàbá mi Ọlọ́run ní pọgbọ́n lára yín bàbá mi common sense ti pọ̀ jù.
Àmín àṣẹ.
Fatai ìdíjàmá Yorùbá mà.
Pàdí mi ọ̀gbẹ́ni kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀?
Ìdíjàmá mà àdé.
Anyway, there is no language no language is more robust than another language. You know, that's scientifically proven. Nobody talks about that any longer. That's a old century idea, understanding of language. Every language have deficiency, and every language have that's the generative grammar that Noam Chomsky brought to new frontier of linguistics. They call it the third wave of linguistics. But anyway, for instance, there is no what is Jedi in English. I was actually the transatlantic. Yeah, that's pine is this ball thing. That's not Jedi. The Jedi go gone. You don't get pine now, but if you get Jedi now. So the transatlantic pipeline, there is no Morocco involved in the transatlantic pipeline. So that's another pipeline. Nigeria.
No, it's Trans-Sahara, not transatlantic.
Trans-Sahara pipeline. There is no Morocco involvement there. So there's a different route that involves Morocco. That's separate. That's some people even argue that is even better than the Trans-Sahara pipeline. But whatever it is, they will describe that. Then the second point to world peace question. I think that's a very important question. The Trans-Sahara pipeline is not passing to Europe. It's not going to Europe. It's stopping. The bus stop, the last bus stop is Algeria. Or Middle East, they already have a network of pipelines already. So it's just going to link up to that pipeline. I think the one is going to link up to, I think they call it Maghreb Cordoba. So there's already pipeline from Algeria to Spain and have their network, whatever. So it's just going to link up to that. So it passes through Niger and goes to link up to that, and that's it. I lost many things I wanted to say. But I don't know. They said history will repeat itself if somebody doesn't learn from history, right? So, Tinubu sorrow, to the pipeline. Nobody starts a war over Syria. The pipeline, the war that was started over pipeline that will pass through Syria. How is the pipeline doing today? Syria is destroyed and there is no pipeline yet. So
Thank you, Fatai. That was the point I was trying to make. Go of pipeline for the Caribbean Sea. They destroyed Syria. And today nothing to write home about.
They say if you say everyone follow each other. You say you never get chance. If it starts serious, the opposition to Russia, and they can't find another way around it other than bombing Niger. So Russia will come up with another mutiny, right? So only way they say toba kọwájú sí ẹ kóta tó bá kẹ̀yìn sí ẹ kóta tó bá kó wọ nìkan tó all those psycho fancy around Tinubu, you know. But anyway, na elderly man, he go know how he go. But I don't know. Generally, I don't like jelly me. And I don't know how, I just don't understand how you will bomb a country over pipeline. I don't know. But if there is another reason, right? If somebody does not attack you, if Niger does not attack Nigeria, there's no need to declare war on Niger. So if Nigeria attacks Nigeria,
we don't want military administrations in Africa anymore. Tinubu said that when he took over as the president of the...
Yeah, Tinubu said that, but every country is every country.
But Fatai, in addition, this is not a war over pipeline or whatever. You know, I think you are, so that you just get the point straight. It's not a war over pipeline.
No, we are just saying our own. No. Yeah, we are just saying our own. No.
But you know, you are speaking to a larger audience, so they will understand. No, we are not misrepresenting the facts. And then number two.
No, I think the discussion seems to be that the gain will be pipeline. Right.
No,
that's that. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. I believe that if a country
it's a different conversation entirely. I don't know how pipeline came.
If a country does not attack you, it's very difficult why you want to go to war with them. Right? They don't go to war with you. Why do you want to go to war with them? Right? Because you can cut everything with them. That's what they did to Nigeria, right? When we had Abacha, you know, very soon, before 1 year, they will realize what they are getting into, right? You cut everything. You already cut electricity. You already closed border. You cut trade. You block the air traffic. You block everything. I don't know. That's why somebody is president, because only him can make the decision. Only him have access to the intelligence. Only him know what is. Only him can make the decision.
You know, it's really a narrative of dominance, isn't it? Really, if we want to really get down to the brass tacks of it, I think the narrative, the way I see it, is that Nigeria is trying to assert its dominance over that. That's just how I see it.
My own is to kọwájú sí ẹ̀kọ́tà tó bá kẹ̀yìn sí ẹ̀kọ́tà tó bá kú wọn nìkan tó rà rẹ̀ pa. That is my own. Yeah. If I bá lé owó tí mo lè yá Tinubu kò jù yẹn náà lọ, tó bá kú wọn nìkan kó tó rà rẹ̀ pa. Now you know everything will surround them.
But Fatai, Tinubu is not going to war. That is what people are not getting.
I don't say it's going to war. I'm just saying my own. No, I don't.
No. What Enigmatic is saying to you is that it is an ECOWAS initiative, not a Tinubu project. Yeah.
No, I think Enigmatic is saying Tinubu is posturing. Is that what you're saying, Enigmatic?
Okay, what I'm trying to tell Fatai and a couple of people who will probably be having a misconception about the idea is, number one, you spoke about cutting energy. I mean, that's power, and then some other things. Look, it is part of the strategy. It's a negotiating tool that they will have to bring them to the table. First of all, a situation is already on ground in Niger Republic, right? And on democratically elected goons, they've taken over power that is against and ultravirus the provisions of their constitution that is absolutely alien to the rule of law in that country. So the part of the role of ECOWAS is ensuring stability of democracy in that country as enshrined in their constitution as part of the regulation, as part of the regulatory and compliance requirement and roles of ECOWAS. They are trying as much as possible not to shed a blood, right? But Doing that, you are dealing with military folks trained to kill. So in a part of the negotiating tool that you bring out from that your toolbox is all these things where you have dominance, like you supply power to them. When you call the power and some other surrounding countries from ECOWAS that is sharing border with them, right? Stifle them with their supplies, then they will have no reason. The citizens and the population of that country now, they will turn on these folks at a point when the hunger bites harder than that, considering the fact that they are baiting them to come to the table, not going to war, because it is not about war. And people say Tinubu. If Ghana's president had been the ECOWAS president, are we going to be having the conversation or envisaging that, or probably saying that Ghana is going to war with Niger Republic? No, the conversation will be different. But we are saying this because, unfortunately, for people who want anarchy and chaos in Nigeria, and for people who can reason clearly, they understand Tinubu is just the head of ECOWAS. It's a body that is negotiating with renegades. And having renegades on the board is having part of the military strategy that you have to do a lot of negotiation and conflict resolution before you resort. War is the last resort, and I don't see that happening. So you could see the tacit movement now that they did today, having to send seeking approval from the parliament, 24 hours to 24 or 48 hours to the expiration of the time. Why not on Monday? You made the pronunciation on Sunday. Initially, what you should have done if you were actually ready for war, as people were actually contemplating, was on Monday. The first thing you send an approval to the parliament. They will brood over it for the 4 days or 5 days of the week. Then they will come up with a resolution. Within 2 hours that he sent it, they bounce it back. That is part of the gimmick. It's part of the conversation, and to tell them that these people may be serious. And you see all the countries cutting corners. Today, France has been quiet, but French president, he made a pronouncement today that the official body that can actually give orders or authorization for anything that has to do with France would have to come from the government that is recognized by the constitution. So if you have the knowledge of war, and then you probably have how military works, you understand that before they put their first boot on the ground, then they would have exploited and exhausted every possible means of negotiation that has failed.
One man, please, can I say something?
Nobody say war is not the last resort, right? If the war of course always is the last resort, right? But if you think those military guys, they are going to leave power because you give them biscuits or you give them chocolates, it's like the people, Ogbeni Padimi, you suppose happy self for Niger. They don't get benevolent dictator now. You know, it's like people calling for benevolent dictator. Who takes power and wants to leave it? Nobody is going to leave. Those guys are not going. You know, it's reality that will dawn on them. Anybody that takes power,
Fatah is right. Fatah is right on that.
Can I say something, please?
Let me just
so my own I just land make and they go my own. No, tó bá kọ wájú sí ẹ kó dá kó pa, tó bá kẹ̀yìn sí ẹ tó bá kó wọn nìkan tó rò àrẹ pa. Na Tinubu na him go make the decision. We don't na him be Oba. Brother Pansah, you are a very sensible man, but leave this Obi matter. That one is gone. You make good point.
Yeah,
if you minus that, you make good points.
I recognize you as one of my fans lately, and that is because you listen to me.
One of your fans? What are you? What are you, Michael Jackson? when did you? What's the meaning? Are you Michael Jackson? What?
No, on a serious note, let me say this. I know somebody was trying to interject a minute ago. Just give me like 30 seconds to a minute. Let me say that what we're talking about here, you hear, I try to listen to really see if we're having a serious discussion here or not, right? Well, I'll be serious. There are regional issues involved here, regional in the sense of in West Africa, for example, ECOWAS. And then you also have Nigeria, tribal issues involved here. History can tell you there has never been a successful Yoruba leader that emerged at the top that doesn't go there and do something foolish, and then these Northerners will whack him, right? If you just look at all of them. So Tinubu is coming here. If he goes and does what he's trying to do here, I could tell you, first of all, he has no standing without these people. Buhari, the military, they're using him as a puppet. But if he goes and tries to do his own thing by having interest with the French and go to war with our neighbors who are not, they're not Democrats. It's not a democratic society, right? And it looks like this junta, they're trying to use nationalistic fervor to take back their country from France, being aided by Russia. And there's a lot of things playing out here. So if Tinubu goes to war with these people and start killing, you have body bags of Hausas and all kinds of people, he's not going to last there for more than a week when this thing starts, because he has no footing. He doesn't have, in the military, anybody else who's going to talk here should first tell us, how is the Nigerian military divided as far as the Igbos, Hausas, and the Yorubas? How many Yorubas do you have in the Nigerian military?
We don't want to audit that.
You gotta deal with reality. This is reality right now. I've talked
that's your reality.
Let me land, please. Let me land, because you may not want to hear it when we talk during the.
It's not relevant to the conversation.
It's the whole thing. Yeah. It is the whole thing.
From your prison,
poke holes in what I said when I land.
I'm not. I just want to move on from the topic.
I really want to. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong. I'm trying to tell you that once he goes into this, because when we're saying this during the campaign that Tinubu is a disaster, you don't want to listen. But here is the aftermath. And I asked a journalist, can I get
Pastor, let this election matter rest, I beg.
No. It's not over. Listen to me. You have consequences. We're talking about consequences of the election, right? So you can't come here. I listened to you for almost half an hour talking nonsense. You don't want to talk about the real issue. If this man goes to war, which is beyond his control, it depends on what France wants done. That's what he's going to do.
You know what, Pansat? Enigmatic is about to take his leave, and you know he's very strong on all those ministerial stuff. So I wanted to hear his thoughts on the emergency changes and the additional ones. Okay. So let's hear from let Jide have that thing. And then I want to tell you this clip.
Don't forget now.
Good night, one man.
I will listen to you. Make your job easier, but reward me at the end of whatever he's going to talk. He's not going to say anything important. He's just going to talk nonsense, right? But don't come back to me so I could make the point I'm trying to make. It's very important.
Can I say what I want to say now, please, Pastor?
All right, did they carry on?
Please. I don't like the narrative of Tinubu in this whole issue. Now, Tinubu has just written to the House of Assembly seeking for permission to go to war, to get the soldiers mobilized. Why Tinubu is doing that? A day ago, yesterday, Senegal came out to say they are already ready, that their troops are ready. Well, what are we saying? And you're putting everything, you're putting it on. Even the Tinubu that is the chairperson has not even mobilized yet. Meanwhile, Senegal has said their own troops are ready. If ECOWAS want to intervene, they are ready to go in right away. So you keep
cut off their power. He cut off their power. That's an act of war. He cut off their power right now.
Please, Pastor, please. It is not Tinubu, it is ECOWAS. And it is ECOWAS that is intervening. That you don't like Tinubu or you don't like his candidature or whatever as the president of Nigeria does not mean that everything that happens in ECOWAS now is Tinubu's fault. If Tinubu had been a floor member in ECOWAS, just an ordinary member, I know you won't call his name, but just because he's fortunate to be the president of ECOWAS now, everything that happens in ECOWAS now is Tinubu's doing. Please, let's go away from this narrative, please. And you said something the other time that when they go to war.
Sorry, leave the other time. I'm just going to move away now from that space. Apologies, but sorry, Jide, I'm not cutting you off, but I have to call time. No. I have to call time at some point, so I'll call time now. Let me play this clip that one of the subscribers sent in. This is the preparedness of the Malian, Guinean, etc., etc. So this is just a moment of levity somewhat. I found it somewhat comical.
Operator, wake up.
One man, this is Senegalese soldiers. These are Senegalese soldiers. I've seen this video before. They are Senegalese soldiers.
All right. So Ekene, let's hear from you. So let's hear from Ekene briefly, and then we move the topic very swiftly onto the changes in the ministerial list. So apologies for keeping you waiting, Ekene. Let's hear from you.
Okay, one man, thank you.
Salam alaikum.
I've been listening to You see, my issue is I don't know what Nigeria will gain with having issue with this Niger Republic and this coup. I don't know what will Nigerian government gain. What is our interest? One man, I want you to tell me before I move on to say what is interest. What will be Nigerian? What is Nigerian interest in that?
National security. National security.
How does it affect us? It's not Niger Republic. Is it not their own problem? You see, and another thing is this. You know, Tinubu, our government, we're talking about, we have a lot of issue in this country now. And even Tinubu taking that position of being the ECOWAS chairman, I didn't like it at all. Because now it's all about Niger Republic is having issue, Niger protesting against him and all that. And we are leaving our problem behind. They will do this thing, then before you know it, 4 years will come to pass, and this administration will miss a lot of things to give to Nigerians. And we keep on talking about the Niger Republic coup and all that. When I don't see any interest or what we as Nigerians are going to benefit from it. So what is all that? Why would he even go to take that position? We are still saying that.
So sorry, Ken, when you say you object to him taking that position, is it because you think that they're going to make us? They're going to use it to squeeze up money out of us?
That is it, and not only that. You know, Tinubu. We know the issue we have about his health and all that. So it will be better that he concentrate on governing Nigeria than dividing his attention now. The issue of, I feel that his attention is divided. He's listening to Niger Republic issue. He's also listening to Nigerian issue. How is he going to solve all of these things? So that position he has taken, I don't see the reason why he should take it. And today now, everything is just happening in Nigeria today. We are talking about Niger Republic and all that, forgetting the sorrows that Nigeria are passing through every day. Dollar is almost 902 naira today. Everything is skyrocketing in Nigeria. We are talking about Niger Republic. So I would what should be our concern? Let him put his cabinet together and begin to fight this inflation that is happening in Nigeria today. If he doesn't have any interest in that, I don't see any interest there. Security what? Allow the people of Africa, other African countries to do what they want to move their nation forward. After all, those citizens of those countries, they are happy with what is happening with their government today. So why are we intervening? Why? Why are we intervening in their affairs? Those guys are happy with what is happening in their space. I have already said it. It has come to time that Africa should arise and fight for their rights. Whatever they feel that is good for their country, let them do it. It's their space. We can't continue to dwell in this France, America to be giving us aid every time we are talking. Yeah.
Can I play devil's advocate just for 5 seconds? If Tinubu starts something with Niger, is playing his ECOWAS role, do you think by any stretch the tribunal will have any guts to say they want to remove him?
You know, I thought about that too. Carry on.
Yes, sir.
I finished. I don't finish.
Colata, I want to, please, can I come in?
No, sorry. Let Ekene go to that first. The question was to him. Okay. Yeah.
Why would the tribunal remove him? If we say that the election is clean and pure, why would they remove him? Because I read many articles concerning this. I read the article of George Ware when he said that the reason why we have continued to have coup in Nigeria is because of the ECOWAS have not come up to come against the illegalities that are in the election in Africans. And that is why you see many of these militaries have the mind to come up to take government away from those elected presidents. And that is pure. Anybody can come here and they say, speak English about it. You cannot be more intelligent than George Ware, who made that statement. You cannot.
George Ware, the footballer.
Yeah.
Why do you say we can't be?
He's the president now. He's the president of
that country.
For the fact that George Ware is a president,
so what's his level of education?
Well, he knows what is happening. He knows what is happening in ECOWAS more than us here. You cannot tell me that.
Why not? If you read, you go to school, and it's part of your, it's part of what you do in government.
You don't attend the ECOWAS meeting more than him.
He has
already put ECOWAS in a very bad look.
8/4/2023, right? And then as what I know is when you open your mind, okay, and when you are not ambivalent to information, you understand things without being told. That's why they have this approach of being resorting to echo chambers, to the point that they just give them lies and upon lies almost every time, and they can't even get out of it. It's information out there.
Yeah, but for me, I believe in more
international relations that is so common to everybody who wants.
I believe and the enigmatic who cannot tell me that what he said he lied.
You are
what this coup we are seeing.
You said I was just responding to what you said for the fact that George Ware is a president, right? Doesn't mean, we have governors in Nigeria. For the fact that they are governor doesn't mean they are smart. It doesn't mean they know what they are doing. There are so many shambolic people in leadership positions that they can't even.
Yeah, but even at that, I said he's more. He have more relationship with ECOWAS than we here.
You said intelligence.
You say intelligence, bro.
Yes, George Ware is privy to information that you and I are not privy to.
Yeah, that is what I'm telling you.
Okay,
does that make him more intelligent?
George Ware
yes, of course. Information is
of course.
Use your language.
Listen to yourself now. George Ware is private to information that we are not aware of. Class is classified, right? But every other thing that is Tinubu being a president, is it not private to classified information? Are other ECOWAS leaders, are they not private to the same classified information? And when they are taking certain steps about ECOWAS negotiation and everything, but just like Ogbeni says, because of the fact that there's somebody who is ECOWAS head today, right, who has an unfortunate name to be Tinubu, and because of that name, anything that happens in ECOWAS now has become Tinubu's problem.
For me, enigmatic. This didn't happen. This didn't happen. Started with Tinubu. For me, what I see that statements that George Weah made means that ECOWAS themselves have been allowing illegalities in African selection for a very long period of time.
That's a natural.
So that is why he come up to make that statement. So when you continue to allow those. When you continue to allow those illegalities, you expect this kind of queue to start to happen in many Africans. So just look at the almost African countries today are being taken over by military.
To support what?
Yeah. So what are we?
Illegality.
Illegality.
Yes. Hold on, to support it. You see the Mali. You know what happened in Mali that resulted to this coup? Because the president finished his term, he was trying to use the National Assembly again to prolong his terms of office.
Yeah, like Obasanjo.
And they struck and removed him. That look, we are not in a country that we turn to your own personal business. You can't turn this country to banana business. You already completed your terms of office, your 2 terms, and he was trying to manipulate. Just as we have in Nigeria, we have this rubber stamp assembly. He turned that assembly to rubber stamp assembly.
What country is that, Baba?
They were trying to prolong Mali. They were trying to prolong change the constitution so that to perpetuate his term of office, prolong his term of office again forever.
The same thing. I think the same thing happened recently in is it Cote d'Ivoire or any of which? But
look, do you know that which African country hold last election? What is it? Is it Lebanese or what is their name?
I think it's. I don't even. But I know it happened recently.
Sierra Leone.
Yeah, do you know that? Do you know that the same thing would have happened this week? It's just they arrested some few soldiers.
No, that's Liberian. They've not
But
that's Sierra Leone. That's Sierra Leone.
This is the
point.
Liberian also busted attempted coup also in their state.
But I don't know. Anybody excuse me, I want to ask a question. Is Cameroon part of ECOWAS? Cameroon?
I don't think so.
Good question.
No.
A good question.
If Cameroon is part of Africa,
I think it is. I think it is.
Then why can't ECOWAS mobilize soldiers and go there and get that dude out of power? Somebody that has stayed 40 years in power. 40
and
years.
they still have war. They have war right now. They have war Anglophone. Wait, they have war Anglophone and Francophone.
So ECOWAS is being hypocritical. You know,
Cameroon
they
is
don't
not part of ECOWAS.
Okay, Cameroon is not part of it. Sorry, I was wrong.
Cameroon is not part of it.
It's not part of ECOWAS.
Africa.
Cameroon is not West Africa.
Look, this is the point. This is the point now.
How long was Iyadema of Togo in power for?
You brought the angle of ECOWAS. Is ECOWAS infallible as an organization? Of course, yes. Does it happen in almost every organization in the world? Absolutely, yes. But look, that's a different ball game. That's a different conversation entirely. What is on ground now is that they are trying to deal with a situation in a country that the president has been taking note of, right? What are they doing within the purviews of international relations, and then within the purviews of law, and then ensuring that stability and democracy returns to that country? So what has happened in Mali or some other countries you are saying, or probably the nature or approach of ECOWAS, that becomes absolutely irrelevant now as we are speaking. People are clinging to. They are clutching to whataboutism now because Tinubu is trying to plunge Nigeria into war. Why is Tinubu involved? Why is Tinubu going to Mali? I mean, going to Niger? Why is this? Why is that? Let me ask you a question directly, Ekene, now. And whoever is here, I want to put this directly, it's hypothetical to the two other political groups. You are an obedient, you are a Peter Obi fan. Whoever is an article person here who is a PDP, if Atiku had been in this situation, or Peter Obi, what would have been this? What would have, and then Obi and two of they've been selected or elected, right, as ECOWAS president. What do you think Obi would have done differently? What do you think Atiku would have done differently? Anybody can answer that question.
But let me say something. Let me say something here, please.
Let me take on that.
Please.
No. Let Joe come in. Joe, come in. Yeah.
You see, the bigger picture we are not seeing here is that France is controlling ECOWAS. France is controlling ECOWAS. All these things they are doing, they are not doing it.
Hold on. Answer that question. That what you are saying now. Look. I want to focus on the law and international relations now. Forget all those.
Yeah, let me answer one of the questions.
All those echo chamber conversation now. Obi is a president. He's been elected.
Peter Obi as the president. We'll call it. Hold on a second.
You have to be obedient.
Everybody hold. You've asked the question. Let Prince Daddy have a go at it, and then everybody includes you, Pansat. Let Prince Daddy answer that question.
The question that wants it to be an obedient.
All right, hold on.
I don't want Pansat to answer my question.
Before Pansat,
I don't want Pansat to answer my question.
Can everybody hold? Let Prince Daddy answer that question, and then after Prince Daddy, let Ekene answer it as well, and then we move on. Yeah, Prince Daddy.
Yeah. Thanks, Mohammed. There's this false narrative because I'm not obedient, because I'm not from Anambra. I can't talk about Peter Obi. I can't talk. You guys are funny. Listen, I was just trying to be light about the answer. Look, Peter Obi will call it rascality, and he's not going to do anything. As for Atiku, he's going to be passive about it. They will try to negotiate being from the north and closer to those people, but in terms of having like real strategy to go about resolving the issue, I don't think either one of them have that capacity to do so.
Okay, for me, first thing I will say is this. Number one, Obi will not take that position of being ECOWAS or trying to jump into ECOWAS. He will be looking at them or taking information from what they are doing. And even if it happens, then another thing he will do, I know he will secure all the borders. Instead of training armies to take them inside the Niger, he will train them to use them to protect our borders, making sure that nothing comes in Nigeria. At least he will deploy a lot of security men in our borders. See, all this, my annoyance is even that position that Tinubu is holding. We have a lot of problem in Nigeria. That is my that's my answer.
I disagree with you. The position Tinubu is holding doesn't matter anything. We're not talking about Tinubu being the.
No, for me personally, it might not be an issue to anybody, but for me personally, it's an issue to me. That's
to you, but to me, it's nothing. The thing is that the external forces are using ECOWAS to fight their brother, and it's for their own interest, not for Nigerian interest. Nigeria is not going to go digging uranium. Nigeria is not going to go there digging gold. It is for the interest of the outsiders. So we can't be fighting ourselves because of the interest of France.
Joe, I've heard that argument so many times on so many platforms.
Very lazy.
It's very lazy. You just heard in the course of these conversations there were coup attempts in Sierra Leone, there were coup attempts in Liberia, successful coup attempts in Guinea, Mali, etc. So it gets to a point where the democratic spaces in that sub-region, they have to take a stance. I was actually reading. Hold on. Actually, let me.
One man. Have you asked yourself what's the problem? Why are we having military interventions in West Africa? Why? Because of bad civilian leadership. They've shown they are not capable of doing anything.
I don't agree with you.
That's not the
In
reason.
the 60s, that was the same
It's a power
petty
grab.
nonsense.
Yeah.
That was in the 60s. That was the same petty nonsense reason the military junta
Okay,
guys
my
came
brother,
up.
let me ask you.
What
Let
did
me
they
ask you a
achieve
question.
with all those
Let me
nonsense?
ask you a question. In the past 24 years, we've been in democracy. I'm not saying
Yes.
region is good. In the past 24 years, we've been in a stable democracy now. Tell me what these people have done to change Nigerian narrative.
Who do you mean by these people?
Our leaders, from Obasanjo to Buhari, what have they done?
Let me tell you.
Hold on, Ogbeni and Joe. Let me quickly bring you this, because some of the answers to that question is here. So this is the Senegalese volunteering themselves. It says, let me see. It says, Senegal said Thursday that it will participate in the ECOWAS. Senegal said on Thursday that it will participate if sorry, who's that? So can you mute yourself for a moment, whoever that is? Senegal said on Thursday that it will participate if ECOWAS decides to intervene militarily in Niger following last week's coup. Our foreign minister, Tal Sol, told reporters during a government press briefing in the capital, Dakar, that there had been one coup too many in the region and cited Senegal's international commitment. Senegalese soldiers, for all these reasons, will go there, she said. Regional bloc ECOWAS have threatened potential use of force if the junta does not restore ousted President Bazoum by Sunday. Nigeria is the fourth member of the bloc to Niger rather is the fourth member of the bloc to undergo a coup since 2020. So that's fourth member since 2020. The military chiefs of ECOWAS member countries met in Nigeria on Wednesday for 3 days of consultation. Tal Sol said Senegal was obliged to go along with ECOWAS's decision, but she added, Senegal's conviction is that these coups must stop. That is why we are going there. She also raised the question of why ECOWAS would send troops to Niger when it had not done so in Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso following coups in that country. To give a simple answer, because it is one coup too many. So that is where they are. It's just, the culture is now pervading and it needed to be nipped in the bud. That's really where they are.
Man, Senegal is the appropriate country to respond to this issue, right? Number one, they're about 97% Muslims, right? They speak French. They're about 16 million in population. If they want to go in, let them go in. They're going to be viewed totally different from a Yoruba guy called Tinubu going in there killing Hausas.
You have to get past Yoruba people will always exist. So, so you have to. This is your thing with Yoruba people. You have to get past it.
You have to break it down. Nigeria, Africans, that's the way we roll. During the campaign, you wouldn't say anything here without tribe, right? Tribe is the whole deal. If Senegal goes in there, they're about the same size with these people. They have the same religion. Yeah, Nigeria could support if you have something to add. Now, you say Francophonic, they speak French over there. Is France propping all these people doing all these things?
Well, woman, can I interject?
Can I land? I've heard you talk here, and not that I disagree with you, but you're really not saying anything more important than what I'm saying. I'm saying to you that when one man goes and digs up these articles, right? And I hope you do move on to this ministerial stuff so I could get the hell out of here. I want to be able to add to that. All right. So when I say tribe, you start shaking in your boots. You say, "Oh, Yoruba is not exist." But the point is, you cannot have a Yoruba guy who got into office by dubious means go in there and start bringing back body bags of Hausas. It's not going to happen. It's not going to last a week. These people are not playing. They're not like the Igbos. They're going to deal with him right away because he has no standing. He has no mandate. So if he's caught between a rock and a hard place. A war is not a joke, especially dealing with the kind of characters you have: Russians and the Wagner Group and France, the United States, right? So when we're talking about these things, I'm warning you now: don't go propping him up because he has no basis, has no standing. If you go there, you have scores of body bags coming in, and these are houses over there. It's going to be a problem. Now, Senegal, I will support for Nigeria to aid them to go in there. They should be the troops on the ground. They speak the same religion. They're all the same there, being used by these Europeans to retard our growth. Now, personally, I will prefer that Tinubu goes in there and drain the swamp for us, because these countries that surround us is our problem. That's who come in to vote in our elections and pick useless leaders for us. Drain the swamp. It needs to be drained. So that's why I say again, I'll conclude here and leave it here. But please, you said you stopped me so you could move to the ministerial stuff. Let's go there so I could.
Yeah, but you guys are holding the conversation hostage to that space. I'm happy to move on.
It's enigmatic that's doing that. I'm ready to go over there.
Before you move on, I want to say something.
Hold on. I always want to stay with where the conversation seems to be the strongest, and you guys seem not to have satiated yourself on that space yet. But say whatever it is you want to say, Joe, but condense it, and then we will move on after that.
Yeah, what I want to say here is that I commend the courage of Tinubu anyway, but the thing is this: he shouldn't play into the hands of those that has held Africa captive for a very long time. And if there is a law, ECOWAS should come up with a law that any civilian president within the ECOWAS bloc that, like, after your tenure, you want to extend the tenure, should be pushed out. ECOWAS should go. What ECOWAS are doing to the juntas now, they should do it to the civilians too. Because you can't tell me that the civilian will stay there for 8 years or 10 years and he changes the law. It's just a coup d'etat. He changes the law and extend his distance. I know everybody, the ECOWAS, they kept quiet. But when a junta does it, his head should be cut off. So they should make a law that if you extend, so that democracy will strive in West Africa, then if you're not doing that and you want to push out the juntas who felt these civilians are so corrupt that want to push them out, you don't have any credibility to do that. So that is why I'm saying Tinubu should stay off this stuff and negotiate with the junta and tell them, when are you leaving? If they can say specifically, okay, we are going to stay for 3 years and we'll conduct another election, and a new civilian president will come in or government will come in, fine. But you going into there, because when they start this process of going into, they are not in civil war anyway. It's not like Liberia, Sierra Leone, when they were in civil war. This is just a military thing. They shouldn't go there as if they are going into war. And when they go into there, if I'm this Niger man, I will mobilize the people, the civilians against any foreign force that comes into the country, because they are trying to please the.
You are going on the assumption that the coup plotter is popular amongst the people.
No,
but he is. Yeah, he's popular now.
Can you hold on?
Propaganda. You watch too much Al Jazeera and all this thing. The propaganda. you see, when you watch too much all this kind of
Benny, can I ask you a quick question? Sorry, please.
No, don't ask the question. Let Joe land and then we move on. Yeah.
Yeah, so the thing that's the thing. Which I understand why Tinubu is doing this. Tinubu wants to show the big brother thing. And Nigeria, yes, Nigeria should always do it all the time. You understand? But the thing is this: we should also understand what is happening in Africa. I wish these people are Pan-Africanists. You know, they should understand what is playing out there. These people are trying to. These people are after our resources. So they don't care what happens. Imagine Niger. I thought Niger was really a rich country per se. Till I saw the pictures of their capital. You see, it's even as just like my village. So you understand, these people have been impoverished by the colonialists.
Joe, you see that statement, age. We are waiting for age from US. That's the.
All right. Sorry, Kenneth, but I did say. I want to move on to this topic because I've held Enigmatic back only so that he can speak to this space. So Enigmatic, you come in and then we move it around. Tinubu dumps ministerial nominee Mariam Shetty. So now, I think the highest complement of ministers that Buhari had was 42. Tinubu came up with a list of 47, added an appendage of additional 2, which is now 49. So he has abandoned the Orosoye report that's telling us that the governance is over-bloated. So that's one. But now, this woman now that would have been going to church to do Thanksgivings or whatever it is, with her name Mariam, I suspect she might be Christian. So can you just imagine it? But now she has been shuffled apart. At least she would have provided eye candy in the cabinet to be replaced by some rather gruff-looking Aboki from. So this is imagine this is who they replaced the woman with. Can you imagine that? That alone.
No, one man, they replaced him with another woman, not this guy.
No, is this not the because I searched for the name? Is this not the Megari? This is
it's a woman. It's a woman.
Yeah, they replaced with a woman.
Dr. Megari.
One Odeku woman.
This is Megari Mahmood now.
No, they replaced that with the commissioner of finance or the commissioner of education or something under Ganduje, a woman.
Yeah, from Kano. That's right.
All right, I'll dig out in a moment then.
Don't bother because unless you can contrast both of them side by side.
It's not what the effort is. What but really though, what are you making of that? Is there an element of indecisiveness? Because you were eulogizing about this woman not quite that a couple of days ago when we were going about the ministerial list. So what's in play there? Take us through it, Enigmatic.
Okay. Before I proceed, Roman, if I may crave your indulgence, maybe a second to ask a very germane question. I wanted to ask Joe, but I don't want to interrupt. Is it possible before I proceed? So I will just know.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Okay, Joe, are you listening to me? Joe, is it Joe, the guy that spoke last?
Yeah, Joe. Let's see. Yeah, no, it's there. Yeah, Joe. I think he's still here. He can hear you.
Okay, Joe, you can hear me, right? Joe. Okay. The question, if you are hearing me, if you are hearing me, Joe, right? You've been because sometimes in Nigeria we like to more or less like talk, complain, and everything. But I posed an hypothetical question earlier. I'm going to pose the same question to you. Now, Tinubu is not the president. Atiku Abubakar is the president. He's been elected ECOWAS head or president, whichever way. And there's a situation now in Niger as it is. What do you think Atiku would have done differently? And then same as Obi too. If Obi were to be the president now, he's been elected ECOWAS president. What do you think Obi would have done differently? Forget about those echo chamber conversations. We are talking real international politics, international relations, and the rule of law. Can you say what they could have done differently? If you are listening to me.
I could take on that question. I volunteered earlier to take on.
I don't think it's at his computer. It's on the screen, but maybe it's going to do whatever.
Let me handle.
So I've thrown the question to Joe. Whenever maybe tomorrow, anytime you can come back and answer that question, because you can really be funny in Nigeria. Everything is politics. So by the way,
take us to Tinubu's indecisiveness on the ministerial list.
Yeah, going to what just first of all, it's quite an unfortunate situation. I feel very bad for this lady. And I could just imagine a psychological, well-being of probably what she's probably thinking now. But from, I think 2 days ago when the supplementary list came out, when her name was on the list. If you play back my conversation, there was no really much that I said, maybe substantially about her than the age. I said categorically she's the youngest in the will be the youngest in the cabinet, younger than Betta Edu from Cross River State, and I said more or less like a blanket statement for all the ladies that they've been I'm not impressed by them, and it's just more or less like a cashy and flamboyant maybe resumes that they have, but they don't really have the gravitas and the capacity, to seem to like to defend what they have. But the good point of it and the optics is, at least for the first time in a long time, if not the first time ever, that we've had the gender affirmative or whatever it is that is probably being practiced as it's been preached all this while. So they've had 25%.
It didn't hit the 35% I promised.
Yeah, but at least in the first list, it hit 25%. Then the second list, how many female? This one, and then I think there are 2 female in the second list, if I'm not wrong. But this woman was prominent on the second list. Then the politics that led to her being dropped on the list, high-level politics, combined with a lot with cultural and then cultural, religious, and then the political intolerance that is going on now in Kano State and some part of the northern part of Nigeria. Of course, Nigerian, they be clamoring for youth in government, in politics and everything, but it seems that there is still a part of the nation, of the country, that they are not really ready for that. And if you look at this woman very well, tell me who wouldn't be surprised in Kano State, where you have Ganduje, where you have Shekara, where you have Kwankwanso, and you have a lot of heavyweight political gladiators in Kano State. Then all of a sudden, and it came up. We celebrated it, at least for that age and for the woman, wherever, and because of the fact that, but there are so many things that played against her. The religious part of it, the lady she has been replaced with now, she is considered, the first conversation, I would say the youth actually killed that this lady, basically. If I have to say it now, the northern youth, they killed her. They brought her back, they're down, they basically eviscerated her, harassed her online. You should go online. The first 5 hours that this lady's name was was out. Is
she a Christian or a Muslim?
She's a Muslim. It was bombastic, one man. They went ballistic on her. She's a TikToker, ordinary TikToker from a whole historical state as Kano State, where you have heavyweight, where you have this, where you have that. So our education or whatever absolutely, became irrelevant to them. At least we may say, okay, probably what is the relevance of even our academic, qualification to whatever position she's going to be holding in government, what has been experience, cognate or corporate or whatever it is, what is she bringing on board. But at least for the optics, they see her as somebody who is not fit, right? In that, and then she's this kind of a Shage Muslim that you would have expected in the South as against a core conservative northern state like Kano State. If you look at the lady that they have now, she looks like the religious picture of pictorial, gallery of the woman they would have expected, to come from the north to be in an office and stuff like that. So I think the youth were not really on her side. The youth actually, first of all, gave that weapon, and then from information that I have, the public embarrassment would have been averted if whatever the team that she had or probably people around, they said they've known even the moment that her name was out and the vociferous let me say tone against it, it was already they've already made signal to the team that she was going to be dropped. They had the opportunity to have told her 2 days ago so that she would have find a way to maybe tweet something out to maybe say she's going to reject it or she's withdrawing herself because of personal reasons or whatever. She could have come up with something. But the job of the...
hold on. Why didn't they give her that opportunity?
First of all...
I mean now, rather than say they've replaced her, why didn't they give her? Why didn't they just notify her that look, we've changed our mind, but for the optics of it, we'll give you the window to say you want to withdraw for personal reasons, for whatever, and then you remove yourself so we can replace you. But they just replaced her in a cold and brutal manner.
No, that is wrong. I just told you that the information have been communicated to the team 2 days or 3 days ago. Immediately when the list came out, and I think within the same day, they reached out to them again that she was going to be dropped, but she will be considered for something different later. You know, I came here the last time when Baba Aja was asking me why is Ganduje, and I told him that Ganduje is going to be the next chairman of APC, and Ajibola Bashir from Osun State is going to be the secretary, right? So there are some political changes, but regardless of that, the major thing was that they never wanted this guy. Woman, you were not paying attention. If you paid attention on almost all the faces of social media, the way the attack, the harassment, the misogynistic messages that this lady actually attracted by having her name on the list, you feel so bad for her. I feel so bad for her because, and then the team that she had, whatever the team was doing or whatever they were doing, they already gave them ample opportunity 2 days ahead to let them know her name has been withdrawn. So they've given them the leverage, right, and the soft landing to come out so that she will come out and say, I'm probably reneging my having to work for my country or probably withdrawing myself because of this, because of this. They would have come up with a very good, message. They didn't do that. So the team did not communicate with her. But another thing that I heard was that she knew too that she had been dropped, but she wanted to come to the Senate for the optics. So that is not what I can confirm, but I know that they communicated directly to them. When her name was dropped, of course, the president will say, due to one reason or the other, they have to drop her. Then through the chief of staff and the appropriate authorities, it was communicated directly to them that she's been dropped. But of course, she's a core loyal lady to the party, and then she's going to be compensated. But high politics played a big factor in that. But the major factor was the rebellion against a nomination from Kano State. It was wild, and there was no way they could have sustained having her on the list. So at the end of the day, the lady, and then they saw her as this kind of too too flamboyant, and then too
too pretty. She's too pretty.
I'm trying not to say that, right? So, and then the conservative Islam, they are not seeing it in her. Unlike the other lady, when you look at the other lady, she's the subtle type. Wherever they tell her to stay, she's probably going to stay there. No makeup, no TikTok. I don't even know if that one has a Twitter or whatever account, right? She's not prominent on social media. I don't even think she has any media presence. Unlike this, so this one, whatever she does, is already out there. She's even at the time that she was coming to the preparing for the screening. Through the time she was in a vehicle, she was going into the vehicle, she was coming out of the house, everything was on social media. So she's that type of person, and then actually that probably offended a sector of the religious part of this of that neighborhood. So, but when it's not your time, it's not your time. But I see that she has a very bright future because they believe in her. She's a core party lady, and then I believe they will give her something that for compensation at the end of the day. Then the other lady eventually she was reported to be Ganduje. She was in Ganduje's cabinet, right? She was in Ganduje's cabinet as maybe one of the commissioners or whatever. So she's the direct opposite of this lady. So, and then the political angle, right? Since Kwakwanso is not on the list and Ganduje is not on the list, they needed somebody who will be strong in Kano State. Unfortunately, the Kano contingent, when you look at the other guy, Guazo, I don't know if you've see his screening today or yesterday, his screening. Kano, they are not having a good show this ministerial because the Guazo guy is just down there, just he's just there, nothing. So that's just what happened to this lady. But at the end of the day, she'll be compensated probably with a board or whatever, and then they can mentor and groom her to maybe be minister next time. But one thing that I know that will happen in this in Tinubu's administration is, Tinubu will fire a lot of people. He will fire a lot of the ministers when they are not performing. It's not the kind of guy that will give you 8 years or 4 years flat to prove yourself. When you are not delivering results, you're going to be fired and be replaced without recourse to maybe having to discuss or whatever. Just like this lady that he made the decision and she's gone. But of course, that's what will happen. Then on the Keyamo, I was not expecting Keyamo to be on the list.
How much did you think he paid Bajabi Amila for that, Keyamo?
No, it's not about paying Bajabi Amila. Keyamo was supposed to be on the list ab initio, but Tinubu was averse to the idea of retaining anybody from the old cabinet, or if you've had your shot, let other people have their own shot too. So you've had yours. There's no point trying to. Then we can prepare something different for you, but not at the executive cabinet. That was but Keyamo was shortlisted for Delta State before this.
Okay, please, I want to ask you a question. Why is it that Tinubu has extended or has expanded the ministerial list to before we used to have 40 something, now it's 47, according to one man? Why?
Is this Joe?
Yeah, it's Joe.
Okay, I asked you a question earlier. Did you listen to the question? I will need your response.
No, I was doing something. I came in when you were talking.
Okay, I will answer the question before I drop now. So, but to answer that, I don't know the numbers of. I don't know Buhari's ministerial numbers. I don't know that of Jonathan. But what I'm aware of,
Buhari is 42.
Okay, what I'm aware of that I know very well is by the constitutional provision, each state must have a federal cabinet member. One, that would be 36, right? Yeah, that would be 36, excluding FCT. So now FCT is having 1 + 1.
Yeah,
so
that's section 147 of our constitution. As a lawyer, you put in this thing so people can look it up. Section 147.
FCT is having 1
subsection 3.
1. Now, then the same there should be a regional representative in the cabinet to the 6 geopolitical zones. They will have 1 each. So +6, right? +6 + 1 that wasn't there before FCT. So you can do the mathematics. Then at the prerogative of the president, he probably may say, okay, I want to choose 2 in a state or 1 or whatever. I mean, 2 or 3 in a state, as he did in Ogun State and Kano State 2 and some other states like that. But I believe
it has to be guided by section 14 of our.
But that one, I believe that was
it's not complying with that. He has to.
I believe that was your question, Joe. So moving forward to Delta State. So Delta State, as it is, they have problem in Delta State. APC is POS in Delta State. It's just like what we are having in most of the states in the Southeast, right? The gubernatorial candidate of APC during the election, Ovi Omagege, a top-notch of APC, worked against APC during the presidential election. He worked for Labour Party, Peter Obi, with a payback deal. But Peter Obi, of course, messed him up during the gubernatorial election. So that was there. Onoshe, the lady that was appointed to NDDC chairman, she was working at cross purposes, against APC and of course the presidential candidate, and a whole lot of treasurers and the shenanigans went on in Delta State. So it became a very big mess, right? So having to Okotete has a very big godfather. And I told you that I still suspect that Okotete will be dropped at the end of the day. Even if she's not dropped, she won't really last in the cabinet. She's probably going to be one of those that will be reshuffled if there's any early reshuffle in the cabinet. But now that Keyamo has made the list in Delta State, they have two nominees from Delta State now, Okotete and Keyamo. So don't quote me. But
enigmatic, is Okotete from Ibori?
Osumobori.
Yes, of course. Yes, Iborima.
Okay, that's why it makes sense. They're both Urobo. Yeah.
So now that what I hear about Okotete, that she's got a lot of because there was something too that I heard that the last Senate, the 9th Senate, they passed an official parliamentary resolution that Okotete, right, what every document or every certificate that she has claimed to own are fraudulent, and she cannot be appointed to any office. Even the office that she's holding now, the position she's holding, right? The first term in 2015, and then when she was re-elected again last March before Buhari left, I think it was 5-year term-ish of 2 terms. If re-elected by the president, she wasn't even qualified for that position ab initio. Because when you go and read the Act of Parliament that actually established that office, right, you must have been a banker or have experience in that sector, standing for 18 years. 18 years. She does not have that. And then there are some other qualifications that you are supposed to have. That she claimed to have a diploma from Rivers State, then whatever Idahosa. And then she did some, so everything about her is kind of shady and sketchy. So, and then there are tons and tons of petition against her. So what I'm hearing is that Keyamo now is going to replace that lady. So they will let the lady go through the Senate. She has gone through the Senate screening, but they probably drop her, right? They will probably drop her, and then Keyamo will pick the slot for Delta State. That's what I've heard. But Keyamo is on the list to be a chairman of a flagship board after the whole thing. I think they were probably preparing her to replace Onoche as NDDC chairman of Onimasa.
Nigeria is in deep shit. NDDC is in deep shit if Keyamo comes in there.
Okay, so but that I'm just saying
but why? Sorry, enigmatic. Why Joe? Because Keyamo is a performer.
Where did he perform, my brother? Where? When he was Keyamo is
how do people perform to you?
Keyamo is more of talking than doing the work. He's more of talking. He talks a lot. That's the thing.
He was just the Minister of Labor in the last administration.
Okay, Joe, let me have this 1-minute conversation with you. He was Minister of State for Labor under who? Who was the senior minister?
Chris Ngige.
Yes, I guess Ngige, yeah.
Okay, Chris Ngige. Before he was appointed minister, what was he doing?
I can't figure that out.
A practicing lawyer.
It was a charge and bail lawyer.
Did he perform?
He wasn't a charge and bail lawyer. He was a senior.
Hold on. You know one man. When people are trying to reduce conversation to echo chamber conversation, you can't have it with them because all they want to say is, oh, because Keyamo was the face or media team of Ashua, everything about Keyamo. When you go to the echo chamber, charge and bail lawyer, and do you even know the pedigree of Keyamo? Do you guys know who Keyamo was?
We know my enigmatic. Don't make Keyamo look like somebody that fell from the sky. We know Keyamo pedigree. He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything exceptional.
Hold on. I'm not saying Keyamo.
He had one of my uncle's case and he messed up woefully.
Listen to
Mr. General, he messed up massively. What are you talking about Keyamo? What's so special about Keyamo?
Tell me how he messed up.
It's not your uncle case he handled. He handled my father-in-law's case, and he messed up badly. Do you want me to divulge my secret? What are you talking about Keyamo? Keyamo came to Lamla because he was fighting against Tinubu.
No. What did he do? Okay, one man, let me go ahead and take it over.
That was not what brought Keyamo to Lamla.
What is Keyamo? What is so special about Keyamo? Don't just be embellishing people like because
I'm just saying
he has nothing special in his CV. Ogbeni is here. Keyamo has nothing special in his CV as a son. He has nothing special. He has lost cases. He has won cases. It's simple. He has lost and won cases.
I'm not saying Keyamo.
Thank you.
I'm not saying what I'm asking.
Thank you. We've heard
what I asked Joe was that number one, when Keyamo was minister, who was the senior minister before he was reshuffled and moved to labor and productivity? He was in the ministry. He was in the ministry before he moved to labor and productivity, where he was the senior minister.
All right. Hold on, enigmatic as well. Enigmatic. To try and navigate back to this lady, and then wrap it up, because I think Pansat wants to go to dinner, but he wants to give us thoughts on that space before he leaves us.
Can I speak to you on that Keyamo thing? Because
yes, you will as well. But Pansat has been so keen to do. Let any. Of course.
But I want to ask an enigmatic question, so that
if you ask him, then he will elongate it more, and then Pansat.
But he is in the right position to answer the question because he's an APC man. So I really want him to answer.
What's the question, Ekene?
Enigmatic, apart from politics, because I had your conversation via this ministerial race. It's all about everything inside and outside of APC. So my question number one is: are you satisfied with this ministerial list that Tinubu has rolled out? Are you 100% satisfied?
That's a long.
No, it's not the long. It's not the long. It's just for him to say yes, he's satisfied or not. Then who do you think will be the minister of petroleum in this ministerial list? That's it.
Okay. Am I satisfied with the composition of the list? I answered the question the other day. This list is divided into three. If you want to be very factual, you have a list.
No, I heard everything you said. I heard everything you said. Yeah, I followed your conversation that day. So apart from politics, because we're talking about what they will contribute, are you really satisfied? And who will be the minister of petroleum?
I'm satisfied by the technocrats that I see on the list. But when it comes to the politics, because that's the way I will answer the question to you. I'm not going to say yes or no. That would be dumb and stupid of anybody who knows how to read politics.
You can use percentages.
Okay, on the list, this is how I will answer in one man. Okay, because even people are so emotional when they talk politics. Even in America here, one man, right? In America here, you have a list of technocrats and you have a list of donors that we support your campaign and you give them appointments. Those are called politicians that they will be the foot on the boot on the ground for you. So when you are talking about this, I say all the women and the chunk of the women, 90% of them, they are from the South and the Southeast. Am I impressed by the contingent, by the female contingent? When you look at the woman from Anambra State, from Imo State, from Abia State, or Okotete that I just spoke about, or the lady that is just replacing this lady now. So on the paper, they are all they have what it takes to manage or to spread an office, right? But when it comes to the nitty-gritty of it, would they really do the job as I want? Absolutely no. On the list of the men, the technocrats on the board, am I really impressed with what I see, with their resume, with what they've had? Absolutely yes. On the politicians' side, I'll pick out Wike and El-Rufai. They are top performers, and I put my money on them. The rest of them, they are part of the Fulefus. That's my answer for that. But to answer yes or no, I can't answer that. I'm not going to say yes or no to that. But that's the best way I will answer that to you.
All right,
my brother. The minister, who do you think will be the minister of petroleum?
At some point, please.
The minister of petroleum, so far so good.
Let me talk about this ministerial thing and get the hell out of here, please.
What I hear, I don't know how true it is. Because
are you going to wrest this thing from him?
No. Let him make that.
You have to wrest it from him.
If you continue to let him make the point, and then I'll come to you.
I'm going to give him 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Well, who are you to give it 30 seconds?
Don't worry about that. Just carry on.
No. So look, the what I heard, I don't know how true it is. That is very, very sketchy for now. But I know that Olubumitunde Ojo from Ondo State is being considered for that position. There was the contemplation that he was going to be the communication and digital economy, but because of the new guy that has just been brought into the fold, the Bosunto Tijani, but I don't even know if they are going to drop that Bosun Tijani because that guy is so controversial. He has a lot of issues. PDP, I mean APC, they are going ballistic about that guy. Is a top. One might go and check that guy out. So if they replace that guy, then probably Bosun will retain that position. But for now, it's the one they are preparing for oil and for.
You know, Bosun is under the cosh for some of the commentaries that he made on Twitter a few years ago. I'm not sure if you followed that space when he was quite critical of Tinubu.
Yeah, that's even not only Tinubu. Tinubu was even mild. Go and read at whatever his comments against Buhari. We know it's a core obedient, and it's like all this Biafra hip-hop obedient that went deep with their.
But is he not a Yoruba man?
Don't you know that? Okay, there are so many Yoruba men. Look at Hundeyi now, right? There are a ton of them like that just went crazy and went astray. I mean, there is a room for criticism. You can criticize your government, your politician. You may not like their policy, but do not go to the rabbit hole of espousing the fact that people will understand that you tell people directly that you hate your country. This guy basically desecrated Nigeria. I probably will show you one of the most egregious thing he said, that Nigeria is a stain on his name. Nigeria's passport is so he missed it, and I don't know how they will do it. But if he actually get approved, I know they're probably going to set him up for failure. But basically, I answered the Kenneth's question, and the question I put through to Joe. If you can put the question back to him, one man, I will appreciate it, because we can speak and speak and speak based on politics or whatever. No, but we have gone past politics or election now. This is the time of governance. But when you want to discuss, you discuss in a more rational manner that will help Nigeria, not bringing.
Enigmatic, are you saying that these people that?
All right,
I'm asking a question.
No.
Can I ask him a question?
No. Because Passat has been patient. Now, I don't want him to have to leave without having to have that say, because he's waited so long to have that say. So, Passat, give us your commentaries on the additions to the ministerial list, and then we move on.
Thank you very much. And the organization of the cabinet is a constitutional matter. And I cited earlier when Enigmatic was talking that is according to Section 147, subsection 2, gives the president the right to seek Senate approval for whoever he wants to be in his cabinet, and they have to, of course, endorse those things. But he also does have to comply with the Section 14 of the Constitution, especially the third part of that, which is what we normally know as a federal character. Now, that the names of these people that he's nominating, as you could see, you have names such as former Ogun State Governor Oyetola, Adeboyega Oyetola. He has critics. You have former KB Governor Atiku Bagudu. That guy is implicated with Abacha Loot, for example. He has critics. Plateau Governor Lalong. He's not a good character. He's not a good actor. Simon Bako Lalong. Zamfara Governor Bello Matawale. Yobe Ibrahim God damn. All these people.
You've been waiting to say that, haven't you? But that sounds like a rehearsed line. That sounds like a rehearsed line.
But anyway, so yeah, you do get it. That's why you're a media man. I have respect for media people. I'm not a media guy, but look, one man to remove that doctor and replace it in kind of with this Miriam. I mean, to remove Dr. Miriam Shetty the way they did. Right, just because some people in Kano, like justified by people like this Enigmatic, right? Say, oh, they're criticizing her. The youths are criticizing her, so you just remove her. You give Tinubu that pass. Those names that I listed, the men that were, I think they were checked out yesterday or so, or today. I don't know when I was sleeping when I was checking that out. So those people have critics. It's not fair just to support what somebody does, even though it's wrong. These are constitutional issues. You don't have any youth.
They are both from Kano, by the way. This woman is from Kano and the replacement from Kano too.
Kano, exactly. He has to do that. That is according to that our constitution. Look, without the constitution mandating that you have to do 1 or 2 or whatever from each state, trust me, it will just be a bunch of Lagos and northern criminals that will populate this administration. He cannot go against that constitutional requirement on those things. So he has to do those. Okay, you saw what he did with his kitchen cabinet. But where are the youths? Where are the women? Look at a bunch of crooks. This is, you look at Bagudu, for example. Think about that. So when you have people, I have no respect for anybody who comes here, doesn't talk about those serious issues, about this Bagudu and this Metawala, or whatever the fuck his name is, right? And he's talking about this young doctor, Dr. Miriam Shetty.
We're not really keen on foul language, by the way, as you know, but carry on. Yeah.
What is a foul? Did I use a foul language?
You did, but carry on. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. It was unintentional. So I again call the attention of these characters that come on this platform, and they don't want to talk about what's going to make the country better. They want to spend the whole time talking. If I timed the enigmatic properly, he must have spent 45 minutes. Does anybody remember what he said here? He didn't say anything.
I remember everything.
To defend the humiliation of this doctor, Dr. Shetty, because they were criticized by Northern youth. Since when do you go by what Northern youth say? They have no direction. They're mixing up politics with religion, and they don't want to be progressive. So you have a bright doctor, a beautiful lady, worked hard to attain high education.
Who is also a Northern youth, yeah.
Right, in a sense. But it's a woman, though. It's a totally different demography, right? Group. But when we come here, one man, now this is where I have to say to you, I have a dinner date here, very beautiful lady that I have a date with in the marina here. Got a 20-minute drive.
What's the fee?
Oh my God!
Let me say that one man, you do have to curtail the activities of people like Enigmatic. I know you started this platform with a different philosophy. The guys come here, shoot the breeze, fine, right? Now, if I knew, I would have come here and I speak properly and make my voice sexy and all that, right? Then I'll be one of the guys, right?
Well, Bastard, I have a question for you before you go, so that you will speak to the issue.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and stop now, so you could do that, because I do have to go. So go ahead. I will abandon one man. I'm gonna either call you, I'm gonna write you. I want you to do a few things, all right? But I will take it off stage. Go ahead. What's the question?
So considering the size of this ministerial list, compare even to Buhari's own, that we are saying that there's a lot of waste in his cabinet. And then now Tinubu is now giving us 48 ministers. And I still believe that more will still come, the way he's appointing them. So how do you see this government cutting costs to curtail the waste that is are you sure he can manage these ministers to curtail the waste that is in the system of our government?
You know, Kenny, before I answer that, let me just commend you and say how smart you are and what an addition you are to this platform. Even when I'm not here, I listen to you talk, and I say, if Nigerians are just like you, right, we won't have any problem. I mean, on this platform, you make all of us proud. You're smart. You make those of us in diaspora you put shame to us. Who should know better? You're there. You say you're a trader, but you know politics. You know economics. The advice you've given even to this new administration It's unbearable. If they would just listen to you, things will be better. Now, I don't share your optimism and your cooperation with this administration. I think you already, even if they do okay, you're ready to accept them. I won't go that far with you. But to answer your question more directly, that's what you get when you have an illegitimate person. When they take when they steal a mandate, they have to start in order to consolidate that power. He's gonna eventually FFK is gonna get a position because some of these guys, for example, this Keyamo, you don't want Keyamo outside pissing in. You want him inside pissing out. Somebody like FFK, you don't want him outside, right? It's tantamount to like what Buhari had with Boko Haram and all those people. So he has to bring all his Boko Haram inside. Keyamo is no joke. It's no joke. If he was disappointed, he would cause this administration's legitimacy into question. And so is FFK, but he's doing it slowly. He's bringing them in slowly. All this trouble we have in the country, each one of them is in this administration. I listed for you earlier the other ones that are already been confirmed. These people are taking a bow and leaving. Whereas, like Bagadu, for example, should take weeks to get everything, all the dossier they have on him, the sexy parts, the Abacha ones, the corruption that comes up all the way to here, United States. He forfeited $100 million. So a lot of our money is in that guy's hands. But he took a bow. So, no, he will expand it. He's trying to consolidate power. It's an illegitimate power. So I'll conclude with that. I would say that the courts for us is not the end of it. If the courts don't do the right thing, we are not going to let Tinubu be the president because he didn't win the election. But it's good to see if the courts will do the right thing. But if they don't do the right thing, we're ready to go to war. He's not going to be the president. All this sharing of cabinet positions is exercise to go through until the courts come in there. But if the courts do the right thing, return that mandate to the rifle owners and have this guy and all this bunch out. These are criminals that he's put up there. Even if it's 10 people, he doesn't have 10 people that should not be in prison in this administration. So he could do whatever, go to war, wag the dog. That's what it's called here in the United States. He's the tail wagging the dog. That's what he's doing, going to war, putting in Keyamo, FFK, Bagadu, all these people. The country cannot survive it. They can't. This man cannot survive it. So thank you very much. I would yield back the balance of my time and I'll go to dinner. Thank you very much, one man, for giving me the platform to...
Always a pleasure, as you know. So that's Pansat, of course, inimitable, and thank God for that. So that's Pansat. So from Pansat, let's go on to Ogbeni, who wanted to also give thoughts on that endless list of ministerial nominees by the handshake man from allegedly Lagos.
One man, if I may, there were only 3 actors that have been speaking for the past 3 hours. And sat and I would advise that on this platform, if you want some of us to still be appearing on this platform, we should make it more productive. We shouldn't allow too much interjection, and we shouldn't allow interjection to turn the person interjection to the main person talking. I observed that happen a lot, and it happens again today, so that you can hear voices of everyone equally. Some of us will not just...
all right, I take that on board. I think somebody actually even said it earlier today. So, yeah, that's something we have to address. Yes.
Some of us will not just interject because we believe in civility and we believe in organizing things properly and following the rules. But please, before I go to this ministerial thing, let me quickly say something on the Keyamo thing, because I'm not Keyamo fans. I don't like the way Keyamo even does his own practice while in practice. But one thing you can't take away from Keyamo is his experience, his professionalism, and his practice. If you are not a lawyer, you won't know this. And that is why I speak only to the space that I really know well. I don't like speaking authoritatively in the area I don't like. I don't really know. And I think, I don't know where Pansat gets his own expertise to talk about Keyamo and then use the word charge and bail lawyer. I don't know where probably is a lawyer and is practicing somewhere and you understand how charge and bail lawyers practice. But let me tell you, little I know about Keyamo. Keyamo has handled many landmark cases in Nigeria. Some cases that if you want to undo some cases or deal with some cases in some areas, particularly in human rights matters, you just need to refer to cases that Keyamo has handled before. Keyamo has offices. Keyamo is not a senior advocate that they just dash a senior advocate of Nigeria. He earned that silk, that position or that rank that you see him having. So the fact that Keyamo is speaking for Tinubu today or spoke for Buhari and Buhari that many of them don't like, but that suddenly became their bride. Later is speaking about Tinubu and others, should not rob him of his expertise and what he has done within the space of legal profession. I will just refer you to three just major things. Apart from the fact that the guy has offices in Lagos, I know, main law firm, FCT, and Warri. That man is an employer of almost 30 lawyers. You can go and check all these things. And he has paralegal staffs too. At least, if you look at his employment, what do you call it now, strength, he's an employer of labor in Nigeria. Many of those calling him charge and bail lawyer don't even employ, they don't even contribute to Nigerian economy. But it's easier and convenient for them to just stay in their cocoon, in their comfort zone, and then be disparaging somebody who has put more than 30 years into a profession.
Can I interject? Can I interject just a minute?
No, please, let
me just ask you. Is a question?
No, let me learn, please. Is that enigmatic?
No, it's not enigmatic. That's Joe. Joe, you just said him say about the interjection, so let him have his flow.
I just wish to learn. I wish to learn, please. I wish to learn, please. That same Keyamo has fought many governments in the space of Nigeria, in Nigerian legal space, which we all know till today. Major ones I can remember, Keyamo fought Obasanjo on the issue of Bola Ige killing. Keyamo was a lawyer of that guy called Frayo back there. Don't forget. Keyamo fought Yaradua. I remember 2008 over improper selection of service chiefs. Major case, landmark case. He went to court and he was risking his life all over. And some people calling him charge and bail here were probably toddlers back then, or probably in primary school, still wearing pants around in the street. But they could easily come on the internet because social media has allowed us, giving us that freedom to come and dismiss that man or just cancel that man on the internet because we all have the right to talk. It's good. It's a good right you can express. But don't forget, that same Keyamo defended this guy, what do you call him? The Masop guy, Ralph Wansuruke. I remember then he defended that guy. Even this Asari Dokubo. But he defended that guy throughout when the guy, Professor Keyamo practically got mandate, more like inherited Gani Fawemi mandate or mantle when he started doing all these things. So you don't pick that man. In 90s, Keyamo is one of those who fought about. He had a lot of cases he filed against the Abacha junta in Nigeria. They wanted to kill him. They were chasing him all over. So you don't pick that man and just like somebody today, you just pick Gani Fawemi and you say, oh, what did he do? He's a charge. Why? Gani Fawemi also went into politics at a point in time. I voted for him, NCP. So that's all I just want to say in that angle. Don't
please, my brother, I want to ask you something. You see, this Festus Keyamo you are praising so much. I'm not saying Festus Keyamo is not good or is bad, but I'm trying to tell you, when it comes to politics, what has he done? He was a sub-minister during Buhari time. What did he do? Money was missing. You understand that? Okay, let's come.
My brother,
there's something you never said. This was the same man that took what's his name? That took Tinubu to court of forgery of his certificate. This was the same man.
He fought Tinubu, so
yeah.
So
Ogbeni, you keep saying everything. It took so many people to court. How many cases he won in all those cases he took to court?
he won many cases. Can you imagine?
Okay, hold on, Ogbeni, hold on, just hold on there. Hold on now, please. And I said, yeah, Keyamo is not exceptional. He had cases. He won some, he lost some. Nothing exceptional about that. Same other sons do the same. All lawyer do. You said you fought some cases. You won some, you lose some. And I had a personal case against his war piece because he fought on my late uncle, the major general, and he lost the case all to Supreme Court. And you are starting here, his this is that. What's your exceptional about him?
War piece, you see. Yes. When you say there is nothing exceptional about a lawyer, you don't judge the lawyer by how many cases he won, how many cases he lost. You see, and that is why I like saying that an area of specialty you don't know, don't go too much into it. Don't assert as if you are an authority in that area. Try to be cautious in asserting. For instance, you don't say because of a medical doctor handle a case and later the person give up, therefore is no more an expert. Or you say a pilot flying an aeroplane and later crash, then you are doubting his expertise. Now you ask me, how many cases did Keyamo? How many of the cases have you read? Yes, I know you have a personal issue because he handled a case, probably in the way you don't want. But it could be the way, the best way, because you believe in his judgment. Just like a doctor. You commit your patient in the hand of a doctor because you believe in the doctor. You may be complaining later and say, the doctor didn't handle it well. But in the sight of his colleague, who are expert like him, they can tell you that is the best you can get. He made a good judgment. So that's the way legal profession is. Then secondly, the person who first asked me a question before what piece, let me tell you, when I started, I didn't talk about his performance in terms of politics. I reacted only to the fact that Pansat came out, opened his mouth, and said the man is a charge-obey lawyer. And that is the area I spoke to. You don't just come and because you have a right.
I'm not see, Ogbeni, I'm not against
all right, Ogbeni, yes, and then take us to the ministerial list. Yeah.
Yes, I'll move to the ministerial list.
Can I say something before Ogbeni? Ogbeni, what you are doing is what they call, what they say, blood is thicker than water. How long?
I'm not related to Keyamo now. Why do you think so?
Oh, you are related to him one way, by profession.
No,
by profession.
By profession. What kind of relationship is that? Not feeding me.
How long? Look at about 15-20 minutes you use to defend your senior colleagues. Kilode, grammar.
Baba Koko, see, if it is, let me tell you, if it is you tomorrow, and I see Baba Koko, if it is you tomorrow, and I know you very well, I know your expertise, I've read about you.
I agree with you.
I would defend somebody just come and say Ajale Koko is a non-entity. I would say, what do you mean? This man has been contributing. I've listened to him severally. How can you say it's a non-entity? That's just the point I'm just trying to make.
I salute your colleague for standing up for your senior colleagues. That is quite commendable. So you did well.
Anyway, thank you, sir. Now I'll move to ministerial nominee. One man, see, Tinubu for me has the prerogative to pick, to choose, and to remove. He's the president. Now, he's still constituting his cabinet. He has not constituted his cabinet. He's still constituting his cabinet. A lot of pick and choose will still happen along the way. We may not probably have seen this before in the history of, political history of Nigeria. I don't know. With the little I know that I'm exposed to, the little I've read to of things that happened in the past, people like Babajare Koko who are older may know better. But I don't think this kind of case has ever happened in a political space. But does it make it illegal? No. There's nothing unlawful in it. You can pick, choose, you can remove and change the person and put the person to another position. I remember something very close to it was Professor was Adeniran of Ekiti back then in 1999. Obasanjo picked him and he spent, I think it was the shortest minister back then, and Obasanjo removed him to another place. Was the first minister of education in 1999. He contested against Adeni Adebayo and then he lost and made it to under PDP, lost to AD and made it to ministerial list, and he spent just a few months there. That's the closest I could remember now. But for me, Tinubu has the prerogative. He's constituting his government. If Tinubu does not pick people who perform, it's this same set of people that will come and be making noise. So, see the kind of, now he's picking and choose and removing and trying to find his cabinet, balancing between, you see, there are a lot of, for me, there are a lot of, when I look at that list, I look at the additional list and everything, I just smile. I smile because for me, it's a kind of mixed feeling. I put myself in his shoes. You see, most times it's easy for us to just analyze things. I put myself in his shoes. I've headed a law chambers before, and we have almost more than 40 lawyers under me as subordinates. I've been a special advisor before to a governor, and I had some employees, at least some, not my direct employee, but I have subordinates which I've coordinated before in a public office. I need to that extent. So I could understand the pressure, I could understand the interest, and a lot of things you have to balance. Even while you are still trying to make meaning for yourself, while you are still trying to ensure that you perform, you put people there. There's some interest you have to. People may not like it when you hear it, but it is the reality of things, even in the Western world. When Briverman, don't forget that the present Home Secretary we have in UK, Liz Truss, had already sacked her. They sacked her. It was when Rishi got there, because she was one of those who helped Rishi and others to get to the government. Rishi got there and Rishi brought her back. Sorry, she resigned. They didn't sack her. She resigned because of that email that leaked. But they brought her back. It's an issue of interest. But is she performing? Yes, she's performing. Anybody can say, oh, they brought her back because
is she really performing in England right now?
Who?
The lady that brought back, the Indian lady that the Rishi Sunak brought back.
My brother, that lady is performing, not in favor of the immigrants. She's not in favor
many policies right now. British England economy is going down in all aspects, and tell me the area she's performing.
My brother, presently they have increased the salaries of doctors in UK.
When when they are striking, they are on strike. They are working out of this thing.
No, they see, there are a lot of backlog issues they have on ground. Inflation is increasing, right? They need money because of their nature of economy now. The economy is not doing fine. They need money. So they've come out with different policies. One of the major policies they came out with was to start making money and milking the immigrants. And they are doing it. Yes, immigrants are not happy. So many people will still be paying IHS. They increase IHS from 600 to like 1,000 something per year. And a lot of things, they've increased so many tax. Even parking permit, they've increased. They've increased road tax. They've increased
VAT on alcohol.
VAT on alcohol. They've increased energy, VAT on energy. They've increased all those things. All to show that they get money to settle NHS and to do one or two things. That's a performing government.
Ogbeni, did they increase the salaries as well?
Yes, that's for sure in UK. They increase salary once.
Yeah, you see, that is a society that works, man.
Yes, I agree with you. So they increase salary.
They increase the salary in Nigeria as well. So what point are you making?
Well, the salary they increase in Nigeria,
Tinubu has just announced the doubling of minimum wage, did he not?
where is that news? Where is the news?
All right, I'll dig it out. Ogweni, carry on. Let me dig that out. Ogweni, carry on.
I think Tinubu promised to increase salary.
Are you relying on speculation or official announcement?
Yeah, I don't understand. One man, which year they increase salary? Because
I'll dig
hold
it
on.
up. Let
Hold
Ogweni
on.
carry on.
Because Ambassador Keyamo and someone really increased their state salary to 40,000. That means Nigeria have increased federal salary.
No, that wasn't what I said. I said I'll dig it up. Let Ogweni carry on.
It's a promise now. You just promise he will double now, but you never make a promise.
Yes, Ekene is right. In his speech,
His salary review is coming. That is what Baba said. That's in his broadcast. So where did one get that one that he has increased?
That one, one man
is that from BBC London? One man, where did you hear that?
That's for one man. Anyway.
BBC Africa.
One man had it from CNN.
Want to know with
this is it. I says it's just I didn't want to deviate into this space. That's all. But Ogweni carry on, then we'll come back to it. Yeah, Ogweni carry on.
Okay, so well, I've almost ended. It's just for me to just say he has the prerogative to pick and choose. He may look untidy to us, but for me, he's still constituting his government. And I'm not sure that they will remove this woman without our consent. I'm so sure that they must have sought her consent. They must have spoken to her. They must have even probably penned down the position they're going to give her. A lot of people, and I don't want to believe that was the reason why they exchange her for someone else. I think it's politics and interest that is playing out here. But if you go to some spaces, really, you see a lot of people vilifying her. They said she's not married, she's still single, she's this and that. Why would you da. But I'm not sure that's the reason anyway. I'm not sure that.
Ogweni, can I ask you a question based on this ministerial list? Yeah. Tinubu ministerial list. Okay, thank you. I know it's Tinubu. Which language will I use? It's his prerogative to choose anybody he wants. He can go pick up a madman, like Obi said that the best advice he got from a madman, which is not my business. But from a dramatic way, he analyzed this lady that the people didn't want the Kaaba, the people, Muslim fanatics didn't want this woman. That's why she was dropped, right? Now, and before now, yeah, that's what Mani said. And before now, because I remember it's not here for me to question him, but before now, the Tinubu supporters and Spotify, were strongly behind the ministerial list as the best of the best. And I believe it was just me and Kulata pushing back that the list here the Tinubu is presenting is the best, the super brain that Tinubu can work with. But now we are seeing people being dropped, funny names keep coming to the list. Are you going to agree with me? This list, as I stand on it, is just political list to pay back the political people that work with him, not the super brain we are looking for.
No, I won't agree with you completely. That's why I said it's a mixture of.
Okay, sorry, I know that. Sorry, I know you don't agree with me fully. Yeah, I know. Hold on, before you go on, add this one to it. I know you don't agree with me fully. Of course, it's your own right. But if it's a mixture and Tinubu is in charge, then why must he listen to the pressure from the people that don't know the political know-how about administration position that he wants to fix, telling who to put as a minister?
No, I'm not sure that the reason why he changed this woman was because from social media they started talking about the woman. I've addressed that now. So for me, what I'm just saying is I believe that it's a mixture of interest plus mixture of people he believe that can perform, and then plus mixture of putting technocrats in the field. Why am I saying this? There are 47, right? In all, 49 or so in all. You can't tell me that you know all the 49, and you can't tell me that all the 49 are dullard that cannot perform. So if he's going to choose, even if it's 15, the best one that are devoid of any political interest, but what he's going for in those 15 is their performance. It's enough for him. And then the rest settle political interest. But at the same time, even while settling political interest, and that's why I brought in the US government. You can settle political interests and still bring somebody who can perform. And that is why I think the last time we tried to analyze few of them, because I don't even know so many of them. And the fact that I don't know them doesn't mean they are not good. In fact, the fact that I don't know them probably shows that they are not mainly politicians, because I don't really know them. I know if they are really popular and known politicians, I should be able to know at least 90% of them, because I follow politics a lot, Nigerian politics really. So if I don't really know more, somebody was telling me about one professor or something among them, and the person started reeling out his contribution is this. I said, wow, right, I don't know him. But the few ones I know, I've analyzed it before. El-Rufai, you won't tell me El-Rufai is a failure. Nasir El-Rufai was one of the best, and I've said it here before. If you pick all ministers that they have been choosing since 1999, before you pick the first 5, you pick Nasir El-Rufai there. Forget what he did in, although Babajale could push back on the year of what he did in is it BP or something, then they sold all our properties and everything. And they also pushed back about his gubernatorial, but even as governorship, he still performed. The people in Kaduna will testify about it. Somebody was still telling me yesterday, a lecturer from Kaduna, that if I know how he sanitized the education system by sacking all those teachers that are not qualified from the space, that yes, it was so hard, but they themselves, the academicians, that they appreciate it because there are a lot of people are not really qualified and they are educating, they are teaching children. What kind of things are they teaching? That as it stands now, give Kaduna more years and you will see the kind of performance they will be performing from those years. So, everybody, you won't roll everybody. Wike, you won't tell me Wike is not a performer. Wike, yes, you may probably embezzle money and go, but Wike did well.
Excuse, Ogbeni, please, can I just, you've said a lot, and what you've said is true, you know. The thing is that when it comes to, for El-Rufai, I will at least I will give El-Rufai a 50, because Kaduna is not a very rich state. It's not a very rich state, you know. They still depend solely on their allocation. Their allocation is not that much. But for Wike, when you come, if anybody praises Wike here, it's just being unfair to the people of Rivers State. You
okay, why do you say so?
Let me give you Wike. After Lagos State, Wike is another person that gets huge allocation. What has he been? When you look at the construction, the things he did in Rivers State, and you equate it with the money he was collecting from the federal allocation and the internal generated revenue, you know that Wike did not do anything for Rivers State. It's just that because of we've been badly governed, so we are looking at it in that prism of man, at all, Nahim bad pass, you know. Okay. That's the thing.
Let me ask a question. Let me try to push a bit. In the last money they shared in April, Delta had the highest money allocation. Akwa Ibom has highest before Rivers. And that has been the trend even during Buhari time. Wike challenge what Wike did in Rivers with number 3 in terms of allocation collection. You can tell me it's 100% far higher and better than what Delta did. Same thing with Akwa Ibom. So when I'm talking about Wike, I'm not comparing Wike to one governor in New York or Washington. I'm comparing Wike to his peers. I know he's not a saint, but please,
I
Wike
understand.
is collecting revenue resource. What do you call that thing from this thing? But he's spending his own. He even challenged others and said, "The money Buhari released to us, spend it. You did not spend in data. You did not spend. I spend my own. Yes, they may say he embezzle from it, but you can see what Wike did in his state. You can see the infrastructure. Wike built law school. Wike built infrastructure for medical doctors. Do you know how many court premises that man built? Do you know how many bridges?
Ogbeni, yeah. He did that because he's a lawyer anyway. You can't take it away from him. But
so what of the hospital he built
he built a cancer. What was it? A cancer, whatever.
Yes, research center.
Why didn't he build a general hospital? What stopped him from building a general hospital?
Nigeria.
My brother,
Okay.
my brother, Ogbeni, you, I like your submissions.
If he built the general hospital, why did he build
the barrack?
Why did he paint it white? Why did he paint it blue? Why did he paint it blue? Why not white?
One man, there's something I want to say here. One man, there's something I want to say here. You know, the thing is that we are speaking from outside. We've seen the standard that other countries have for infrastructures, for governance, for everything. We should also, if we're going to copy democracy, we should copy to its totality. Let's be judging this from what we see outside. You understand? If we are judging these people from the little things they are doing, we're not going to progress. That's the thing. We have to. Nigeria has the capacity to build a sane society, an infrastructure that is equal. You can see anywhere in the world. We have the capacity. Let's judge these people like that. Let's not be giving them all this.
My brother, do you know? I just put this thing on Google just now because I'm not sure Wike will not build the hospital. The first thing I'm seeing here is Governor Wike built and commissioned the general hospital in Bodoma local government area. That's a general hospital he built. I know Wike touch almost all sectors in terms of infrastructure. Let's give it to this man. You can go and find out that Bodo. You can put it in Google and also see yourself. But I put it here. I said, did Wike build any general? And I see the Bodo one here. So, and he's still talking about 15 May 2023. Wike is one of the governors in Nigeria that commissioned projects till his last day in office. So, if I find that man in the list of mini minister, why do I have to vilify him?
You see, Benny, I'm not saying, Benny, you know, okay, I'm taking it back. Okay, you know the thing about, you know why the Nigerian people, the Nigerian populace do not trust all these politicians again? Because what?
I know, rightly so. Rightly so.
They've told us we are going to do this. Look at Ajokuta steel industry. These people, these political criminals know that for a country to be workable, for a country to be productive, Ajokuta need to stand.
You must have metal. You must have steel.
You understand? These are things we need. And they just left it fallow like that for 40-something years.
I agree, but don't forget that what we are discussing presently is very narrow. What we are discussing is looking at this ministerial list, who and who can we pick that we think has the antecedent and we are expecting to perform? Or are they just ordinary politicians that we should write off? And my answer is simple. I said, the few ones I know among them, I'm not a politician, but they are not really politicians, all of them. And I'm trying to analyze the few ones I know and check their past record. And then my expectation about them. We're all human beings. We can't know they are
Ogbeni, another thing I would want to advise the government to do is this. Anytime they are picking ministers, they should assign the portfolio in the to them, so that when you go to the Senate can have a question to ask. You understand? I watched the Senate hearing on this one.
Yeah,
there are some stupid questions they were asking because they didn't know what to ask.
They don't know.
They don't know what to ask. But if you say like Edu is going to be Minister for Finance, then they can't, because the guy is sound. You can now start asking him question on finance and he answers. If you say Wike is Minister of Works and Housing, how are you going to fix the deficit in our infrastructure? How are you going to do this? They'll answer. Not to take a bow. That is just. Man.
That thing doesn't make any sense to me. Taking a bow.
Take a bow for what? At the tail end, look at Fashola. Fashola, a lawyer, was given Minister of Works and Housing. If he had been in his line of profession, maybe he would have performed way better than what we're seeing today. That's what is wrong with Nigeria.
No, I'm not sure that is an argument, Joe. How many lawyers do we have? Everybody's a lawyer in Nigeria. And that Fashola has administrative skills, which are transferable skills.
I know, but
I thought the portfolio they gave him was a perfect fit. That's what.
No. It's just that Fashola is a good administrator.
If they had given him an administrative job in that cabinet, in this guy, maybe secretary to the federal government, some things that you see, Fashola could actually, but Works and Housing Minister.
A minister is an administrative job now. You don't have to.
Some ministerial job are technical. That's where Fashola lacked it, because that was not his feat. He's technical too.
Unless you're a medical, unless they are making you the Minister of Health or something like that, then most portfolios, all they require is just administrative skills.
Yeah, one man. Fashola, I think
even in that field they gave him, he still performed more than every other minister in that Buhari cabinet. So no other
hold on. I think Fashola first of all had power before he came. They now move him to housing.
He didn't do well in power.
He had 3 portfolios. Yeah.
Yeah, but in power he failed woefully because he was more technical, and he had to die. He does not have the technical know-how. That's why they're moving to housing, which will anybody can do good, and he did his best, and was the thing you can say it there. So that's the problem. There's some certain ministerial position you have to attach their portfolio to it, so you can really screen these people if they know what they're talking about.
You are right, and I think during the constitutional amendment they should have put that in there. You know, when they amended and said send your this thing within 60 days, what stopped them from just putting that provision and say and their portfolio?
Exactly, that's the thing to do.
Put that in there now. You know.
Can I interject a little bit, please?
I want to move on from.
I'm done. All
right.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Give that interjection, and then from you, I'll go on to Prince Daddy. Good to see you, Remy.
Okay. I just want to interject about people saying that Fashola and also attaching portfolio. You are only looking at it in one scenario. What about this scenario? Even the attached portfolio, and at the end of the day, the candidate was not cleared. Most of the candidates were not clear because of the question they asked them. That means you have to go back again, and you have to reappoint another new set of ministers. That is one. And secondly, as an administrator like Fashola, he has been a governor for 8 years. If you're a governor for 8 years, you have administered a state for 8 years. That means you have experience in all ramifications of governance, and you should be able to fit into some position easily, except maybe finance, maybe anything that have to do with technology or ICT. Maybe it's not easy for you if you are not a professional in that field. For other aspects, I think you can fit the bill, because at the end of the day, look at El-Rufai. He has been a governor. He has been a procurement, before he was an F-16 minister. And before that time, he was also director of public procurement. I forgot the exact thing. So I think, to me, the Nigerian lawmakers have took into consideration Nigerian context and cultural value before they said, okay, fine. Even if there's no portfolio, we can ask questions, because it's that there, maybe Tinubu said, oh, you are going to be finance minister. But after confirmation, you cannot say, oh, maybe you do not fit this bill. Maybe it's another person. Just the most important thing is that they put you into any position and you're able to perform. I don't agree with that. Look, what I'm trying to tell you is this: in politics or in representative government that we are practicing in Nigeria, it's not only about technocrats. As you all know, when Tinubu was campaigning all over the country, where are the technocrats? They are not there. They are the politicians that were following all around. And some of them have been governors. And before they were even governors, they are also technocrats, because some of them are architects, some of them were lawyers, some of them have also performed their own field before they become governor of the state address. So the assumption most Nigerians always have that, you are recycling the governor. They are also professional before they became governors. So
okay, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question, please. Why have they failed over the years? Why have they failed? Why have they failed over the years?
That is your own personal opinion. You cannot generalize that one. That why have they failed? That is your personal opinion. Where we continue to pick one candidate or one person after the other, you cannot generalize where have they failed. If you are talking about generalization, if you are talking about people, Akpabio performed wonderfully well in Akwa Ibom. Umai performed wonderfully well in Ebonyi, and Wike has also performed wonderfully well in Rivers. When you just oppose Rivers State with other South states like Delta, like Edo, like Cross.
No. Remove Edo. Don't talk about that. No.
No, land that point, and then I'll move on from you to Prince Daddy with a different topic.
I think I'm fine. I'm okay. You can move on to Prince Daddy.
All right. Thank you. So Prince Daddy, you're up next. Hopefully you're there. Prince, are you there? Prince. All right. I don't think we have Prince Daddy at the moment. Let's go to Dewale. Dewale, are you there?
Good evening, everybody.
Good to have you, Dewale.
Mama, you keep skipping me. I've been noticing you keep skipping me. I said to interject. You keep skipping me not to say anything on this platform recently.
Go to work, please. Then.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. No. I don't have anything to say, but I just want to tell him this one that he keeps skipping me. Why? I want to ask you a direct question. Why?
All right. Apologies. Let me correct that immediately. I'll come to you.
No, come to Dewale. I just had that question. Dewale, go to Dewale.
One man don't like a do face now.
No, what is that has brought me brandy on
Well, man, I'm party. Only they call me from behind the scene. Enough man, they call me. Oh my God, you're joking. Good idea.
All right. So, which one of you want to go first? Is all this after you? You are not even English.
Okay, let me start a little bit. Just this misconception about my state. In as much I don't like Obaseki because of the artifact issue with the palace, I don't think you can bring 10 governors out of in Nigeria, the past administration that did better than Obaseki. And I don't think you can bring out 10 states in the 36 states that's better than those states. If you remove Lagos from southwest, not to write home about the rest of the 5 of them. Southwest is nothing to write home about apart from Ebonyi that did the liability project. It will cost you more money to fix the project that he did. The project don't generate money. Ogbani knows this. Then if you go to South we are, apart from Port Harcourt, the rest of the state now is nothing to write home about. Then go to the north, apart from Kano. Then every time you keep saying that those state is underdeveloped. Are you able take your time and go to Edo State and look at the Obaseki books, what he's doing? And I said it here before, it will take 2 Obaseki cycles for people to really see the progress of Obaseki. He has good projects on ground, put things on ground, but politicians, they want quick money. That's why they are getting. Nobody are able to prove Obaseki that he's stealing money. The guy is doing massive projects. None of these governors is doing that, and he received less of the budget. Edo State budget, how much is Edo State budget compared to people that are receiving billions? So it's not fair for you guys to keep saying that those states are underdeveloped. Look at Delta State. There's no 6-story building. In full of Delta States, no 6-story building there. We're talking about projects. But they receive billions and billions and billions of naira. It's not fair the way we treat ourselves here in this platform.
I just want to ask a quick question on a clarification. I am comparing your Edo State with the rest of South. And if you are talking about Edo State is not receiving a lot of money, I guess Ebonyi is receiving less than Edo State. So
no, go and check how much.
Hold on. When you talk about Obaseki, that is doing wonders. We're in the age of information technology. Information are out there, both audio and visual, and you can see everything clearly. If truly your Edo State is El Dorado under Obaseki, as you have just painted now, I think it will show and people will know about it very well. When you go online, you can see visibly what Umahi have done in Ebonyi State. And I also went online to check what Edo State have done. I checked around. I did not see anything.
Okay. Let me quickly respond to you. If you go
when you want to respond, please. Just
when you
want to respond, I want you to take 2 things into consideration. Edo State is an oil producing state, yes or no? Are they receiving part of the 13% derivation, yes or no? And how much, what has he done compared to his other South state? Forget about the rest of them.
Okay, let me answer you. Let me take you one by one. Umahi, if you go to online, what you see about Umahi did is flyovers. Those are just bunch of sand.
So
hold on. It takes you more money to maintain those flyovers than building it. No, hold on, I'll get there. I just have airport too. Now, you know they approve a cargo airport for that Obaseki is building. Now the money they shared, that we came out and shout that they shared.
You know, a runway is different from an airport, but carry on.
Yes, I know. But the money they said that Wike came out and slammed Basaki that and the rest of what they use their money for. Do you both bother to ask how much Wike get and how much Edo State got? When Wike was getting almost 27 billion to almost 100 billion, Edo State get only 4 billion. And the 4 billion only paying 3.something billion naira inside. We keep running with things. Now you keep saying Umahi build this, build that. How many factories has Umahi built in Ebonyi that is giving employment? Now
I didn't see anyone.
Thank you. Now you keep saying, "Oh, we went online. You didn't see anything about those states." Actually, which online did you went to? APC online?
I think you should ask the panelists here. At least I'm not doing.
No. You asked me the question. Hold on, Remy. Hold on. Let's be civil. Let's be civil. Remy. Let's be civil. Let's be civil. Hold on. Let me start calling factories to you now that Basaki have built. The policy that Tinubu has became in, only 3 to 4 states is able to key into the policy because those are the 4 states that have infrastructure on ground to key in immediately. Even Delta State, Port Harcourt can never key in with firm reform, industrialization, and the rest. They don't have infrastructure on ground. It came to increase of salary. Only Edo State and Lagos. Edo State have been paying 40,000 naira to workers since last year. And these super states we are talking about, they cannot even pay salary. Lagos just joined. Education is Lagos, Benin, somebody to came into do best. Infrastructure plants, we have not just one, we have 2, Osiomo and Azuri plant. How many of them will happen to came into this thing? Industrialization, we have so many industrial parks in Benin. Industry working, marble plants and this cassava ethanol plant. So many plants of have this even rubber research plant.
Sorry, a quick
Hold
question.
on now, hold on.
A quick question, just like I had it on. You said Edo education is the best. So my question is this.
I didn't say Edo is the best. I said Edo best is the program in Edo State running for education.
Can you tell me from the WAEC result in the last 3 years, what is the position of Edo State? That's one.
Okay, I don't want to.
All right, don't do a long list because we want to. Yeah.
I want to move on. It's like Remy doesn't know. Hold on, Remy. Let me take.
Nothing is coming from there. I'm sorry.
Hold on, Remy. Don't talk. I think Ogbeni will be laughing where he's sitting right now. He does not want to be biased. If he wants to be a lawyer, he will sit you down and lecture you a little bit about Edo State. Since the creation of Midwest Nigeria, Edo have been top 5 when it comes to education. It's like you're just mistaking Edo for other things. Since WAEC, take your WAEC, 3 years is too short. Take it back to 10 years from today. Go and check it. Edo jammed WAEC, whatever. Edo is always the first 5, first 10. If I'm lying, stick your money to it and go it right now. So don't just say things you don't know. We are always in top 5 or top 10. So I don't know where you get all this information for. Somebody just tell you information, you just run with it and you don't find out. Teaching hospital in Nigeria, we have like 4 best. Is UBTH, Lut, Ibadan, and Otengo-Suka. That's the 4 best. I think 4 of them. That's the 4 best teaching hospital in Nigeria. And those in forefront. Like people don't even know. Yes, and I'm saying my state is up there. My states get less fun. But Oshomole did worse to us than Obaseki. Oshomole is praising right now. Obaseki is the only governor I've come to and just said I've not borrowed money. And he says the debt of Oshomole left. Huge debt. And the guy is trying for crying out loud, but he's not perfect. He's an authoritarian. He's not perfect. He made a mistake by fighting the artifact. That's why he's unpopular. That's just his case. Not that in other aspects. No, not one APC. Even Tinubu men cannot even go after Obaseki, paying one a dirty deal. No. When you talk about taxation, that's the one you talk to. So if you appreciate what we have and learn from each other, not just trying to say this is that. Super brain is not limited to one part of the country. We all have our good and bad and ugly side of every state. But in Nigeria today, the policy that Tinubu is rolling out, there's only few states can key into it, and it's just Edo and the rest. The rest super states is called about.
That's your personal opinion.
Not personal opinion. Life that is coming right now, how many states can key into it? It will take them 5 years for them to build and finish. Why only Lagos, Benin, and Kano already have a system of ground? and you are saying personal opinion. It's fact. Fact is numbers, and number don't lie. Right? Me, take it easy, man. I can move to the next person.
So if they
Sorry, I just want to correct an impression.
No,
I'm
don't
not
correct
fighting
any.
with you.
Let me just move on. Let me go to Dewale. I'm going to go to Dewale, then hand over to Mike, and then you guys can just carry on.
Please,
Dewale,
one man, just for 5 seconds. Please, one man, just for 5 seconds, please. The guy that just spoken now, I am not fighting with anybody here. I'm always a calm person. I don't have any beef with anybody. I'm just talking objectively and factual. You lay your point there, I also lay mine here. And everybody have their different opinion. If you say your state is the best, fine. It's well with me. I don't really care too much because at the end of the day, I want the best for the country. That's my piece. Thank you, woman.
All right, thank you, Remy. And sorry if I came across a bit abrupt. I just wanted to go to Dewale, hand over to Mike, and then you guys can carry on. So if I was a bit abrupt, then apologies. But Dewale, they say there are no permanent friends in politics and no permanent foes. Only interest is permanent. So I'm sure you can identify the guy on your screen, Dewale. That is Donyo Okupe. That is Donyo. Yeah, Bami Okupe, you know, a medical doctor who has never held a stethoscope in his life. You know, he's never practiced. But this is. That. Yeah, no, I think he never did. I don't think he's ever worked as a medical doctor. But this is now what Donyo Okupe, the former DG of the Peter Obi campaign, is saying. He's saying, he says, cool. We must rebuke and condemn the demeaning of the Nigerian presidency. Niger cannot rubbish Nigeria. This is Donyo Okupe, the DG of the Obi campaign. And this is what he's put out. He says that in this period of international conflict, all Nigerians and our political leaders must unite and collectively rise in defense of our sovereign state. It matters not who the president is. The true test of our patriotism is the ability to put aside our domestic differences in times like this and jointly condemn the effrontery and undiplomatic assault from Niger's military adventurers. President Bola Tinubu is fighting for the enthronement of democracy in West Africa. It is a commendable act. This has from time immemorial been the established focus and center point of our foreign policy. We cannot waver now, even in spite of economic challenges. We must rebuke and condemn the demeaning of the Nigerian presidency, especially from countries that we have labored and committed enormous resources to support the welfare and well-being of their citizenry. We stand with we stand with Bola Tinubu on Niger. So again, I have to remind you, that is the DG of the Obi campaign. Unbelievable. I am aghast. You know, flabbergasted even. I am flabbergasted. What do you make of Wale?
That is your trademark. But
yes.
First and foremost, world peace. You know, I give it to you. Anytime someone seems to talk negatively about Edo State, no matter how or what, world peace will come out from wherever he's doing, whether he's drinking or driving or eating. He would defend Edo State to the last. That is one thing I'll give to World Peace.
If World Peace is on Elon Musk's flight to Mars to go and explore, he will
say, "Oh, sorry to interject. I just came up because I hear something about anything about Edo State is not."
They will imagine one day where some people will start saying Edo is no man's land. People like World Peace.
We that person alive. No, but the truth is that in Nigeria we tend to let's say intentionally undermine ourselves. If something is not from your own region, we just like to break it down. But this Nigeria is supposed to move on collectively. You understand? As a unit, take from here, and move the country on. People just keep saying wrong, like by Edo State. Yes, I don't like my governor, not because he's not performing well, because he's having a problem with the palace. That's all. when it comes to performance, the guy is doing well to his capacity. I'm not saying he's the best. Now you're talking about we can build this thing, judiciary. Have you seen what Edo State Obaseki built for judges in Edo State, judges quarters, and this thing he built more than what can build. And that building was built by Ogbamoja in the 70s. He came to renovate and add to it. And what we can spend billions to build, there is no up to half. But we don't talk about it because we hate the guy. You understand? Some people just wrong with that. Let's talk about everybody's achievement. If Obaseki was still an APC member, I think every APC man here would be President Obaseki because he's one of the best in the governors in Nigeria today. But we keep condemning him because he decamped on PDP.
Was the better governor?
Obaseki 100%. The organization there is not even close. Oshoma indebted at those states like crazy. Do you know Oshoma time when Naira was 60 something, 61 Naira? Oshoma borrowed 200 something billion Naira locally, not even internationally. His debt is our neck there. And Obaseki is managing it today. He's not borrowing. He's servicing it and he's doing project. We don't talk about these things. Obaseki has his fault, I know. But people just keep saying, and this is one of the biggest federal route. Ask anybody. In Edo State, almost every road is federal route, and they're using that against the poor guy. They don't develop it, so you see the governor bad. So why we keep doing all this?
I just said something now. Guess what? How long? What piece went? It went almost 5 minutes.
Sorry, take your stand. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
It's high time your state and Lake Ondo and Ekiti State match together and Osun together, because those states, even your state. I think those other states will benefit from the oil money coming to the Edo State. Anyway, let me speak to what the question that what one man asked me about Donyo Kukwe. You see, Donyo Kukwe understand politics. It's not this kind of new generation or this wokeism group of people, going about and shouting on his social media and all that. As you were reading that, the statement credited to him from the Instablog, I went to the Instablog itself just to go and read the comment. What those people put out there. Your guess is as good as mine.
Are they destroying him already?
It's more than water. They're already cursing him and saying he should bring his children from abroad to come and fight the war for them. That Nigerians are not in support of the war. But don't you quickly understand? Here he is referring to Tinubu as Mr. President, despite there's a case in the court, between his party, the adopted party, and the APC. But he put politics aside. Whichever divide everyone belongs to, that shows some level of patriotism. I mean, you can't say that is it's patronizing in nature, because he was talking about the general issue. But regardless of who is in charge of the affair of Nigeria, we're still going to be, everyone needs to come and rally around, because what happens to your neighbors can as well happens to you. So I don't expect less from,
please, can I just interject a little?
All right, you can interject, but
okay. I'm going to be very, very fast, please.
Yes, but hold on. Before you interject, let me bail out and hand over to Mike, who is here now and will guide the rest of the process. And before I do that, let me acknowledge super chats from Alexander Gomez and Ayod. So there is those two spaces. So thank you one and all. Dial in for tomorrow as well when we continue with the conversations. Mike, are you ready?
Okay.
So
Mike,
I'm
over to you.
You send me the link. Sorry.
Okay, Mike, I want to interject, please.
I'll do that.
Okay, no problem. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, one man. You see, I understand what you said. The last speaker, I don't know your name, but I understand what you said. You said something that I really like. But the thing is this. You see, everybody's going to rally around the president, but the thing is this: is the president taking the best of decision to go into the place, into Niger? That's what people are against. No. Tinubu, you see, let me tell you something. Tinubu, this is not peculiar to Tinubu. It's peculiar. It's a general thing in Africa. They want to align with the West. They want always to align with the West against their own. That's what is happening here. People are saying, why not use diplomacy in Niger problem?
Who are the people saying that?
No, to me, that's the best thing he will have done.
So
take diplomacy. I must give him credit. I must give him credit that he's doing it now.
Wait now. If the person representing your constituency has to wait for every time there's a critical decisions to be taken, has to go to his constituents and wait to conduct a poll for him to make critical decision. Do you think that is the kind of representative that befits such?
No, you see, in this situation, it's not like an internal crisis. It's an external crisis. So what I expect Tinubu to do is this. I love the move he's making of late now. He has sent the Sultan, he has sent Abdul Salam Abubakar, he has sent so many people to go and talk to this, you understand? So it's a good move. You see, bringing in a military there, you see, if it were like African affairs, if it were like France wasn't involved in this, the external forces are not involved in this, that wants Africa to be where Africa is today, I will say, okay, let's just do it and remove the man and put, but we have to look at the interest.
So
I know Nigeria has an okay.
Simply because Pupe said, let us rally around the president does not necessarily mean that he's supporting or is in favor of invading Niger. But what he was saying in the context of that statement that he put out is that at this critical time, this is where you rally around the president. Now, if president has to listen to the entire country, remember, Nigeria is part of ECOWAS. Even if Nigeria decided, we are not going to do this, and the entire commission and the other head of state said this is what the decision they're going to take. Yes, Nigeria has a big chunk of the share of ECOWAS, but this is a consensus decision, not just one person saying this is what we're going to do. In the last the last extraordinary summit that was conducted in Abuja, I could remember his last statement when he said, now we've talked the talk, now let us put action to back it up. That means everyone supported it. So if Nigeria now decided, okay, we are not going to support you, we are not going to take this step, do you think Nigeria have a choice when everybody have equal vote?
Wait
now. Wait, guys. Wait. Let me land first, then I will let you guys. I'm not. It's not that hard for me to, let people interject. Before a critical decision like this can be taken, they must have weighed a lot of options and look at the merit and the demerit that comes with it. Yes, at this critical time, we may be sympathetic to the cause of Nigerians. At the same time, we're looking at our economic situation back home and said, we don't think this will work. But when Obasanjo was making a critical decision to go to Sao Tome, when Buhari was making a critical decision to go to Gambia, when we decided to go to Guinea-Bissau, all these things were being put together and considered. Today, we have our troops in Guinea-Bissau. If we take away troops from Guinea-Bissau today, that country will go into flame. But you see, the commission itself, they have a board of advisory, they have advisory board and all that within the commission, within the ECOWAS body, that advise the head of state, more or less like an ambassadorial positions. And these people give feedback, and also with the support from allies from other parts of the country, globally. And they weigh their options for them to have come out with show of force by invoking the biggest threat. But you see, because number one, being Nigeria, and the fact that some of the youth, majority of the youth people that have access to the internet, we can easily propagate all these negative submissions, are really quick because they are changing the narrative by going against it. The fact that they don't even like the incumbent is part of the reason why this opposition is coming up. You and I are not privy to the reason why they've decided to put that statement out there in the first place. And if I could remember very well, a very solid voice when it comes to international relations in Nigeria, Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, supported the show of force when he was arguing with the crew of the Asleep TV. These are the people that have been tested that knows this terrain. But
that professor doesn't know too much, man, to be honest.
yeah, but you can say that, but you've never had any position outside of Nigeria, so you may not really know what information.
Yeah, you know Petty, but doesn't know the big picture of the globe.
Let me tell you.
If on your field, nobody can come and bamboozle you. These people knows their onion.
Based on the ways, well, I've listened to him talk now. I'm like,
you can listen to him talk. This is a man who was in charge of
Adewale. Mike doesn't know Professor.
Maybe he doesn't know Professor.
I mean, based on, I won't say I know him, but based on what I've listened to him say,
yeah, you can listen to what
Mike is a top diplomat and ambassador.
A minute discussion on a television set does not give you a preview to what this man knows. Not everything is being shared on the social media or on television.
The same man that was wait, hold on. Give me a second. The same man that was criticized when Russia-Ukraine war started. All the picture was Russia just invading sovereign country. Russia, yeah. I'm like, do you not even know Cold War's history? Do you understand? You didn't even know why that the whole agreement, the NATO agreement with Soviet, Soviet agreement, doesn't even understand it. He didn't know it. I'm like,
you don't know Jack. You don't know how a quarter of what
Adewale. Sorry, Adewale. I just want you to put it into consideration. Everybody, I want you to put this into consideration. There is a coup attempt in Liberia and Sierra Leone recently. If that coup has been successful, that means we have 6 countries that will be ruled by military
shifting. I don't like when we just shift from one thing.
No. I'm just
asking one thing, just jump
to
to something
into consideration. I have the right to say that, right? That's
I don't say you don't have right, but I mean, let us know you're shifting to something different. It's not like
no, I'm not shifting.
You know what? The main topic, the two gentlemen I wanted to interject me earlier, is that what Okupe said, the statement that Okupe put out there, is the kind of statement I want, even if you are going to oppose, I won't use invasion, I would say use of force, because this is not war. If you are trying to make it like a war, it's not war. What Nigeria is, or the ECOWAS is trying to do is that they want to make sure that democracy is deeply rooted in West Africa. And if any member of the body is having trouble,
Adewale, I want to speak why the space there is Okupe. Yeah, Okupe messed up.
Wait, before you go there, I just want to before you divert real quick, let me address that real quick. Adewale, are you serious? Like when you're saying they want to make sure democracy is in West Africa, I mean, who's making sure? What is this so-called agreement that what is this so-called agreement? Is the same ECOWAS where they can't even agree on eco currency, where France had to come in and this so-called regional.
Adewale, I want to say this before you continue. That Okupe statement, if you watch it very well, there was an incident that happened in Niger Republic yesterday, that they insulted the president. The video that was circulating around. So that was the reason why Okupe made that statement that those Nigerians are insulting a whole Nigerian president. So that's a video.
Haven't he received enough water from obedient before the?
Yeah, that's man. So for that insult to cross boundaries, the reason why Okupe put out his statement.
I've listened to everybody on this platform. Everybody's view is right, if you put it in context. But what I want us to understand is that what is happening in the neighboring country? Why are we showing it? Why is the ECOWAS as a body showing interest in making sure that democracy is not subverted in this part of the region of Africa. We have to show that we are together. Apart from the economic ties that we have together, it does not speak well, because if anybody, any part in the entire globe is trying to, have something to do with Africa, they know that whatever you do in the West Africa will cut across the entire region. We have challenges of terrorism, challenges of economic issues and all that. Yes, we may not be trading the same currency or having a very robust trade agreement between ourselves, but they know that whatever happens to country A will surely affect country B. What we have in Niger are just an usurper who subverted democracy and imposed themselves without anybody's mandate. They are there for their own and their own selfish reason. And they know, because they've subjected. Somebody make an argument on this show today, which I was very, very proud, I think it was Ogbeni, by saying that these people, they will come in under the disguise of saying there's a lot of issues in the land, so we've come to, give remedy to what is happening. And then they will perpetuate themselves or convert themselves to a civilian and stay in power for a long time.
Let me ask you one question real quick.
But Adwale is the African leaders. Have they not?
Give me a second, man. Can I give me a second? Let me ask you a question. Let's say Niger Republic, let's say without coup, right? Let's say they have their so-called democracy. And let's say the people there, and including the leader, say they want French out of the country, or the US and the French military base close down and leave. And then the French and the US say, okay, they are not leaving, they are not closing down. And then the Niger people call Nigeria to come and help them. Will Nigeria go in to help them do that?
See, you can
tell.
Does Nigeria have the means to go in and help them to kick out
very good question. Very good one, man.
Hold on. If Nigerians say they don't want foreign countries in their country, they have a right to say we want to cut diplomatic ties. And those other countries have no reason, they have no right to stay put, since your host country is rejecting you. Now, when there's a discord, there's a disagreement among the government officials about the stand they want to take, whether they want to allow this foreign country to stay or not. There is a means, there's a process. You can choose to contest for election.
You're not answering my question. Wait, before you start moving, I'm asking a simple question. The simple question is, if the French and the American military base say they're not leaving, and then they just say, okay, Nigeria, come and help us. Wait.
They are not leaving. No.
Nigeria will never come. Nigeria will never come.
Don't ask me. Don't ask me. There's no way. Let's say they said. Don't put that.
There's no way.
It's not a question whether there's no way. Let's assume. Let's forget whether they will say they don't. Let's assume they say they don't want to leave, and the J say they need Nigeria to come in to help them kick them out. Adewale, answer a simple question, man. Let's Adewale, let's paint a scenario. Don't ask me there's no way. I'm painting a scenario. Just answer the question according to. Just answer the simple question. If Niger now call Nigeria to come and help them, will Nigeria go in, or does Nigeria have the means to go in?
Call for help. Why can't we? We are part of it.
So we'll go in. Nigeria will go in there, go and help them kick attack the French and the US embassy. They will not do it. They will never do it. So you don't have any power. If they can't do anything like that, they have no right to be going to their country to.
Mike, see, let me tell you something, Mike. I don't dwell in conspiracy. All these
this is not conspiracy
assumptions. No, I don't dwell in assumptions because I know that will never happen.
What do you mean it will never happen? Are the people not already telling them to leave? Are the people happy that the US embassy is in their country?
See, you elected a leader to be your spokesperson, to represent you. One of the primary functions of executive under democracy is for them to represent the entire country. They make decisions on behalf of the country. That is why you are elected.
Listen, my friend, my brother, United States have embassy in most countries in the world. And the people
if they let the leader is
America, they know they will not mess with the US. What I'm telling you is Nigeria, the fact that you don't have absolute control of that region, so stop flexing muscle about on democracy. You don't have absolute control of that region. ECOWAS, so-called community bullshit. They don't have any freaking leverage over the Western, all these superpowers that are there. So you really can't be flexing muscle. You know, even the ECOWAS currency deal. Once France put their foot in, that was it. Nigeria could not do anything. You couldn't do nothing.
Exactly, Mike. Exactly.
Just focus on your business in your country and fix your country. Leave other people alone.
The theory you put forward.
And that is my solution, Mike. Thank you very much. What are we doing? What is our interest? What are we getting? What are we gaining from in that Niger space? What is our gain? What are we going to gain as a country?
You
We
said
have a lot of problems in our own country. What will Nigeria gain? I still ask that question. What will Nigeria gain?
What will Nigeria gain by doing what? By going to
Yes,
Nigeria?
by intervening in this Niger
Listen,
coup and all that.
When you sign up to be part of this community called ECOWAS, they have a charter that bounds everyone together. Yes, as a sovereign nation, you are free to make your decision and say, you know, I'm backing out of this agreement.
What is the agreement, sir?
Oh, go online, go and Google it.
No, tell us. You are the one telling us about agreements. You are the one telling me about agreements. Don't tell me to go and Google. Tell me what the agreement you're talking about is.
ECOWAS was created.
Mike, can I interject a minute?
To help
let him land and interject.
Okay, thank you.
ECOWAS was created to help strengthen economic activities of the West African region. It started from there, and the charter that created it expanded to other strata of life, politics, securities, and all that. And every members of the body that are signatory to it agree that they will strengthen and deepen their not just diplomatic relationship, but economic relationship. But of course, because of the interference of the foreign body, they will be able to find their footing or have a concrete, framework to achieve that. Now, for the fact that democracy is what majority of the member embraced, so it now became a challenge when you have countries within the body that are going authoritarian or transitions to a civilian rule. However, to help forestall peace in every countries involved in this body, they ensure that every troubled country have been, assisted by other countries. Now, we've had our own challenges in Nigeria before. We never invited other West Africa countries to help us or intervene in a situation. But we were already at the point ECOWAS imposed sanction on us. AU imposed, Organization of African Unity then imposed sanction on Nigeria simply because we decided not to toe that same line of civilian, self-governance. And eventually we transitioned to civilian rule, and we decided to take it upon ourselves as a senior member of the body to ensure that other parts of the West Africa also enjoy the same thing by ensuring that democracy was deepened, even though those challenges are there and it's very difficult to just transition completely to democracy. So what
Adewale, I want to ask you a question. Can I ask you a question now?
Let Joe ask you a question real quick, Adewale.
Yeah. If Niger at this point in time, at this moment now, writes to the to ECOWAS and said, we are withdrawing our membership, we are no longer part of you again, would they still invade Niger?
If that is the case, they could do that. But you should also know.
But Adewale, I want you to take instance.
After all, Britannia withdrew their membership from the organizations, right? So, and I think Cameroon decided to go with this Central Africa. So, yes, they are free to take their their leave if they don't want to. But you see, this is a situation where they found themselves in this quagmire, and if they decide, okay, this is the time we want to take our leave, yes. But I tell you what, Nigeria or every other part of this body called ECOWAS still have the mandate to intervene.
Adewale,
political instability in any of the members of that
even when they have pulled out of ECOWAS, still intervene.
Because you don't just pull out. There are some other things that have to be considered, some things that would need to be worked out before you can pull out.
Adewale, you are saying they have a democracy policy part or some bullshit, some crap like that. Sorry. So is Togo part of ECOWAS? Yes, right? Right? Togo is part of ECOWAS. Okay. Do they have democracy in Togo?
You see, before
no, it's a simple question. I don't like when people do this now. You ask them one thing now, you start talking about something else.
Hold on. The head of state, who is even The last time was a Yadima. Who is even the president of Togo now?
Okay, the father ruled from 1967 till he died in 2005. Now the son has taken over from 2005 till today.
Okay, one of the challenges that ECOWAS is having is this.
So democracy is not everywhere. So why are we going into Niger for democracy? Come on,
it's
that's
a
simple. It's just simple.
Hold on now. That is why it seems challenges when we are talking about democracy, especially in the western part of the Africa, because there are some countries that what they've done is they know that their military officers hold on to power in these countries. So what they've done to do is to find a way to transition to civilian. But ECOWAS accommodates them because they didn't want to use force. However, probably they obliged to some of the conditions that are being put in place. Number one, not to create political crisis.
So they don't have a path. They don't have a democracy policy. They don't have it. They don't have it.
That they are having.
Yeah.
The cultural challenges that they were having, was what makes it a little bit impossible to completely transition to democracy.
Okay, they haven't. Then they don't. Okay, they haven't. They don't believe in. They haven't.
Just like the Chad current president right now, which also transitioned from military.
If they agree on democratic path, saying democracy is what we want in ECOWAS,
they accommodate him in such a way that there will be a transitioning process.
So they are playing double standard.
No. See, if there's any trace, any shadow of possibility that this military junta in Niger will listen to all the emissary being sent to them and concede maybe to one or two conditions, there will be stability. And I bet
you are all ECOWAS. There's no democracy in Togo, but you must force democracy in Niger. That's double standard. The whole thing is not making sense. Let's not waste our time.
Hold on. When you say democracy, don't look at it in the pragmatic way. Okay, this is democracy. Do election.
Democracy is not clearly defined.
Mike, I like to discuss in such a way that we both hear each other's out and listen to each other.
I'm hearing you now, but you're not talking to the point. You just keep twisting things. I mean, let's just talk straight away.
I believe that some people in this platform understand what I'm trying to say. Yes, it may be.
Does anyone understand what you're trying to say?
It may be considered.
I don't understand, though.
It may be considered double standard, but what the body is trying to do is to accommodate some of those countries that are willing to gradually step in and transition to the democracy that the kind that we practice in Nigeria. If you look online today, Obedient will tell you, well, after all, we have corrupt people in charge of our affair, right? But that is the kind of accommodation we are talking about. Because what happens during the election could have snowballed into a crisis. But we're able to manage it because it seemed like a patching and continue to transition to the point whereby we will start having a very solid democracy. Now we're still talking about
listen, when you make a path, it's like you're creating a law. The moment you create that law, it goes into effect. So if you're telling me the ECOWAS agree that what they want to practice in the ECOWAS region is democracy, that means it goes into effect. And whenever they agree on that part. So you are telling me they agree that the democracy is what we're going to be doing, and then some policy being the dictatorship, and you want to fight someone else for trying to do something. I mean, it doesn't make sense. You want to go invade Niger and put democracy on them when Togo is not doing democracy.
They were already enjoying democracy before these military people strike and subverted democracy, and they put democratically elected leaders under hostage, under house arrest. Now that's
our business.
But you see, Nigeria would not sit back and watch part of the continent going up in flames.
Well, somebody else have a question. I bet.
So what actually led to this? Because
Nigeria will not sit back. On what ground does Nigeria have the right not to? I mean, to be. Come on. We don't sit back.
I don't even understand this. Just look at how we are seeking the approval of army to go, and we are still having a lot of issue of insecurity and all that. We are not putting our effort to secure our borders and all that, and we are signing. We are giving law to senators to sign to go and sign military. invade some areas in Niger Republic. It doesn't make sense to me as a Nigerian. It doesn't make sense.
Hold on, the toughest security fight.
And we're even spending more time. Our government is even spending more time in Niger, sending even Niger sent back those Abu Salam and all. They sent them back. If you don't know, they didn't accept them. So
we still have banditry and Boko Haram in Nigeria.
They sent them back. Now I read the news today. They sent them back. They said that they didn't allow them to even enter their destiny. They even sent some soldiers of army back from their base in Niger.
Another thing is that who is going to fund that mission? Who is going to fund it?
Who is going to fund it? We're having economic crisis here and that. We have not.
If we go in there and think we're
they will use subsidy money,
and it ends up 6 months, who's going to fund it?
They will use subsidy money. The subsidy money is what they will use to fund.
Mike.
Okay, who was that? Huh?
I should hold on.
Okay. Go ahead, read rest, man. Go ahead. Yeah.
Are you hearing me at all?
Your network is going in and out, man.
My brother, to be frankly speaking, ECOWAS was not created. Anything like a democracy was not attached to ECOWAS. But peacekeeping force in the name of ECOMOG is part of it. Like, for example, if Niger is having internal problem, they are fighting themselves, and Nigeria can go there as peacekeeping force to put peace while there will be chance for dialogue. That's the only thing they agree. And who will rule a country was not agree whether you want to return to monarchy, you want to return to dictatorship. It is internal problem. And the way it is, why Niger is complicated, the people are happy with the junta. So Nigeria have no chance of going there, except they want to hand our country. Because I strongly believe if Nigeria go ahead to attack Niger, then the Americans and France will simply secure the area of uranium and allow the entire ECOWAS people to start killing themselves while they're going to secure many areas. And I don't think Russia will fold their hands. So this is one of the most dangerous something or mistake Tinubu will ever make as a country. And I don't think our country will survive it with the kind of economic challenges that we have. So I see no reason why it's going there. They want to go and destabilize the country in the name of democracy. I don't know.
And we have nothing to gain. We have nothing to gain. What are we going to gain? What are we going to gain? That is my point. What are we gaining there? We don't even have money to finance our soldiers to go there.
My brother, see the gain. The gain of democracy for Africa is democracy by the politician, and for the politician from the Western world. That's all. So
that's the issue now. They're trying to protect their own.
They have aligned gain. They have aligned gain for the politician, and they want to fall a prey. They don't care about their people. So I pray for Tinubu not to make mistake because to make an I pray for you not to make mistake.
You are saying what do we gain? We gain water supply from Niger. If these people should block it, that's 80% or let's say 70 to 80% of our electricity gone.
But the coup plotters didn't say they are coming to block
their electricity now. Nigeria has got their electricity now. What are we talking? Nigeria has taken the electricity away from them.
Wait, I can hear you. If they have cut the electricity, yes, but Niger has not yet built a dam to stop it, right? They need to build a dam to stop the water supply.
Yeah, you are right. You're right.
But
that is going to take time off. And if they try to build a dam, then we wipe them. Plain and simple. Now, the second thing is they are saying, what do we wait now, let me finish.
Go ahead.
We have to run pipe through to Europe. If we cannot run it through Niger, that is another avenue of business that we are going to lose out on billions, hundreds of billions of dollars that could flow
Joe, let him know.
I want to come in, please.
But give me a second, Joe. Wait.
Secondly, if these people have military coup, are they really, if we're looking at history, are they really going to develop the nation? They will just come. If we know about history, we know it well that most of this military come, they blame the West, they come, they make promises, and they do absolutely nothing. Now, the people of Niger are going to flood into Nigeria at the moment that they realize that nothing is going on. Niger is one of the top 10 poorest countries in the world. These people are going to flock into Nigeria in millions.
But all these
Are they
points you
not
just
flooding
made.
in? Are they not in Nigeria right now? Are they not flooding in Nigeria right now? They are in
Oh,
Nigeria right now.
wait
And the
now,
thing
wait
with
now,
civilian
wait
president,
now.
is anything? Is it better for them?
Complaining. You are emotionally complaining. Yes, they are flooding into Nigeria, but not as much as they are going to flood in once this
What makes you? I mean, wait, hold on, no. What gives you the impression that because this new rulers came in, so everything will collapse? It will not work out. I mean, like you are talking as if those rulers came in to start a war, create the stability and collapse everything. That you have jumped to that conclusion. They're also saying Nigeria has. Wait, hold on. Let me land. You're also saying things about Nigeria trying to build pipeline. It's not like these guys have came here and announced that okay, we are blocking your pipeline, and you're talking about blocking water. Have they announced that they are doing all these things? Because if that's the argument, then we can say, okay, these people. Wait, hold on. If that's the argument, you can say, oh, Nigeria is going in for this reason that these guys want to block the pipeline, or they want to block the waterways, or they want to do something. Then that would be a valid argument. But that's not the case.
Yeah,
They haven't announced that
Mike,
we are
you're right.
blocking.
You're right. You're right.
They haven't. This guy it's just a regime change. Wait, hold on. You are going. You will respond. Give me a second.
You're asking the question like you don't want me to reply.
You will answer, but let me just lay it down for you. Let me lay it down.
Mike, you are the host, so let him answer.
I haven't finished talking. Addressing what I'm addressing. Let me address.
He
like
never
three
say himself
questions.
as
You've
a
asked me like
host.
three
He will
questions
not
at
even
a
let
time
you
already.
finish or answer any question.
You are not giving me space to answer any question.
You will answer, but wait. Now you are not running anywhere. Hold on.
Question on top question.
I'm giving an for submit. It's not really a question. It's not a question. I'm just giving a
Exactly.
I'm responding to what you said. I'm responding to what. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm responding to what you said. Now, what happened there is just a regime change. Every country, every citizen have right of revolution. It's a sovereign country. They have right of revolution to revolt or whatever against topple leaders, whatever. It's a right within any nation in the world. Now they're doing it. Now they haven't announced to you that we are blocking your interest or we are doing this. If that's the case, then we can say, okay, Nigeria is going there to protect their interest or whatever. But that's not the case. They haven't announced any of that. Okay, now go ahead.
Okay, after him, I will talk.
All right. So you are saying they haven't announced any of that. Yes, they haven't announced any of that. But are we going to sit down and wait for it to happen? No. We can't just, we have to assume the worst. That's why we've not jumped in yet. We are preparing to see what they are going to say and what they are going to do. Plain and simple. We can't just sit down and say, oh, they won't do it. No, you get your army, you get them on this. The moment they decide they want to do it, boom, you flood into the country. That's why we haven't jumped in yet. We are waiting to see what and you say, okay, they are doing regime change. If they are doing regime change, then they should put up a new leader. Why are they doing regime change and putting themselves as the leader? Secondly, Wagner Group, yes, they come in and they help with regime change, but they only protect the elites. They are not going to protect the citizens. They are not going to protect any of the normal people. So this thing is still going to flood into Nigeria at the same time. And that's not even our only problem. Our problem is that, okay, even if we send our army into Niger, are these northerners going to fight Niger people? Because Niger people are their brothers. There is a threat of coup in Nigeria. Because if this Nigerian government does not turn Nigeria into Dubai within the next 1 to 2 years, if they don't increase that minimum wage to at least 120K or 150K, if they don't change the life of Nigerian citizens, Nigeria is next. Whether we like it or not, Nigeria is next. Because then obedience have given other countries plus Nigerians full armor, full weaponry in order to take over this country. They've told them the president is illegitimate. They've gone to go and beg for coup. They've done so many treasonable things to the country that all these other countries now have ammunition to come against Nigeria. These stupid people are going to be the downfall of Nigeria, and they are going to be the cause of coup in Nigeria. And let me tell you who is going to celebrate this coup. This same stupid obedience. And when these other countries are posting on the internet, Nigeria has coup, you will see obedience dancing on the street. So you will think that it's Nigerians that are supporting the coup. Obedience have made a they've put Nigeria on a platter of gold for all these other coup countries. And all these other coup countries are going to point at Nigeria and say, you see, even their president is illegitimate. You see the people saying it. You see the people. These obedience are the dumbest people I've ever seen in my life. Majority of them. They are dumb. and they are going to make Nigeria.
Wait, is he? Sorry. Is it about obedience right now? Is it about obedience right now? Or be about the danger that
Can
just
I
going to face
interject?
if we invade? I don't understand.
Can I
I'm
come in?
just getting carried away. Now, you just said something that struck my mind. I wanted to say this morning,
What is
but
that? Then Remy was next, man.
sorry, Remy, go ahead. Remy, go ahead. Remy, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just looking at it I'm looking at it from a point of hindsight, because they cannot turn Nigeria to Dubai. Actually, they can if they want to, but are they going to do it? Are they going to help Nigerian citizens? Because Nigerian citizens are angry. You will not have coup in a country where people are happy. And the thing about obedience is, no matter what you do, even if you do something good for them, their excuse is, you are doing it because you are illegitimate president. You are just trying to
excuse me, Remy. Please, can I interject?
In this country, in Nigeria.
I'll probably give people a chance to interject now. Okay, Remy and
Let me
Joe.
interject. Please let me interject. Just Mike, please let me interject. See,
Remy, you want Joe to go first, or you want to go
I want to
please,
go first.
let me go, please.
He asked first now. We have to go in order. Who asked first? Even Whoppies asked before you say. Remy asked first, and Whoppies asked. Then you ask. Let Remy go first. Or if Remy wants to let you go first, I don't know.
No. I will go
Remy,
first.
please.
Okay, let Remy
please.
go, and then you go.
Remy, I beg you.
I
Let me
hope
go
you are not
first,
going to
please.
take a lot of
No,
time.
I'm not going to just say. You see, where I heard the last speaker saying that the obedience are the dumbest people, or Nigerians are the dumbest people, whatever how you put it. Let me tell you something. You see, excuse me, the people that has put Nigeria in the excuse me, the people that has put Nigeria in this bad image or bad whatever in the world is the politicians. Can you imagine Ibori going to London and they locked him up and he dressed like a woman and came back to Nigeria? This is one. Just imagine, do you think the world is blind to what is happening in Nigeria? They are not, because what? They see the corruption in broad daylight. Look at what Abacha did. Look at what all these politicians are doing. You think they don't know? They know. Nigeria is really, really corrupt. That is what they are the ones. If they had fixed the country, do you think you and I will be outside here? We wouldn't be here. So
Can I speak now?
Okay.
No, it will just be a quick reply. What you just said right now, does it refute any of my points about what I said obedience? Yes or no?
Remy, go, man. Go. Now you guys will
the thing about obedience, they emotionally complain with no point. Just like a headless human being running around. No point. You are complaining about what has happened in the past. We are talking about what is happening today.
What I've said now, there's no point.
What does your complaints change? Nothing. It just adds more fuel to the fire that is already burning.
Okay, excuse me. What do you want Nigerians to do? What do you want Nigerians to do right now? What do you want Nigerians to do right now?
Let Remy respond. Yeah. Is that Solly that's talking?
Yes.
Okay. So let Remy respond, and then Solly respond to both of what the question. What's the interjection?
Okay. You guys have been talking. I want you to look at different scenarios here today. Nigeria, whether corruption, like you said, of course, we know there is a big corruption in Nigeria, but tell me which country you go, there is no corruption. It can be minimal, it can be absolutely lesser, but one way or the other, there is corruption everywhere. Because corruption can be in cash or in kind, and in other form of. Nigeria, for the last 23 years from 1999, we have developed, although it may be in a slow pace. You cannot tell me the state where you are from remained the same 23 years ago to this time. We have our challenges, right? We had an election.
How have we developed?
Hold on now, Joe. Cool down, man.
Just calm down.
Don't make it rowdy. Let him make his point.
Calm down. We have a pocket of development in most of the states. We are happy when you go to online.
Mike, I want to speak.
Who's that? Kenneth, right?
Yeah.
Everybody can.
Okay, Remy, make it snappy. So Whoppies and Kenneth come in.
That's what I'm trying to do. So when you go online, you see pictures of Lagos, Akwa Ibom, Kano. Everybody is showing their state. And from what I see and what I've seen physically in Southwest, I've not been to most of the other states recently. I've seen some pocket of development. Now, this election has come and has gone. And anybody that have won, all Nigerians should support. Now, I want to put a scenario here there. There's a coup in Niger, and we condemn it as Nigeria. Nigeria is the chairman of ECOWAS. And when you belong to a regional group, then you already subscribe to the bilateral agreement, whatever they put there. So there's a coup there, and they had a meeting with other West African states, and they have what they are going to do. Now, you guys, I want to ask a simple rhetoric question, and I want people to talk objectively about this. Now, since 1999 to 2023 now, we have uninterrupted democracy. Whether good or bad, at least we are moving. Even if at a snail speed, we are moving. Would you prefer a coup to happen in Nigeria? That's my first question. Would you prefer a coup to happen in Nigeria? That's my first question.
Can I answer your question?
No,
wait now. Other people want to talk now. Cool down. Okay, let me. Okay, is that the question? I got it. Okay. What piece? Kenneth, whoever want to go first? I think what piece wanted to go earlier, but what piece? What Kenneth?
Yeah. No, let me quickly. I don't know what with the arguments we're having here. I wanted to address solely about adding obedience. Yes, I know people are chanting for a military regime in Nigeria, which is dumb because I think many of them were not born when we were being run or ruled by the military. Nothing good about it. But you not because of that be chanting hate and all that. That's one side. But I don't understand why Soli is solely tying on obedience. That is a very wrong move to do. Then
what am
yeah, you are wrong about that. I'm not obedient. You know me, I'm not. But it's wrong to be.
Explain the part that I'm wrong. Explain it, please.
The part is that everybody online chanting for military.
And continue, man. Continue.
Hold on. Let me address a little bit. For the fact that everybody on the internet chanting for military intervention, they are all not obedient. There are some people there who are not obedient, who doesn't like Tinubu, or who doesn't like Nigeria.
Example.
I'm just telling you, example, they don't put their name there. Hold on. So hold on,
guys. Let's not make it rowdy.
Hold on.
Let me finish now. After what piece?
Yeah.
What piece?
People shouting on the internet that they don't writing on their head they're obedient. It's just people on their names. For you to just assume they're obedient, that is wrong. All you can address to address people.
So is it PDP? What piece?
Hold on. I'm not saying. Listen, let me learn now. Solly, please.
Let him learn.
You ask me a question. You ask me a question, Solly. Hold on. Let me just learn.
You are not being genuine. You are not.
Wait now. Use wait.
Solly, let him learn. Let him learn. You know, can I stay out to go after him? You know. So.
Yeah. For me,
wrap it up.
Yeah. What do you have that I assume you should do? You should address everybody generally. Like people on that conversation that is called. Hold on now. You address me now.
Solly, let him learn. You get it done.
You are being genuine. You answer the question. Who is the general? Who?
Listen. You are not being. Hold on. What piece? Sorry. I'm calling my name. See, Solly. Solly, hold on, please. With all due respect. Hold on now. Hold on. You can't speak my mind for me now. Please hold on. You cannot speak my mind for me. Hold on. Just hold on. I don't know your question. You're just talking over me. I don't even know your question. You're saying I'm not being genuine. I don't know what.
Because you are lying. Because you are lying. You're not being genuine.
Which question are you asking me? Hold on.
All right. What piece? Let me
moderate everything. They moderate.
Hold on. What piece and Solly? Okay. What piece and Solly? Wait. What piece? Let's get Kenneth next. Can I go ahead?
My point is this: the queue started in Africa during the time of obedience. No, we have queue in Mali, we have in Burkina Faso and some other before this one that happened. That people are tying it to the obedience. No, there is nothing like being honest. So for me,
Solly, allow them to talk now. Then you can respond.
I don't even know. You don't even want people to talk.
Solly, allow them to talk, man. Allow people to talk. You know.
We have queue in Mali. We have queue in few other African countries. We have queue in few other African countries before this recent one that you are tying it to the obedience. As if the obedience was the people that said let there be queue in other countries before this one that happened as of recent. So if you cannot speak to the point that even the president of even George Weah speak and said that our ECOWAS themselves, they have allowed a lot of irregularities in our electoral system, and that is why all these military have the guts to take over power. Those are the things you're supposed to be defending, not calling obedience that they want calling for queue and all that. Q didn't start today in Africa. A lot of Africans have been having queues before this recent one that happened in Niger that you are trying to obedience.
Can I
But you
don't think
forgot that even
You are a liar. You are a liar. You heard what you wanted to hear, and that's not what I said.
Am I Judge Wade that made the statement? Judge Wade, go and pull it out. Judge Wade made this. He said a lot of irregularities in our electoral system.
Wait, hold on, guys. Wait. Sorry, wait.
Mute people that don't want to stop talking. Mute them, man. Is that what I said? Why are you now telling lies on me?
Well, sorry, cool down now. Relax, man. You are making it rowdy.
Why is he lying against me? Because he wants to
But you are making it rowdy. You get your chance to respond, and it's all lie against you. But you are just making the whole thing rowdy.
Get out. What a liar. You're changing my...
Okay. Chill out, man. You are making this section rowdy, man. You don't want me to put you in the back. You're making it. You get.
Lie against me. Say what you want to say. Don't lie against me because you want to.
Mike, please let me land my point. Let me land my point.
Okay.
Sorry.
Hold on. Okay, I'll put Solly in the back because it's not even listening at all.
Michael, I beg you can hold their mic. You hold it. Hold their mic.
Yeah, if you off man, I'm muting, but you mute yourself and still talk now. What do you want me to do? That's why I put him in the back. Solly, we get it. I even understand why you. I think what Solly said was that the obedience are the thing they are doing. They are calling for coup to happen in Nigeria. He didn't say they are the one that call for coup in Niger. So I think that's why he's agreeing with Kenneth because Kenneth is saying he's accusing obedient of the coup.
How many obedient are called for coup in Nigeria? How many?
I don't care. It's not my position. That's his position. So
wait, now,
I'm just correcting where the what's the word is
statement. His statement, yes.
Statement. But Kenneth accused him of saying he's the one that called for coup in Niger. And that's what it's frustrating about.
But he said it's because of obedience that people are seeing Nigeria and all that. Is it not because
no.
He said because of obedience are doing that.
Hold on now.
Let's move on, man.
Hey, I'm about to add sorry, but sorry, try to calm. I don't want the whole rowdy section, man, where you just talking like once people are still talking. If they say something, relax. You get your turn to reply. Just chill out, okay? Or you want to reply.
Mike, let's move away from
hold
this
on.
Niger
Hold on.
No, it's not about moving away. We can move to our topic, but if you want to move away, then you present the whatever you want to talk about, and then we jump from there. It's not me that will move away. Me, I just allow. Okay, hold on. So, Quapis, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was saying, I don't want anybody to quote me wrong. I was saying that if you want, like me, so I don't like what people are saying on the internet, calling for military regime because they don't know anything about military regime, and I tag all of them the same, like they're all stupid, they don't know what they're doing. But I cannot just pin it on one section. That is these people that are not calling for it is wrong. That's my own opinion about that. Then come to what Solly was saying again. I agree with. Now people who forgetting the elephant in the room. Now the agitation in the north, or you people don't see that. Or you don't see in the news, they are already agitating in the north that they should not invade the Republic.
One piece. Let me ask you a question, man. If you have to, if you have to describe the people that are calling for military coup in Nigeria, how would you describe them? Who would you say are the people calling for military coup?
If I describe people on the internet, people calling for military coup in Nigeria. I'll call them the people. I'll call them the internet as praise singer that don't know what they know their left from the right. Like I've seen you have seen it, but I cannot say it's this people or this person because I've seen my friend too that is not. Hold on. Sorry, I've seen my friend that has something to do with you guys' politics. He's calling for military coup.
Which one?
What me and you almost got into it one-on-one yesterday. He's not European. He's not APC. He's not this thing. It's not.
What's his reason?
It's not into party.
Okay, cool. Let me explain. But what? Please give me a second. When I go on the internet, right? When I see probably 100% of Nigeria, they see their actual military coup. When they ask for military coup, is within the context of a conversation that they say their mandate is stolen, or they want Nigeria to bomb because they want to break the country. So they describe themselves. So from where they describe themselves, I could say, okay, this one that says mandate is stolen, obviously it's obedient. It's not. The PDP are not saying their mandate are stolen. And even when they are saying a mandate, they even make it. They will, when I listen to them to the end, they will end up saying, "Oh, it's Obi's mandate is stolen." Okay, and then the other category will be someone that say they want the country to break. And to be fair, those that say they want the country to break, they are not just Southeastern now. Maybe few, maybe from Southwest as well. You understand?
True.
So yeah, so I can agree with you that it may not only be obedience, the secessionists and the obedience, but particularly mainly obedience. From my own estimation of people I see that are saying that. You understand? So that's why I'm
Yes,
like,
Mike, I
okay,
agree with you.
yeah.
Mike,
So
I agree with you. I saw that on the internet. If you see 50 out of 60 obedient, 50 will be calling, yes, let the military come because I will they come and carry the INEC official Kubu is this and that. But what I'm saying on the general context is that the people that are even calling for military coup is even in Nigeria, is even more than the obedient. Just like unanimously, people are just being fed up what's going on. And I just said these people are dumb. They don't know what is going on in the country. They don't know about military.
No, I disagree with you.
Hold on. You disagree is okay.
You know very well. You know very well.
Hold on. What do I mean? What I mean is this. Hold on. Sorry. Hold on. Let me make the point. Now, what I mean is that if, for example, like 100 people are calling for this military coup to come to Nigeria, yes, let's be rest assured, like 40 are obedient, people don't want this and that.
40 out of 100?
People.
There are more than 40.
No,
are you kidding me? They are about 95%, man. What peace? Come on, what are you doing today?
Hold on, please, hold on. 40 out of 60 is a very big pass mark. Now, there are people.
No, they are way more than that. So, okay, describe the other 60 then.
Listen, the other 60 are people who are South is who's under obedient or who doesn't like what's going on under the guise of under the process. As obedient. Hold on. Acting as obedient to unleash terror is there. There are people who don't just like the country to be. They don't like what's going on in the country right now. Let it just break.
So you say they are APC members and calling for military?
No, you don't get to do with APC. You don't get to do with APC. It doesn't have to do with APC.
Bros,
you know,
we all know what Nigeria. We all know how Nigeria is divided today. Everyone is partisan. Let's face the fact. Hold on, give me a second. As we are in Nigeria today, especially this period, everyone is partisan. Everyone is partisan. It's either you are on obedience side, you are APC side, or you are just PDP or Kwangwaso or something like that. Or maybe just everyone is kind of like leaning. Even some people that don't really support a candidate, but they've been pushed to be behind one person. Like even me, for example, like someone like me, Ajani Koko, we were just like so other people and maybe I Prince Adewale. But in the situation I created, I played out, it pushed us to be more on APC side because of the way the obedience came out and just, so everyone is kind of leaning on one particular political, exactly. So when you say some people are talking, we all know which side they belong, man. Come on, there's no such thing as some people don't belong anywhere and they are talking. So you have to tell us which side they belong. Come on,
Mike,
let me interject.
Please, just 1 minute. I want to reply what is. See,
okay, so let me make it quick so Joe can come in. Okay?
See, you guys may not like what I say, right? And it may offend you, and you may start to hear different things. If I'm saying something, even though it offends you, try to hear what I'm saying. What peace? I never said. If you like, replay this thing. I don't come here to lie. Never. Or I'll not talk. I did not say all obedience. I said majority of them are obedient. But when you were saying it like I said all of them are obedient. I never said that. If what I'm saying you don't like it, just listen. I don't like people misquoting me and telling lies upon what I said.
I think sorry, you're the one that misquoting me. You didn't listen to me. If you are listening to me, then you will not go to this route. Probably you are addressing a Kene. Probably you are hold on. Probably you are addressing a Kene. I said to you. Listen, sorry.
One at a time. Okay. Okay, guys, wait. This is getting rowdy, man. Let's try to make our submission quick so others can talk because So let's do this. Wait.
It's only we are calm.
Wait. Okay. I think Solly was planning his points, and let Joe respond. And what piece you go after that? Is that okay?
I want to talk.
Remy, you have to come, but we have to have
Okay. Remy, please let me talk to Remy. Remy, I like your argument sometimes. You see, Remy, I want to ask you something. Do you think this democracy we are practicing now is of great benefit? Do you think we are gaining anything from this form of democracy we are practicing now? Do you think it's really good for us? It's really good for
Can I respond? If you have been listening to me in this platform, I advocate our own grown democracy. I have already said it times and number that the democracy American will practice is too expensive for a country like Nigeria, where we have a lot of people in National Assembly and we have a lot of aid. The current expenditure is killing us. That is why Buhari continues to go hand the time and borrow money. And we are not generating enough revenue like before. Because the problem of the country is multifaceted. And I advocate that maybe we should copy part of American system, part of British system, and then we fuse it with our own system. So because no country will grow copying everything 100% from other people. When you talk about the Chinese, they have their own grown democracy. They still copy some part of their democracy from America too. And they make their lawmaker to be part-time. They only call them into the capital for 2 weeks in 1 year to deliberate on the law.
Exactly.
What they are going to do. That's what they do over there. And they put in more than 5,000 people in a big hall. They get them hotel, they get everything. But remember, it's a one-party state. Remember, it's a one-party state. Because the problem Nigeria have is this. Nigeria is open-minded. We are travel wide and wide, travel far and wide. We want a best of things. And Nigeria also, like everything happen, you go and report to America, human rights. Tell me, which country is human rights? If you want people to have total freedom, nothing will come up of it. The democracy we practice is too slow to take decision. Everybody wants a hand on it.
All right.
Please, Mike, let me ask you.
I know. Before you go, I want to check if some people. Wait now. Wait, see, you are going next. I want to see if some people are still on the screen. Is Angelica still there?
Maybe not.
Okay, I'll remove you. I want to remove people. Some people want to come in, but because
are they here? Because
okay. Adewale, are you still there?
How did they go?
I want to ask Remy a second question, please.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Remy, I want to ask you because I kind of thought about this.
Go ahead, please.
Or maybe network drop.
Okay. I'm asking the question now, please, Remy. Okay. Do you think?
Who dropped? Mike himself drop or who?
I don't know.
Somebody dropped.
Ask your question,
Ask your question.
World Peace, you take control if Mark has been dropped out.
No,
Okay.
Mike is
Is Mike here?
Mike
I don't think Mike is here.
Oh, sorry, guy. Can you hear me? Sorry. Accidentally. I'm trying to check. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. I think I dropped it somehow. I dropped myself. I was still talking. Kulata, are you still there? Kulata is not here. Adewale, are you here?
Okay, Joe is back.
Adewale is not here. So let me remove Kulata and Adewale, and then some people want to come in. That's why.
Yeah,
okay.
Mike, let me ask Remy my question.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Remy, what I want to ask you again is this, because we are all learning here, What I want to ask is this. Do you think if the resources of the states are given back to the states and they pay a kind of a tax to the center, or the percentage they have to pay to the center, do you think it's going to reduce corruption in the governance of the country?
That's what we call resource control. That's a very good question. But the problem we have in Nigeria are so many. I advocate that first, we should give it to them gradually, because that a president does not have a power to control a governor how to spend his state resources. So how can the government, for example, I advocate that first, if you have resources in your state, first maybe at 50% of what you get go to you, and the rest 50% go to the federal government for the next 10 years first, or for the next 5 years. And gradually, as we continue to clean our book and make our law more relevant, then we can have total resource control. Because for now, some of these state governors, and the funniest thing is that our people, Nigerian people from each state, they are too docile, too quiet. Because if they have been handling their governor very well, this thing would not have happened. Because most of these gonna just do whatever they like and get away. That is why you see some states, no state government will just do anyhow. For example, like states like Southwest, it's not easy for you just to be doing whatever you like. People will kick you out immediately. And I guess in some Southeast or South states, they are also, even in Northern states now, you can see that things are changing little by little. We can start gradually, and then we can continue to move to final 100% resource control. And when it's final 100% resource control, nobody cares who's your president anymore. Because for now, we are still managing ourselves. So I would advocate a gradual resource control, not in total at a time. That's my response.
Okay, Mike, Ogama, you see there? Okay.
So just
may I ask, what of states that cannot even finance themselves?
So that is why I said let me be frank with you. All states in Nigeria are blessed with one resources or the other. If you cannot finance yourself, then the federal government can borrow you money or you can raise money. The problem we have in Nigeria is that most of these people, governors that go in there, they don't really have a plan. If to say that you are going to find money to pay the workers in your state and to develop your state by yourself, you are not relying on the federal government. Do you think anybody want to be a governor? It will be a hectic job. Yeah, because now they just go in there and say, oh, no wala, I'll collect money from federal government now and I will spread it. I don't need to wala myself. But the moment we start gradual resource control, you will see that majority of people that will become your governor are people with brain that will go there. But for now, every time I say, no problem. I just be governor, find my way to be governor, and I relax myself. And I collect
but
that money from
if I'm permitted to have smarting, to it, I will be glad. See, the problem we have is the federal. It has nothing to do with state. It has nothing to do with the state governor at the moment. The federal law make it clear you cannot question governor when he's on seat, and it's still in our constitution. So what do you expect people to do? Nothing.
That is
and again,
immunity.
the federal at the same time don't publish what they are giving to the governor. Before, sometimes, like in my state, it is now we are hearing that the federal government released 80 billion for federal government road after the tenure is over. Now, the same federal government released money that Oshomole used to build some of these federal roads to the current state governor. The state people don't know. Okay, the same federal government released money or derivation or something. This money is like an accumulated money with some benefit. He gave it to the oil producing country. If not for Wike, we would have even known. So you can see the complexity of the federal. And again, this state created by military cannot help us. They need to go.
Let him land. Finish Midwest.
Maybe it dropped. Maybe it dropped.
I think you cannot blame Buhari or federal government for that. This accumulated money from the time of maybe Yaradua or Jonathan or Obasanjo, I don't even know. It spans like 10 years. What are those government doing? They don't pay them this money. And once they pay them this money,
no, the thing is whether they pay, they don't see my point.
Network. Mistakenly, maybe.
I think it dropped. I don't know. It's network.
I think at the end of the day, what he's trying to say is that the federal government should make it public. Once they give them any amount of money, they should be making it public. Well, what I'm trying to say is that whether they make it public or not,
because that is exactly the government that is connected to the people. As it is in Nigeria,
the citizen in the state, they must hold every governor accountable by themselves. Because it's really
how can I hold someone accountable when I don't know what is given to him?
That's what I'm trying to say. That even if the government make it public, what the Nigerian people, they just fold arms. So far that if it's my brother,
let me
put this one before you. I agree with you. Let me quickly land this one. Please let me quickly land this one. The way forward.
One at a time.
Remy, wait. I agree with you that you are right that everybody should be producing what they give to the federal. The good thing is this: once you introduce this system, that is when accountability will begin, because it is only accountability that the federal government will now ensure to get its 50%. So because it will no longer give this open hand when you spend money and you don't give account what to spend it for. So they will start coming with platform that will now put this local government, state government, and even the federal into accountability, and there will be transparency, because the state governor that is giving them is also expecting something, and the federal is also expecting. This is how Europe is viewed.
Let me give me 1 second. Let me say something real quick.
This is the only thing I know.
What is you know where I agree with you? Where the fact that people don't know, don't know. Sorry, not what is Midwest. People don't know what's given to the state governors, and things are not transparent. Where money is coming in and things like that, and so it makes it difficult for people to go out to know, figure out to hold the governors accountable or hold the state government accountable. But one way I think people can do it is to go out and demand that the states make law that whatever comes into that state, they make it transparent, they post it and things like that, or whatever or even the federal government can make it compulsory. Maybe they can make the law for the states. Like, listen, everything you would do, have to be posted or transparent. People can go and look and see what's going on, which money coming, and what plan you what project you plan to do, or what you plan, what your maybe 6 months plan, 1 year plan, or something like that. To be posting their progress, the work they are doing. They must give the people maybe monthly report or yearly report and things like that. I think the government have to make law that government that we make governors or whoever is ruling within the states account to the people as far as anything, whatever they are doing. Report to the people whatever they are doing, or like you know what I'm saying. On the work piece.
Okay,
sorry,
yeah.
So that way we make it easier for people to say, okay.
Let me also come in.
I know. But let me just try to think what I'm saying correct. So that way people can know that, okay, this is what the agreement is, that this year you're going to make this thing done, get that one done. You don't get it done.
See the way it will work. The way Remy said. When the federal is expecting something from state, the federal will no longer fold his hand. He's the one that will now introduce a platform for transparency. Construction company in Nigeria are ghost company. They have no address. They don't have sometimes they don't even have a location. Important project. Now they are repairing refinery. Do you even know the name of company doing it? If you go the way I will use my state as an example. You see white people with some black people, they just come, they are digging road, they are doing gutter. The governor will go and visit them. This company that the governor is patronizing, some of them use the state money to buy their ticket to come. They don't have equipment of their own. They don't have a base.
Okay, now let me come in now. First, the federal government always publish the federal allocation to all the states.
The federal government must ensure to get this money from them.
Okay, Midwest. So who else want to come in after Remy? Like, I want everyone else to talk.
It's me. They're talking. I'm just waiting for them to finish here because the topic is changing from.
I know they just keep going. Yeah.
Let me come in quickly and then after.
Okay, make it quick, Remy. So Midwest, sorry, what please can come in.
I want to let you know that there's a lot of money coming into the state. They get federal allocation every month, in which everybody knows that it's always published. They will tell you how much goes to the state and how much the federal government is owing. How much goes to they also get a lot of counterpart funding. We call it UBE, Educational Fund, in which I'm telling you how most of these governors siphon the state money. What I'm trying to say here is that every citizen in any state should hold their governor accountable because they are the one closer to the people. I will also tell you why Nigerian people are very docile. The last Senate Assembly, they pass when they're talking about constitutional change, they talk about local government being autonomous. Do you know that like more than 10 states, they voted against this local government autonomy? And when that means the state government should control, they still control local government allocation till today. That is why most of them will not do local government election. They will continue to put caretaker people there. This is where they are siphoning money. Until our people in the state continue to hold their governor accountable. What happened to your state? The president has nothing to do with that because the president cannot tell your state governor spend your money on A, B, C, D. He doesn't have that power.
Remy, how will I hold my governor accountable when I cannot take him to court?
You know what?
Very good.
How you can make your governor accountable.
When I cannot take him to court and he can never be investigated, just tell me.
We gotta hear from other people, man. You guys, let what peace come in and then you can see our respond later. But you still get your chance to respond.
No,
Let Peace come in.
Mike, allow Remy to explain. Allow Remy, allow
But
Remy.
then you explain, and then what midwife you go come back again. We're trying to explain
I
again.
just
Don't
asked
keep
him
going.
that little question, my brother. He said I should hold my governor accountable. Then, and I cannot sue the governor. Police cannot question him. The king cannot question him. How will I do
let
it?
him answer your question real quick. Let me answer. Okay, how will you hold the governor accountable?
We are lucky. We are in the age of information technology, and all the government parastatals. Look at what Solly have been saying about some people portraying Nigeria in bad light. With a single Twitter account, you can expose your governor. And if you continue to do that every day, people will know what is going on. And a lot of people will start asking the governor. They are aware of what is going on all over the world now. Look at any single information, they will debunk it, whether true or fact. You can do your little part, and let's say 25% of the people in your state are doing like that. Don't you think you are holding you accountable already? You don't need to sue him to court of law. Once you continue to say something on Twitter, take him online, you want the best for your state. Not that criticizing the government. We want the best, no road, nothing like that. I like what people in Lagos State are doing. The people in Lagos State, they will write information to Sanwo-Olu. Our road is not being fixed. Our this is not being, come and fix it. And the state government is trying to fix it for them. My brother lives in Baja, in Surulere, and they complain about their village and their whatever. They build a community center. They help with their journey. They tile their road. The people of Lagos, that is what development is going on in Lagos State. So if everybody copied that what is going on in Lagos State, don't you think their state will improve? That's what we are saying.
Cool. You get it, man. All right, what piece? Your turn. Enter.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. What you listen? Okay, I watch you.
Who's that, man?
Okay. Right. It's me. What I'm talking to my wife.
Oh,
sorry. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Everybody. Yes. Stand you guys discussion. That was not my area of discussion. I'm not interested in what the governor get or was not getting. I mean, the immediate problem is the enemy at the gate. We're having war that's imminent right now in Nigeria with this Niger invasion. But before I move on quickly, sorry, I wasn't attacking you, but my point was that if you group everybody together, that is yearning or calling for military intervention, and you address all of them together as a unit. That was my big my point to you. So not that I was attacking you personally or solely on because you are saying is obedient only. So I hope we are clear on that. Now, this Niger, this thing that we are going to, Tinubu is going to.
Can I reply that? What I'm saying is, I didn't group them together. If you listen to what I said, maybe you were just acting emotional because of what I was saying, but I didn't group them together. I clarified exactly who and what I was talking about.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move forward now. I agree. We cannot. I cannot be disagreeing with you in everything. But at least sometimes let me agree with you. Let's, for sake of a conversation, this war that is raging right now. It's going to affect us in all fronts. Right now, you need the will of the people to go into this war. We should not pretend about it. If we attack Niger, we're going to get disapproval for a lot of northerners from the north, because these people are closer to them. Some of them have their cousins there. It's not the way we are saying it, they are saying it. We have to put this one into consideration.
What please? I'm talking as if they are going to attack Niger citizens and be killing them as if war against Niger.
No. But you cannot predict war. You cannot predict war.
Wait, listen. No, they are going after the military junta that's there. I'm not saying I support you all know my position. I'm against they are going there anyway. But what we are saying is if the ECOWAS is going after the military junta to remove them from power and restore their elected leaders, I don't think the population, the poor people will say they're attacking our people. It's that kind of situation. I don't think that's what it is. So
yeah, thank you. I understand, but that's the notion everybody have. When they were going to remove Saddam regime change, they didn't say they're going to attack the citizens. They said they're going there to take out the missile installation and take out the regime. That's what they always say. It's military. You are a military personnel. You know that I know it's going to turn into disaster. You don't know that. Yeah.
It's going to turn into disaster. Casualty must be there because the military guys you are going to attack know very well. They know their strength, and they know they cannot withstand you. What else will they use? They'll use human shield. They'll use humans as human shield.
That's true.
And that will become a problem. Yeah. So it will become a problem for the winning force to come in. At one point, they will get tired of waiting because they'll be taking casualties waiting. The lesser force will be using machine to manipulate their way. So at a point, this will get tired. Military will get tired and attack. The attacking force, the invading force will get tired and attack some certain group of people. And the other day, the news will take the bad side first and spread it. Hey, they are killing innocent people. Of course, you understand these people they don't have the mind to fight Nigeria. Not talk about NATO and the rest. So they have their strategy too. Probably they want to use human shield and propaganda and say, oh, these people came in and killing our people. So we don't need that casualties first. And Nigeria is not benefiting anything from this. This is a Western war, French war. When Agbagbo, they want to remove Agbagbo, is it Cote d'Ivoire? France actually sent boots on ground to go there and remove Agbagbo. What did the ECOMOS did then?
Exactly.
We thought to be looking. We thought to be looking, and they took that guy out. They put a nonsense guy there that ruined the economy, and they came back and brought that guy Agbagbo after 18 and said, "Oh, we are sorry, we didn't find anything wrong with you." What a new nonsense.
They released Agbagbo.
Yeah, after 8 years, they brought him back and said, "Oh, we didn't find anything. What we accuse you of, we were wrong of it."
So he spent 8 years in prison in France, have you?
In France, after they released him, after 8 years, I said,
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine that? They said, "Oh, sorry, what we arrested you for was wrong. It was wrong information. We didn't find anything wanting on you," and they released him back too.
They kept you in their country for 8 years.
Yes.
Come on, man.
So what are we talking about now? We are coming. We see Nigeria is facing 3 wars. Nigeria is fighting inflation. Nigeria is fighting recession, and Nigeria is fighting depression. So you say we're going to war.
I want to go and solve another country's problem.
Problem. But Mike, you are a military man. You know.
The whole thing doesn't make sense to me, to be honest.
It doesn't make sense. The first thing you need in any country is a country moral support. When the country is hungry, people are already angry about your regime, and we're trying to stabilize the regime. I say a certain community is far better than a disorganized country. Have you not heard that term?
That's true.
Can I ask you a question? World peace.
Yeah.
Who is the leader of ECOWAS?
Tinubu.
There's no leader, man. They make you a chairman doesn't mean you're a leader. It's a rotating position.
Okay, what is the position? Or I didn't hear what you said. What is the leader of ECOWAS supposed to do in this kind of situation?
He's going to lead that like a leader of
diplomacy.
Is that not what we are trying right now? After diplomacy, what is next?
No, we are not diplomacy.
After diplomacy, we allow a sovereign country to decide this issue. After all, they are not fighting.
Exactly.
They are not fighting a war.
How can I don't know what, my brother? You want a Nigeria to go and stand in the middle of a fight of Russia, France, and United States? Tell me any war that is going. Excuse me, I want to ask you a question. Tell me any war that is taking place today that is not a proxy war, that never involved proxy war.
I asked you a simple question. At any point in time, did I say I want them to do that? No. Don't personalize all this conversation.
Okay, sorry.
You know.
Sorry, you asked me a question. Oh, that was midway was answering you. Can I still hear myself?
I'm asking actually.
Okay, yeah. Okay, let me respond to you, Solly. Good question. For now, at this president right now, Tinubu is the chairman of ECOWAS. And for me, I expected Tinubu to use diplomacy, and diplomacy failed, use of that diplomacy. Again, it's diplomacy, because they have already sanctioned these people, which will take effect. Then you wait for that sanction to work. Not boot on ground.
Please, let me jump in real quick. You guys need to understand something. ECOWAS is dealing with country member, not the leader of the country. ECOWAS is dealing with nations, not the president of the nation. So,
okay,
Niger is a member of ECOWAS, not president, whatever that name is, not the president of Niger. So, whatever happening inside of Niger internally, it's not ECOWAS problem. It's not ECOWAS issue.
Now,
Okay.
when it can become ECOWAS problem is if there's an internal crisis in Niger, and the leadership of Niger now call on ECOWAS to assist. That's when ECOWAS now has a mandate to go into Niger to go help. You understand?
Yes.
So in this case, what's happening? In fact, the president, the person in Niger that has the mandate of the country in ECOWAS is actually whoever is in charge right now. No who's been deposed. You understand? So the whoever is sworn in right now is the one that has the mandate of the people to represent the country in the ECOWAS meeting right now. Not the one has been deposed.
The best thing ECOWAS will have done is sanction them. If you don't like the regime in power, put sanctions on them. Don't use military to go in. See, because America uses sanction. Every other country uses sanction. You understand? So they should use sanction on Niger if they want, but taking military into that you are declaring war on them.
You guys remember when Trump became president? Trump was anti-NATO, right? He was anti this organization that United States is a member of. But guess what? Once he became president, he's the one that was representing the United States in NATO. They are meeting in the council. They'll be a rowdy, but the NATO people cannot say we don't recognize you because they can't do that.
Mike, I have some question for you, Mike.
Yeah, please, Remy, before you ask the question, please, question, let me land. I want to ask this question earlier on, even yesterday, but I just keep forgetting because it's interjection. Now, we are saying ECOWAS should go in there to rescue the nation. And I want to ask this question. The military coup that happened in Niger, did anybody lose their life there when they took over the presidential valley?
Okay, no, that is not the
issue.
Hold on.
Wait, I know. Before you ask my question, let me. Before you ask my sorry. Now, after the military junta took over the power, was there any riot that was the country was unsettled that military rolled out armor and start shooting people that demand ECOWAS to come in?
Okay. Can I ask Mike the question?
Yeah,
Mike,
sure, you can.
Mike, my question to you, the first question is Niger part of ECOWAS? I say, are they member of ECOWAS?
Yes, Niger is member of ECOWAS, yes.
Thank you. Did Niger subscribe to that? They don't want ECOWAS country, West African country, we don't appreciate military rule.
You don't appreciate military rule? I don't know. Can you show me
we don't encourage coups or everybody wants democracy, no matter what form of democracy you take, but we don't want coup or whatever to be taking place in West Africa.
You have to be specific.
Give me a second. ECOWAS have an arrangement.
Hold on, he's asking me a question.
He did not talk about who we rule, whether you like, you can be democracy, you can be military, you can be monarchy, based on the arrangement.
Repeat your question. Yeah.
My question to you is that under the ECOWAS constitution or agreement they have among themselves,
you have to be specific.
Do they encourage military rule?
Is there a document that give a detail on?
I think under the ECOWAS treaty, I think they have said that every country should be democratically governed.
I don't think so, because if it's the case, why is Togo dictatorship?
No, in ECOWAS treaty. Make I help you. When the military was ruling Nigeria, there was a war in Liberia. The military seek ECOWAS authorization and sent our military for peacekeeping. So they don't encourage it.
The new rule now is that they don't appreciate or encourage military rule anymore. You must have a democratic.
No, the Europeans they don't nothing like new rule. It is France that want a puppet to be ruling Africa for them.
Forget about
that's not what he's saying. Midwest. That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's talking about.
For the politicians only.
Wait. Just let him ask me the question. Go ahead.
I want you first, please. Let's leave the France, America, England, whatever.
I get what you're saying. I get the question you're asking me. Go ahead.
So, Mike, from the treaty that I read, they encourage every West African state to have a democratically elected government, which is by representative by people voting for their leader. So,
but was it mandatory?
Wait now. Let's one at a time now.
Listen, every country signed to this treaty. I'm talking about West Africa. I'm talking about.
You say it's the treaty, or is it a law? Is it an encouragement? What is it? We have to see that document.
It's an agreement between all of them. they must sign it. They sign it. So that is why they discuss. Everybody is that. That's why most of them came together and say, no,
okay, Mike,
wait now. Let me him just chat for a second now. I don't want this thing to be rowdy. He's asking me a question. Wait now. So, Remy, so if there was a treaty, which I don't know about,
yes.
So why do we have dictatorship in Togo? Military dictatorship in Togo.
Thank you very much. We have a military dictator in Togo, in Mali, and the rest. And I think that the ECOWAS should have taken action. I don't know why they did not take action that time. But the reason why this is becoming too numerous, I'm afraid for my country also. If you are in Nigeria, you should also be afraid. And you should be scared a little bit also. Because if this thing continue and it happen in Nigeria, all of you guys will not be saying what you are saying here today. Because if you are living in Nigeria during 80s and 90s, we suffer a lot during all these military juntas. Are you going to
not suffer? What point are you making now? You asked me a question. What's your argument there?
Mr. Remy.
Yeah.
Mr. Remy, I wanted you to answer what we have enjoyed in this democracy. Just list them. Mr. Remy, just list some what we have benefited from democracy.
Rules are made for people to enjoy. Any rules that make people to suffer is no rule.
In terms of infrastructure,
please let him list what we have enjoyed.
Let him list it now. Let him list now.
You say I should list now.
Give him chance. Guys, let's let people learn, man. Let's let people learn. So that way,
infrastructure, Nigeria have witnessed some degree of development in terms of road, in terms of rain, in terms of new airports, in terms of seaports.
Who is this Remy talking?
We let him learn now.
Let him
list what he's listening.
You won't let him learn.
Remy, please list them gently.
But guys, I don't like this, man. This is getting too rowdy, man. You guys ask someone to do something. When he's talking, you don't let him even learn. Let the person learn, then you respond.
When they do good, you complain. When they do bad, you complain.
New roads,
I don't understand.
New kilometers of roads,
Only hold on.
New airport, new trains, and new other infrastructure, new hospitals, some primary health care, although maybe not cut across the state, but at least we are able to move ahead with that one. Then in terms of human development, we are able to create new wealth in terms of entertainment industry, in terms of ICT. Nigeria Flutterwave is one of the best in the world now in terms of service delivery. And we're able to improve our banking system. Some of our banks are all over in Africa. Some are even in Asia or in Europe. So we are able to improve on that. In terms of government governance, we are able to bring in a lot of new set of leaders for the last 20-something years. At least nobody knows the like of El-Rufai, not the like of Wike, Fashola, and the rest, if not they were brought into governance. So, and apart from that, although we might also say we have made we have some of our challenges, but in overall, if you compare with military, I think we're having best of time. Because in military, I don't think all of this thing would have happened because nobody dare talk, they either kill you or send you to jail. So in Nigeria now, the judiciary is not at their best, but at the same time, they have tried their best in some delivering some landmark judgments all over the place. So we have moved ahead, though maybe not in a pace all Nigerians want, but we are not stagnant. And I want to tell you, Rome was not built in a day. If we continue with this pace, and look at this last election, it was highly competitive among the three major candidates. And look at the result. Just look at the result.
Let Joe respond to you when you're done, okay?
So we have moved ahead a lot. So you cannot tell me that we are stagnant.
Was it Joe or Fully that was trying to interject?
That question was coming from a peak mindset because you can't tell me.
So many things have really happened in that country in the last 23 years that we have returned to this democracy. And if we can have another 23 years.
Okay, Remy, let me also. Remy, can I help you to also list my own?
But Midwest, we have to hear from all these other people. Like we have Joe, the channel project too, right? You and Remy have been going back and forth like for so long. Okay, let's do this. Wait.
Mike,
wait now. Wait.
Let him list the
yeah, that's what I was about to say. So give me a second. But what I want is when he lists the Remy, please wait. Don't start responding. We have to let other people come in and then you can respond later because I don't want it to just be you and Midwest just going back and forth and forth. Everybody else hasn't said anything. I know. I'm just letting you know. Like after I list it, just hold on.
Michael,
Don't respond.
please.
Go ahead, list your list. Midwest.
You want me to list? Please.
Yeah,
I'm
do
not
your
listing
list. Yeah.
to come to power, but I want my politicians to know, that they have failed Nigerians and they need to wake up. One, when the military hand over to them, $1 was around 200. Today is 1,000. Now, when the military hand over this country to them, we don't have Fulani bandits, we don't have Boko Haram, we don't have IPOB, we don't have IDP camp where a citizen is homeless. Their village burned down. Now, as we speak today, Nigeria multi-millionaires, you hardly see the source of their income, how they make their wealth. And therefore, the youth are being misled, trying to make money very fast. Instead of working out, they believe you can hammer money. And our conduct all over the world, many countries are rejecting us. There are countries that say, even smaller ones, we don't want to see people of this type again in our country. So please, our politicians should know that they have failed us. Economically, as we speak today, Nigerians are crying. Most of us are in abroad. Food is not our problem. But there are families of well professionals who cannot even feed their children as we speak today. So for me, I think our politicians should wake up. They have mismanaged every opportunity to develop the life of Nigeria. And we are on a last bus stop. They should look what is happening in Niger. The citizens of Niger are behind their leader. Those will be ready to be trained to defend their land. And if my leader made mistake to be a kind of I don't know whether I don't know the kind of words. I have to respect him. Any decision he make, but you should understand that.
All right, let's hear from Foley then.
Can I just interject quickly if possible?
Okay, sorry. I didn't want to interject and then Foley. Wait, is Foley even there? Wait, give me a second. Is Foley there?
Can I reply the last person?
Well, wait now. Let's wait. Is Foley there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Adewale, after Adewale, then do you want to? You have something to say? But not now. Adewale, because I haven't said anything since he came on. That's why I'm asking.
I think Foley is speaking from Ekiti. I think in Nigeria, I think his network is not that strong. I think you should give him time to speak on time.
Attacking Ekiti, can you imagine? He's attacking Ekiti now.
Adewale is from Ekiti too. Adewale should be the one to let him go. Let his brother go.
That's why I asked your governor first. If their network
is you guys are brothers. Okay, Adewale, go ahead. Do your...
See, Midway just spoke now and said things were good compared to what we have now. And at the end of the day, politicians are really bastardized everything. I agree with him to some extent, but let us take this myopic mindset out and actually compare our journey from the military era compared to what we have now. The degradation of our society started from the military. During the military era, there was a drug push. As a matter of fact, during IBB era was when drug peddling was at the peak. During the military, there was corruption because they ruled by decree. Some of these things we couldn't even seek for public document. Don't talk about freedom of information. They gagged the media. Second, most of the achievement we think was recorded during the military were just a landmark structure. And today, if you look at those structures, they are no longer functional because for a long time they've neglected those infrastructure. But where we now compare to now, yes, we have those instability, we have those insecurity of the thing. But during the military era too, armed robbers were terrorizing states like Lagos, some big state. What is it called? Which one is okay? Kogi State. They were terrorizing Nigerians during the military era. During the military era, there were bombs going on. We had instability as well. We knew militaries were corrupt as well. But you see, when we compare the past, we speak about the past in a very glorifying way. Because we compare the past and the present, we say, well, we haven't made any progress. Even you yourself, personally, you can't tell me you haven't made progress in your life. It may seem so you haven't become millionaire maybe among your friends, but you know you've made some good, impressive progress in your life. whether personal development or family-wise. But you see, what we have now, even the democracy that we copy, that we are kind of benchmarking our own democracy with, they are struggling. They're having their own internal struggle, despite that there's been over 200 years. They've had this experiment called America. They themselves are struggling with their own democracy. Yes, they build institutions, but you can't tell me American politicians are not also corrupt. They're making today. Republican will challenge Democrat. Democrats will challenge Republican by saying you haven't done enough. But every day, every year, they make historical changes in society, and the society is getting better. Yes, criticism strengthens country. Some of these things may not be for now. I mean, we can speak of what Buhari did when he was there now, because when he was in government, we couldn't see what he was doing, whether good or bad. But you still can't compare now to the military era, because some region in Nigeria probably would never speak evil of military. That's one thing I know for a fact, because what you're seeing will be 6, others might be seen as 9. The people of Southeast probably will not speak evil of the military. The people of the Northwest will never speak evil of military. Even the Northeast, because the entire North region will enjoy because they have their people in government. But who were at the short end of this equation during the military era? The Southwest people, the Middle Belt people. Even some part of South too were at the short end of the stick where military was in government. That was the reason why it looks like the people of the South and Southwest were the one leading the path for the clamoring for democracy in Nigeria. So now we can now say, well, what is it about democracy anyway? But we've forgotten where we're coming from. If you had been at the receiving hand during the military era, you will not be sitting and comparing what we have now to what, as a matter of fact, you dare not even challenge the military administrator, because they report to the CNC. The CNC was in power, the de facto. He has the absolute power. And they make decree. The decrees, you and I don't have input. As a matter of fact, you can go to your representative from your own state and stone them and firebomb their house. You dare not do it during the military era.
Who's that?
Please, can I interject? It's
Who's
Joe.
that?
It's Joe.
Okay, Joe. Go ahead, Joe. Yeah.
See, Adewale, you've spoken really well. You can never compare military government with a civilian government. A civilian government is far, far better than what we have in the military. You understand? And the military, the incursion of the military into governance is what has led us to where we are today. The military incursion is what has brought us to our knees today. Hello?
If you're not talking, mute yourself, man. We're hearing bunch of noise.
The thing is this, is that when you look at the crop of, and we got it all wrong. You see, the Buhari, after the first intervention in 1966, the second intervention in 1984 was a big mistake, because one, we still had the Awois, we still had the Sikis, we still had the Amadu Bello people that came down. You see, people like Latif Jakonde, people like Ajashi, people like Bola Ige, people like Samba, they were still these old nationalists that came down. If we had allowed that democracy to work, because those ones were building things, we could see what they were building. Now, Babangida came in and corrupted all these guys. Now, all these lieutenants you see in the political space now are what are the handwork of Babangida. So look at what he did. So now these people are not even thinking about the people, what they're going to give to the people. They're thinking about themselves. So far, if they sit down and now gang up and collect the resources of the people, is okay. They just give us some crumbs and we shout over it. The thing is that if we have to get it right, this set of politicians must go, so that bright minds, maybe from diaspora, will come in and build a country. And that is why I support Showore. A revolution must happen. If a revolution doesn't happen, these people will take us for granted. A revolution will.
Well, you can vote them out now. You can always vote them out. Anyway, let me hold on. Let me have something real quick. You see, I agree with you guys. The military time was definitely worse than civilian time. Though there are some positive and negative on both sides. The military time, yeah, they kind of trying to enforce discipline kind of in the people, you know, this indisciplined behavior we have, you know, you couldn't really do it that much under the military. Though crime was still there, just like the Wally said, they were drug dealing and things like that. But the reason why the military could not focus on development was because they had a military career at the same time doing political career, which is very important, like having two jobs, you understand? So they were more focused on their military career. So that's why during the military rule, they just abandoned, they neglected all the federal roads. All the infrastructure was just dilapidated, you know, infrastructure built during the colonial era. But the civilian era has been more working on those things, though they are working slowly. Now, as for some governors are doing quicker jobs, some are slower. But we have to say, when it comes to development, the civilian time is way better than military time. So I will pick the civilian regime over the military anytime, any day. So that's my own position, sir.
Hey, well, Mike, you remember in the First and Second Republic, when we had ministers that were so flamboyant, they had money, then they were doing an election, they kill like thousands of deaths, bombing each other. You remember, even if you are not born there, it's a part of history, right? But today now,
we read about it, yeah.
But today now, we can call Tinubu, Agbadoma. We can say whatever we want to say or call him names. Nobody cares, right? We can go online and rant. You see, there was a time in Nigeria where during election was conducted like a war, like people are going to war. It still is. Don't get me wrong, but
There's still a war.
Who would have thought that there would be a system that will screen people out, that the northern part of the country will be having single digit or just two numbers to represent a state that was used to know as comes out in millions before, now having 1,000 as electorate. Now that tells you changes is creeping in. Changes is not always fast, like that. You can't have it at one single time. It's always gradual, and that is why when changes come.
Adewale, another thing is this: if you see, are the people ready for the changes? Because if the change is so slow, will the people kind of endure the change, or the time you're going to? Because I feel I know democracy is good. Nobody is saying democracy, because the people have to come out and say something. The people have to come out and elect their leaders. You're already irrespective if it's a corrupt system, but at least we're managing that.
And you can always put your leader out after 4 years and things like that.
Exactly, yeah.
They just appoint you a governor, a military governor.
When Nigeria and Africa is concerned with is economy, building the people, developing the people, you understand? Putting money in the pockets of the people. That is what our leaders have not been able to do. You see, reviving the economy to the extent that a poor man, you see, if people can go out, work, earn money, people will not be tearing themselves on the street and shouting this and that. You understand? We need economic development, not only political development. We need economic development too, so that the people, you put a lot of people out of poverty. That's the thing.
Sorry. We want to know. Sorry for interjecting you, because I want to go at what you are saying is not that very clear to me, because you came on the premise that what has the democratic government done for us, and it was as if you are promoting military. But what you are speaking to now is different from your initial listing.
You didn't get me. I said, when you look at both sides of the coin, you understand, you still, the civilian regime, civilian governance is still better than the military governance. I'm not supporting military coup or what I support is a revolution to clear up this
No, this mentality. Maybe I'm very sorry to use this word, that Sowore has already that Sowore has put into his own group of supporters. I don't know, because we are talking like revolution. You cannot have revolution in a developed world. But are we matured? Are we ready for revolution in Nigeria that will not turn into war?
You see, if the politicians, I hope Tinubu works things out so that people can, like, his government can do something to elevate people from poverty. Because let me tell you, if you push people to the wall, there will be a time they will resist.
I was a fan of Joe until he started that revolution dumb stuff. Because first of all, the people are not these people themselves, they are not on the same page. Are you telling me the Southeasterners are on the same page with the Northerners or the Southwesterners? So how do you do revolution together? You will conflict, you will bump with each other now. What kind of revolution are you doing? 4, 6 different revolutions?
Because you are talking as if Showore has everybody in Nigeria is supporting Showore.
I think absolutely right. And then we need to hear from all these. We need to hear from AY and other people.
Can I finish up? I will leave you. You can say something. You see,
be quick. Don't get these other people can talk.
Yeah. Sorry. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we're not making progress, but this progress is really, I don't want to use it, really slow.
Can you explain that your revolution, that you are talking about? How can we achieve a peaceful revolution in Nigeria? Because people have kept on talking about this revolution. Tell us how you can have revolution in Nigeria where we have divisive minds, where everybody has their own agenda. So I think that the agenda of Showore is the best one that that everybody will key into. Tell us.
Okay, let me tell you something. You see, I know you don't like Showore for anything. I know.
It's not about liking. It's not about likeness. It's not about likeness.
Let me come in.
Be quick, man. Be quick.
Yeah. Let me be quick. You see, revolution. I know I know the country is divided now because of what the political class has turned us into. They've turned us into each other. But the thing is that when somebody is speaking to the people and the people understand, because one thing that brings the people together is suffering. When that suffering, when that hardship in the country, when that catastrophe in the country, when the country now breaks down, like people are now hungry, they will come together as a common force to fight the people at the top. Because our enemy is not, my enemy is not the Yoruba man. My enemy is not the Hausa man, it's not the Fulani man, it's the man at the helm of affairs stealing the money and keeping the money to himself, and has refused to develop the country. That is those are who are
get the point. All right, let's hear from AY, man. Let's hear from AY.
But some other people, you are their enemy, sir.
I want to chip in just 2 seconds to say something.
But wait, now these people haven't said anything. They've been here.
I understand. I mean, they can go ahead.
AY has been here for like almost 15 minutes. He hasn't said a single word.
No, I don't mind. I'll wait for them.
Yeah. Is it there? I don't think it's there. Okay, you can go ahead. And
when I was doing my MBA, one of my professors said something which I always trying to apply. Changes is something that is not always easy to embrace. It's always facing resistance, one way or the other. It's not possible to wake you up tomorrow and say, Michael, Adewale, you have to wake up, start coming to work 7 a.m. tomorrow every day now because something happened and this and that. First of all, you will resist and I said, no, why must you? You question. But gradually you start embracing it. So he taught us about it during the leadership class there about unfreezing and freezing. And what do? You let people see the benefit of what you are introducing to them. They will buy into it. That's how changes happens. It's not always going to be sudden. It's going to be gradual. But when you have a government that is distant from the people that they are governing, you are governing from a distance. Number one, they will not trust you. Number two, they will feel that they are not part of the decision making, no matter what you do. But when you have a government that is always bringing into your notice before they make any changes, that it's not going to be sudden like Buhari did during the monetary policy and all that. Now, that is where they usually cause issues among the government and and the people. So when you have government that is introducing something, but at the same time subjects to the public, just like we're talking and debating about government, Nigeria involvement in Niger and all that, is it possible that government will be listening and hearing, both side of the argument? Yes, because they understand that the importance of, public opinion and how it's being shaped and all that. So usually, the changes that happens, whether in democracy or in governance, usually happens because it's not sudden, but something that is well thought out. And at the end of the day, gradually people's orientation will change and people will buy into that idea of the changes. So that's what
I would say that so far Tinubu has been in power. There's not been any decision that he has made that has been properly embraced by the people. Not even one. Is it the fuel subsidy that everyone is complaining about? Student loan.
And it's policies that Nigerians know that one way or the other they will face it. So it's not a matter of whether they embrace it or not, but they know that subsidy has to go. It's just like,
so subsidy should not have gone though.
Why not?
Because the people who are stealing the money, if he went after them, the reason of subsidy is to reduce the cost for the people. So the issue was not with the subsidy, it was with the people who are preventing the subsidy from reaching the masses. The people who are stealing the money.
But you have to do what you have to do if that is the case, because some people are plaguing Nigeria.
Why not go after the people and leave the masses alone?
Mr. Dewale, please let me quickly put this one. I want to put something here from permission.
You have problem, you have to govern that way.
Yeah, the revolution, people who are talking about revolution, they should cancel it as far as Nigeria is concerned.
You can't say that though.
Let me learn, please.
It don't have to be violent. Just by voting in correct people, you can have that revolution.
There are fundamental issues that is drawing Nigeria back, and Nigerians don't want to address it. And that is tribalism, tribal men, or what I call ethnicity. Let me just break it down. Now, today we have Tinubu, is the president of Nigeria, and he's from Southeast. It's from Southwest, I mean to say. I am from Edo, like a Midwest, not like the one they call South now. If you are doing revolution and it threatens Tinubu's life, I'm not going to join that kind of revolution. I have to tell you, I'm not even a pure Yoruba person. I will not join, because a Northerners cannot fold his hand. You do revolution against a Northern leader. So there are fundamental issues that is holding us. We love to cover it, but it's biting us.
One of the fundamental issues we have is we think these politicians are better than us, or there's some kind of God appointed.
Whether they are better than us, they can't look. What I cannot do to my brother, you cannot allow to happen to your brother.
But they're doing it to us every day.
Happen to my own brother.
But they're destroying the lives of the people every day. You can't say Tinubu life is more important.
We understand. That is why I said this issue need to be addressed if we want to move our country forward. Who is talking about revolution? We do that. Revolution is going to, like as that my brother said, I don't normally agree with him when he talks, but he just asked a very intelligent question. We are not civilized enough for that. But we can demonstrate, we can force them to change the way they operate, because even the worst democracy is better than the military rule. But why are we talking about this today is that they should know that something is coming so that they can change the way they govern us. You see the way Niger people, they were left with nothing. Now they have no choice than to support a regime that come to a junta. So they have no choice. So like Nigeria today, inflation is biting our people. Like as you also said about these subsidies, under normal circumstance, though he's a president of the country, letting you operate with his policy, he's supposed to go after these guys. If he is after them like the way he's dealing with the Mayfield, he will have the trust of Nigeria more than removing it. We have to be sincere.
You can't govern country.
So that is what I believe. Another person can come in. I just want to keep that one in.
When somebody said
let's hear from Solio. Solio hasn't said anything for a while.
Does he want to talk?
My point is that all this complaining, all this thing, it is left. We cannot do anything at this point. The threat is there. Coup is very possible in Nigeria. We have nothing to do. All we have to do is sit down for the next 1 to 2 years. If government at this point, and I'm sure the government knows, they are aware, If government at this point are foolish enough to continue to oppress Nigerian citizens, to continue to steal from Nigerian citizens, and to continue to let Nigerian citizens suffer, their end is coming soon.
Cool is not possible.
Now, let me finish.
Thank you.
But
Thank you.
revolution,
Thank you,
but
son. Thank you.
but
Thank
the
you.
poor people going against the
you going to let
politicians,
me
So
that is
you hear
possible.
what Tinubu said when he was addressing
Are you
ECOWAS?
Well, you guys, let's probably finish his point. You know, it's not good to just cross one. Let him finish his point, and then Oga will respond.
Citizen can do. This fight is between military and the government. There's nothing you can do. You can complain, you can scream, you can cry, you can roll on the floor, you can protest. Nothing is going to change. So the government has to do something for the citizen. All these things you are complaining about, just sit down and watch. If they don't do it, their end time is coming. You don't need to cry, you don't need to complain, you don't need to protest. Just sit down and watch. If they don't change Nigeria within the next 1 to 2 years, they will be out. You don't even need to wait for the next election. Surely they will be out. So we just
Okay, let Oga respond to Cyrus.
Well, that is entirely possible. You see, this government right now, they're forgetting that the majority of people voted against them. They don't have majority support.
Which majority?
The people who actually voted.
They won the election, and you said they voted. Yes, it's possible that some part of the country will vote for.
No, I think what he's saying is that he won by 33%.
But where you are coming from, you are not even coming. You are not putting a
But
very.
you people should land. You should allow him to land his point.
It's not about landing. It's not starting well. If you want to put an argument.
Simba, I think Midway is right. You allow him to land because maybe the majority is talking about.
Allow him to land, even if he's not landing well.
Yeah, allow him to land. Allow him to land.
If you check the past elections like Buhari now when he was in power, you will see he won the majority. The people who actually voted, he won the majority. But with this election, with a 3-horse race we have not seen before, Tinubu, even though on paper they say he won the election, right? But if you check PDP and Labour Party and even Kano's this guy in Kano, Kwankwaso Party, if you combine the votes of them all together, it's more than what Tinubu won. In other words, that Tinubu is not as popular as he may think. So when they continue making all these decisions and people are getting so angry, it could be an eruption, a big eruption coming in the very near future. So I think this government must bear that in mind, because all these decisions, even the war they want to start in Niger now, is unpopular. Most people don't want it, but they're still moving forward with it. How long will Nigerians accept this? That's all.
How long will Nigerians accept this? Barcelona plays in La Liga with 19 other teams. When they win the league,
my point is everything has a limit. They should not take us for granted.
Does it mean that the other 19 teams love Barcelona? No. But they will accept that it's the winner and they move on to the next season. You won't
you will not even have all the points.
You won't see them rioting on the street. You won't see them calling for the head of Barcelona players. You won't see them say, since 19 of us don't support Barcelona, give us the cup. So what you are saying doesn't even add up. It's just from an emotional stance.
That is a fair system now, that everybody is more or less.
System?
It's a fair system.
Oga, do you want a military coup in Nigeria?
The question we have asked him is this: if his candidate has won, will he be saying the same thing he was saying now?
Exactly.
But we don't know who his candidate is now. Oga, who's your candidate now?
For me, the best candidate was Sowore. But after him, I would say Obi. I would say after Obi after him, because he doesn't have as much controversy as that one.
Obi is your candidate. Stop. Don't
be rude now.
Why are you guys always forcing candidates on people? So somebody's not. Wait, hold on. Sorry. So somebody's just against Tinubu, or somebody's not for Tinubu. Definitely is obedient. It's not fair now.
I'll tell you.
I know it's a joke.
No fair. The guy says candidate is. Let's accept it now.
Let's accept it. Candidate, because if you compare Sowore to Obi, at least Sowore is completely fresh. Obi was in PDP, keeping quiet.
Well, come on, Remy, chill out, man. You can't accuse him of what is happening.
Obi was in PDP, keeping quiet. Obi was an Abga, keeping quiet. Sowore was always a contrarian. It's completely fresh. But after Sowore, you have to say Obi, in terms of moral standing, is miles better than Atiku and Tinubu. You don't have that baggage. So for me, I would say Obi was a better candidate just on that alone.
I don't even understand what that means.
Yeah, who's that?
It's Joe. It's Joe again. Joe again with his problems.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Okay, see, I understand where Sol is coming from. You know, and everybody has spoken well. The thing is this: we have our democracy. I know. Intervening in Niger, we shouldn't even look at that. Already they've decided. Even if we roll ourselves on the floor, we'll do anything. If Tinubu has signed that he's going to Niger, he's going. So we just have to just watch and see what happens, the aftermath. The only thing is that it shouldn't be a situation where we go into that place and we are stuck into that place. Then we are going to be the people funding the mission, just like what we did in Liberia and Sierra Leone. So if ECOWAS is going there as a body, ECOWAS should also fund that thing as a body, not Nigeria taking all the whole bill. And you understand? That's the thing. And the president should tell the House how long am I going to take? How long is it going to take me to live there? If it's going to be an intervention for 1 month, if it's going to be an intervention for 2 months, you mustn't go there and sleep. And our soldiers are being killed and endangered. You understand? So everything has to. We should have a framework of what we're going to do there. Oh, we're going to install this man back, or we're going to put back democracy there. Then this is the period we're going to stay, and we'll stay there. We leave the country, because when you stay there too long, you spend more money. That's the thing. And another thing I want to say here is this: if we want to stop military coup in Africa or in West Africa, we must, our elites, our political elites must do the right thing. You see, they are worse than these military guys that are coming in. They are worse than them. You can't tell me that. Look at Cameroon. Cameroon poses a great danger to Nigeria because we share a common border. But nobody's talking about Cameroonian man. He has been there. He's just like a ghost moving around. We've had so many leaders there in West Africa that are stayed over there. They've stayed beyond their tenure, and they're still there. Nobody's talking. You understand? So West Africa ECOWAS should have a policy that if you do your tenure and finishes your tenure, you must not go and amend the constitution to extend your tenure, just like what Obasanjo wanted to do then. So we have to have this so that we'll stop military coups in Nigeria. And another thing, we can fashion out a democracy that will be suitable for us. This Western democracy is not working in Africa. It's not working for us in Africa. We must get a democracy, infuse our culture and our tradition in it, and make it like ours. Just make it ours, and it works for us. Then all these things we're practicing, we're borrowing here. Look at what Nigeria is running, the most expensive democracy on earth. And we are comfortable with it, spending money. The money that should have come to the people, we are giving it to just a bunch of criminals in the National Assembly. It's so bad, and it's really hurting our economy so badly. And the people are not happy with it. I do not support military takeover in Nigeria, but for a revolution that is going to be peaceful, you understand, that will keep these guys out. Revolution might come in different forms. We could have a revolution of saying, oh, now we don't want anybody, all these old politicians. Now we don't want fresh people. We can pick somebody, even if it's not sure, a clean person, and everybody stays behind him, and we wins an election, and young people will come into governance. Not all these things these people are doing, recycling themselves over and over again. Thank you.
Well, I don't understand the part where you said that this government is worse than military government, because if it was military government, you will not even be able to, wait now, let me finish. You will not even be able to come on this panel to come and complain in the first place.
That's true. That's true. Joe, sorry, Joe.
I want to correct that impression. I'm not saying military is better. I'm just saying, you see,
there's no difference between these two people. You see, this one is, yes, we have freedom to express ourselves. We have freedom to say whatever I want to say. We have freedom to call our president Agbado. We have freedom to all those things. Yes, it's a privilege. It's the freedom we want in democracy. But when it comes to the economic freedom is not there.
No, you actually have economic freedom in civilian.
No, you don't get what I'm Mike, you don't
During
get what I'm
military
saying.
time, they restrict you, man. They restrict a lot of things.
They will even take over your business.
They will even shut you down, even kill yourself for doing business when you don't like.
Let me say something. Just 1 minute. Let me say something. You didn't make the points that I expected you to make. Now, this is the only point that I see that is a positive for military regime. Let's say in normal government, you have like 1,000 people stealing. In military government, you have like maybe 20 people stealing. That's the only advantage I see.
True. Military cut costs. Military don't run their government with a lot of people, a lot of baggages. They just the few people, the administrator, the chief of the state, the local government chairman, and like that. But anyway, let me come back to what Saleh was saying, and what everybody's saying is this.
Before you continue, say one statement. During military regime, you won't have Bonner Boy Davido. They will shut them down.
They stifle innovation and creativity. Military.
Wait, okay, yeah, true. Now there's a problem. There's this.
Please excuse me. When Oriski Wiliki was saying freedom, now never. Was it not in Nigeria?
Yeah, many people have not born then. So don't know where
military is not there.
Many people don't know Oriski
When Fela sang army arrangement, military was in power.
Military not there.
Yeah. Okay, it's okay.
What did they do to him now?
Military was in power. So what are we talking about?
Okay, sorry, let me make this point. Now, the way Nigeria politics, democracy is young. We should understand this. Every democratic country passed through this process. Nigeria is passing through. Nigeria is not new to it. But the problem is that Nigeria is passing through it at a time where we have a technology advancement and economic sabotage and interest. So people have interest. There are vultures that is picking us off behind our back and us eating us. Now, but the problem is we Nigerians are never helping ourselves. If you look at our politicians today, look at the House of Assembly, look at the House of Rep, look at the ministerial position. It makes you lose hope in government and in governance. El-Rufai's son is the head committee, is chairing one committee in House of Rep. Ibori's daughter is chairing on that one. Galujo's daughter is chairing this. Their friend is being appointed. All these things, like they are really cropping their children for their children to take over them. It's not a family affair, and which the people have to speak out about, because we want the best for the country. We are helping the government to help us. So we know we understand them. We want democracy. Democracy is better than military regime in any ramification. We should not make that mistake. But what is going on in this democracy is worse than what is going on in military regime. We should not forget about that too, because the corruption that is going on in this democracy is alarming. The impetus.
Would you agree with me that the part of the corruption that's really killing the country the most is those ones that are happening within the parastatals, like from small areas?
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
It's not really the money that guy on the very top stole that's really killing the system. It's not the corruption of the guy on the very top, but the corruption in every pocket of the system.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is that during military time, those things was going on too. Pockets of
true. But let me tell you,
the military didn't have. It was even worse. Wait, hold on. It was worse in the military because the military they didn't have time to be administrating, to be doing administrative work because they still had their military career. So those people in the bottom, they just have to feel corruption. That was really when the corruption became a Nigerian culture, and then it continued into the civilian time. So, bros, the military is terrible.
Yeah, see, I'm not yet to support it. Hold on, please. Sorry.
But should we even be having that discussion, debating between military and civilian? Should we be having
that's
that
what I want to say.
discussion?
That's what I want to say. I will not join Mike on that, start saying which was better or not better. We're not supposed to be having that discussion. We're not supposed to go there to compare between military
You are
and
joining me. I'm the
civilian.
one responding to you guys.
The military should not be. We should not be an option. We should forget about it. It should not be.
So what me I'm talking about is the ministry, is the democracy now that we want to be perfect for. It cannot be perfect, but to be good to take care of us now. You just make a statement or reference to the ministry. Yeah, the ministry is not military. Ministry is worse. From the permanent secretary, head of department, and all those people, they are worse than the minister and governors, because actually those are the people that carry out the corruption. The how they call them? What's the name they call them? Treasurers and but I'm forgetting one name. Those are people that can come up. Thank you, permanent secretary. The permanent secretary will come and write out, bring out 300,000 names from his head and give them salary. Ghost workers, and people just collecting that money every month. Those are the real corrupt people, and those people don't work with you. No ministry will work perfectly. You can bring the minister that's a big super brain that work with Bill Gates that create internet. If you bring into that ministry, he will fail woefully. If the permanent secretary and head of department don't want to work with him, they will sabotage him from up to down, because he will be in his office. He will not go on field work. People will go on field work and report on him. So we have big things in our hand. Now, why is it that we have the government have to do things to encourage the people? You need people's morale. That was one of the things that killed Buhari regime. When Buhari now started appointing people from one side of the country, trying to force it on everybody, then that's okay. Let's vote him, and he messed up badly. Now
the thing is that Buhari is not a good administrator. Buhari, no. Buhari, if you see, Buhari came into that post because one, the Northerners did not want to bring in their best. Come on, Buhari is not the best in the North.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this. I'm saying the effect. No, hold on. What I'm trying to say, the effect of trying to impose or what you do things other impetus, it's really ricochet down to the other people that is watching you. Because now when you start putting things there like nobody can ask you, and there's no accountability, and there's no repercussion, then the people under you that are supposed to carry your command will do what they like. That's why you say the country will never function. So you make your girlfriend minister, you put your son head of this department, your cousin is this. People are watching you. The country is not just for a very few selected few people. Now you just select people and you also want to give orders to a lot of people to go and carry your order. That's why you see at the end of the day, you might have a good policy, but it will not work. Not because it was a fake policy, because people don't refuse to act or people sabotage it just to make a point to you. So
Yeah, just finish. I wanted to say.
So my own take is this. Right now, the democracy we are running is not good. I understand. It will get better. I know that, but we should start making effort for it to get better, so that can take us to the destination we want. Thank you. I hear the floor for the next person.
All right, world peace. You don't need to worry about anything. See, these Russians. I'm not even looking at it from the. I'm looking at it from the point of Putin. These Russians are very smart. Most of this coup, if you look at the military, they've taken training in Russia. In 2021, Nigerian military went to Russia and they've been taking training for 2 years now. 2 years. If Nigerian government does not do good for the people, we already know what is going to happen. It is inevitable. The signs are there already. You can go and just do simple Google research. All these people took training in Russia, and that's when it would have been implanted into them. Nigeria too, 2021, we started going to Russia to take training. So obviously, Putin has his people in Nigerian military already. 1 to 2 years away. If Nigeria is not like Dubai, we already know what is going to happen. If they are still putting their children, they are still doing all these things. Do you think this government is not aware? They are aware. They know. So if they decide to continue, it is on them. Nigerian citizens have nothing to lose at this point. If you don't do good for the citizen, you are going out very, very soon. All the signs are there. Everything that is there already. It has already been implanted. Putin has his people already in Nigeria. And they've already been brainwashed. They are just waiting for the trigger. If you look at all of this military coup, look at when it happened. Each of them, it has been a chess move. Even this.
Sorry, forget about this military. Let's talk about it. We should not be discussing military takeover. It will not take us anywhere. Forget about it.
Let me shift the conversation a little bit. Now, let me ask you guys this question. You see how, like, we look at all the problem in Nigeria, right? We just tend to think like, okay, this leadership, that leadership. That's what leads us to saying, oh, you prefer military, you prefer that one. Now, my question is this. If you replace all the Nigerian leaders with the leaders of the best country, like the best leaders in another country in the world, whichever country it is, what would change? What would change? That's my question.
Nigeria will be better.
Things will change.
It will be better. See,
like,
Nigeria
give me an example of a country where you put their leadership.
Okay, let me tell you.
Tell me what would change. I explain how it would change.
Let me tell you why Nigeria is where we are today.
No, that's not the question. Tell me how things will change. I don't want to hear about something else.
Let me tell you now. The reason why we are where we are today, it's not like we don't have the guys. We don't have the materials that can govern this country. That can give us the kind of dividends of democracy that we all want. But as our selective processing is faulty.
Okay. What would another leader of another country would do? That's what I want to know.
I'm not even talking about another leader of another.
That's the question. That's the question I put on the floor.
I can ask the question.
Mike, let me answer that question. Any leader of another country that comes to Nigeria, the first thing we do is to identify the entire citizen by giving them number. Example, for you to agree with me, if you're in a foreign country today, even when you seek an asylum, they are going to attach a number to you. If you manage to have their permit, that means you are already in the system. They will attach a number to you. That thing is lacking in our system. That's why you have a lot of ghost workers. I don't know how they do it in America. I had one certain time people were trying to claim some unemployment benefit, like illegal form. In Europe here, it's not possible with the kind of system they practice. Totally impossible.
So do you think Nigeria have the technology and the means to cover everybody? Like, you know?
Yes.
Yes. For us to
it's available.
Listen,
Mike, Obasanjo pump the money Obasanjo spend. I don't think even the United States will spend it to give us identity because they are not serious. It didn't work. Buhari has been doing it.
So leaders have already tried in Nigeria. It didn't work. Now you think another leader will try?
Because listen now. Because our leaders don't know the importance and the citizens don't know the importance, so people don't clamor for it.
Okay, so basically,
what you're saying is this. They know the sabotage. They know the importance. That's why they don't want it to happen.
No, hold on. Okay. The question, the way one piece answer the question was another. If you bring the leader from another country that's doing well in this country to come and rule Nigeria, and you say what he would do is first bring the system of giving everybody number, and then you said your leader already tried it before, Obasanjo, and then because the citizens themselves were not terrible or something like that, they didn't make it work. So is he that leader or the citizen?
You misunderstood.
Or both of them?
Wait, so let me clarify you. When you identify your citizens,
we get that. We know why it's important to identify citizens, but we are saying why didn't it work? Why didn't the program work?
When you identify your citizens with number, then you will not attach them to the entire institution. For example, may God forbid you have a police case, you just give police the number, he will see you there. If you want to get admission for your child because he has a number from birth, he go to school.
But Midwest, we are not disagreeing that the numbering system. That's not the argument.
Any society that doesn't have it will never progress, and that's why we are.
We get it, Midwest. I don't know why you guys do this, man. We get the point. We agree that we did it. But what we are asking is why didn't it work? Why didn't they cover everybody? Why did it not work?
Why did it not work, Mike?
Recruitment processing is what is faulty, not leaders from anywhere. Our recruitment process is what is faulty. It's not the leader from anywhere.
It's also
our recruitment process is faulty.
Mike, can I come in?
It is the leader. It's not the people. The leaders, listen, because of corruption. Michael, let me because of corruption, when the federal government release money, just as you said, they put their men in position. So once the money reach there,
the first thing they think is how to steal this money, not
How
what
to
the
steal?
money is made for.
Not for
So
the
at the
people.
end, they will not steal the money. They will not be looking for way to do it anyhow, and
cover
at
it
the end,
up.
everybody will now abandon it. That is it. There's
Okay,
no good
Joe,
policy.
let Joe enter. What was he
You
trying to
see,
say?
I quite agree with the first speaker. Corruption is one of the problems we have in Nigeria. Corruption. Another thing is this: if you see why developed countries like outside, the system seems to be working is there is punishment for corruption. Punishment for corruption. In Nigeria, there is no punishment for corruption, and that is why these people can actually do it.
Why is there no punishment now? Give us why.
Because they are the corrupt people are the one govern you. There won't be punishment.
They do not have the. You see, if I were Tinubu, I will not remove oil subsidy. You see that system? Heads must roll. Heads go roll.
Head must roll.
I'm telling you, I will clean up that system where we say if they give you bribe, you go to run. You understand? The thing is that it is the willpower to do these things that our leaders don't have.
But Tinubu doesn't have power to prosecute now. I mean, like to make it.
He will create institution to make it happen.
Where is the it doesn't have power. Where is the Mephiele?
Mike,
that's judiciary doing the work now.
Mike, let me tell you something. Do you know Akpabio? Akpabio stole from NDDC. Today he's the Senate president.
Why is the judiciary not prosecuting him?
Because it's the friends. They are friends. They are the same caucus. They won't prosecute him.
So the question now is: if we replace like our president, parliament, all of them with a president and parliament of another country that's doing that, we believe their leaders are better. What will change? That's what I'm trying to know. Like with these Nigerians, though, these Nigerian people that we have.
That's what I'm telling you. We don't even need anybody from. We don't even need anybody from outside. Let's begin to.
No. The reason why I asked that question, don't say we don't need. The reason why I asked that question is because we believe that our problem is leadership. Now I'm saying the reason why I say that is if we create situation where we have that so-called good leadership that we want, what will change with the same people?
By the time they create the system, they were running over outside there. Here in Nigeria will get it better.
But you have to give us practical, actual
anything they were doing over there that make them
explain how. You can't just say it will get better, because that's what we always say before we change leader. Oh, you just get better, we get better.
By the time there is a consequence of whatever any error, any step you take, there is a consequence for it. People will sit tight. We are talking about corruption today because people are stealing money without any consequence. We're talking about bad governance today. Because someone will come to power, he will promise you heaven and earth before he come in. When he comes in, it will change and no consequence.
Okay, let me ask you this question. If nobody steal money in Nigeria today, what will change?
Things will change.
What will change?
At least we will have money to build our country. We create job for people.
Okay, the one you have now, you're not building anything now.
See, they are stealing it. They are not building. They are not building anything. They were stealing the money.
Let me something very quick. Sorry. Let me something very quick. In my days in university, I think one time at this state, we have a mission called Makasuko. Makasuko children, we were university mate then at the state university. One of them was driving a panel van, one of them was driving a power bike. When me and my friend we were driving B2 and all that. Now, what I'm saying here, there was no military attachment with them. We just live together, do what we're doing together. But today, have you seen the DSS bus son? That bitchy guy, the son rolling, he has more than 6 to 10 cars, military DSS convoy going to just the son. Those are risks. This DSS son now, the DSS son, the bitchy guy now, the DSS son, when he's rolling, is fully armed to the teeth with SSS guard. Who is paying for that? They didn't appoint the son as a DSS this thing now. It's his father.
So how does that affect our life? How does that affect
it's waste of resources. Yeah, it's a waste of resources. Hold on.
Okay.
It's waste of resources. Who pay for the logistics that they use to move?
Okay, if they didn't spend that money, so what will change?
They will use the money to build the country.
Mike, can I come in?
Yeah, come in.
Okay, Mike, you see, let's look at our Ajaokuta steel industry, for example. There's this woman from Kogi State. I guess the one that fought with Gino Milayo on his
Natasha.
That woman, yeah. The woman said he had to go to the extra length in digging into why Ajaokuta has not actually worked. He now went to Russia, and the Russians told him that it's just $100 million, and that place will be working. He went to the Senate and tell them, these people just need $100 million. Give it to them, and this Ajaokuta steel will be running. And it will employ so many people, create more jobs. They laughed over it. You understand? Because
and you believe that it's $100 million that is a problem. What capacity? Hello, excuse me. You know, we're intellectuals, and we cannot just believe any story that suits our narration. In what capacity? Excuse me, why should you believe the lady? What capacity did she went to that Russia? That Russia will now be leaking a government contract to her?
Okay. Let me.
We should be careful about the stories that we believe.
Hello. In any capacity.
Let me explain.
Okay.
In any capacity.
Let Joe explain now. So he doesn't.
Okay. Let's assume it, my brother. Okay, I want to now say the woman is lying, and I'm lying here. You are the one saying the truth. Okay, let's assume.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking the question. I'm not asking.
Let him land.
It's a question I ask you.
Give him chance.
I'm coming now. Okay, let's assume I am not saying the truth. Okay, I'm lying. It's propaganda, and the lady is also this thing. Now, let's say this industry is very vital to us. This steel industry is very vital to us. Why can't they, even if it's $1 billion, even if it's $2 billion, can't we afford it and pay so that this thing can revive this Ajaokuta steel industry? Why are you always supporting?
I'm not supporting. We have whatever we are saying. We are talking to the public. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not. This is not support. Don't term it as being support. Have we identified that money is a problem for the failure of that Ajaokuta steel complex? I don't know. You don't know.
See. So that's what we're talking about. Leadership.
Why is the government not letting us know?
Ajaokuta was sabotaged by the Indians. Don't forget, India was supplying our steel at that time. And if Ajaokuta come on board, with India would have lost that money that we are getting in the 80s. I think the 80s that Indians were making like about 1.5.
It still lies on the government. It still lies on the government.
That's your submission at all.
Hold on, let me land. You might not agree.
It still lies on the leadership.
Let him land so we can fully understanding. Hope please go ahead.
See, I think in the 80s,
explain how India sabotage us.
Yeah, go look it up. In the 80s, I think Indians the steel were imported from India. A year revenue was like money we spent about 2.5 billion or 1.5. But please go check it out. I'm not too sure about that. Now, if that will have come on board, of course we'll be making our own steel. Then India will not be making money from us. But it was sabotage. It was sabotage based on delay. So by the time Basajo came in, the technology we have at Ajaokuta is already phased out. You cannot go and start fixing Ajaokuta today with 10 billion. It won't work because the technology on Grand China, the Russians used there in the 70s, it was, I think, diesel technology. Now we have gone past that. So there's no way you can make Ajaokuta work now today. So what this guy was saying?
Sorry. Are you telling me if resources that you have in Ajaokuta, if it's in China or it's in Russia, are you telling me that government will not make sure that place is working and they were making their revenue from it?
Okay. Let me answer you real quick. My cousin, I've said it many times. My cousin is secretary of World Bank. Is it World Bank? IMF Africa section. My cousin, you can look his name. You see his name. Yeah, I had to contract sometimes by business consulting. They have gone to Ajaokuta, have done analysis on Ajaokuta. He has traveled a lot. He has been in Japan. He came with the first mission. Now, what he told me, that they have checked, they want to sell it off. At one time, Boston didn't want to sell it. People didn't even know when to sell it off. When the foreign investor came, the technology there was very old technology. They're like Bende Bureau in Benin. They want to sell it on. Nobody's buying because the technology
why
there
can't they
is old
build new
technology.
ones now? I mean, get new ones.
Let me tell you, that is it. That people understand. If you want to build new one on Ajakuta, it's like you are building like that. You know the skyscraper in Ireland that is 1001. If you buy that skyscraper on 1001 and you want to build it, that means you have to first of all destroy it, which is a lot of money, and you spend all that money again to build it. That's Ajakuta for you. That's why you see every government that comes there.
Why can't they do it?
Sorry, is the resources there to hire more workers and to produce what you want to produce there?
True to be told, if Nigeria government going to Ajakuta, it's going to be a waste of money. We have that money is not supposed to do other things.
Okay.
Do we need steel industry in Nigeria? That's the question.
We can build our own steel industry, but not refixing Ajakuta. Ajakuta costs more money to refix than to rebuild.
Excuse me, one piece. You see, I've listened on this platform where even people that lives in the US and people that lives in other countries like Canada and all those, they said there are refineries in the US that is older than those refineries we have in Nigeria. Is it not so? There are refineries in the US that are older than ones we have in Nigeria, and they are still working 100% today.
Yes. Ask yourself this question. Wait, ask yourself this question. Sorry, before you land. Did Ajakuta ever even work? That's the question you have to ask yourself.
The thing is this.
No. Do you know the capacity they built Ajakuta before they abandoned it? Or what capacity was built before abandoned?
Ajakuta was started by
No, at what stage they stopped? That's what I'm asking. What stage they stopped?
I think we need to stop defending the failure of our leaders here.
I'm telling
These
you,
people,
man.
we have textiles here that works very well.
They didn't fail. I didn't say they didn't fail. I didn't say they didn't fail. Yes, they failed at Ajakuta. But the big problem is if you want to go to revive Ajakuta, it will cost you 10 times that money. So there's no point in reviving Ajakuta.
Well, are they going to be making money there? Is it going to employ people?
Nobody's working. See, let me make it an example to you now. If you see that turbine Apostle John bought, that turbine he bought, that is in a wharf, rotting away. Nobody's going to buy it from us. We cannot make use of it. They just sent it to Ajakuta. Ajakuta didn't even finish. It didn't even get up to like 70% capacity before
what we are saying here is this. Let's assume that is today we discover Ajakuta as a resources. Can we just start and make money from that place from today? Let's stop talking about the past. Can our government fix the place for us so that people can get job and they can make a revenue from there? That's the question.
No. The question is the answer is no.
The resources there is waste now. We can't use it anymore.
Yes, it's a wasted project.
That place is just
billions of dollars.
About that, we heard that they've signed contract with Russia to fix the place now.
Do you know how many they've signed contracts? The problem is
I don't know what.
I don't know.
Let me say this. Let me say this and hit the floor. I think I see how if I can go, I'll use my phone. If not, my laptop is closed. I'll go and I'll bring out the memo my cousin sent to me. The problem is this, just like how will I put it? If Ajakuta was fully built and was abandoned, or it was operational and it stopped, it's a different case. Ajakuta was like 30% or 40% built, abandoned. It was not even completed. So you're going there to go fix it. You are going there to spend 10 times. You have to first of all complete it. You have to
we're not
on ground.
Sorry.
Sorry.
We have
those technologies no longer viable. That's why I use that program. For example, now
what I'm saying is, do we need iron? Do we need iron?
See, we need iron. Now, if we want to if we need iron, if we go there
to produce iron in Ajakuta, are we going to be making money from it?
See. Yes, but now
then that's it, man. There's no discussion.
No, that is not Mike. This is why. Sorry. This is why sometimes we accuse the government wrongly. As a government always have a escape pod to escape. Sometimes we accuse them. We don't have the full knowledge. Whatever anybody tells you, I'm using Ajakuta and Bender Breweries right now. Bender Breweries are being abandoned. Nobody's buying it. the technology embedded bureau is so old that if you buy that place, you are buying an empty ground, destroy it, and start rebuild. That will cost you 10 times the money. Instead of you can just go a fresh place,
So we can't
get
use old
fresh water.
technology to do things. Is that what you're saying?
No, listen. You listen, and you hold on. And let me laugh now. Let me laugh.
No,
Let
it's
me
not
laugh.
about land.
For
Answer the
example,
question. Don't land on
say,
something that's not the question.
for example, sorry. Let's say
let
they
him
use
land.
2x. Let's just say, for example, they use 2x4 rod to make a triangle hole. That's to process steel. Now it's no longer 2x4 rod. It's 37.7 rod and square hole. So there's no need. You cannot spend
Can the
money on it.
2x4 rod still make the?
No, it's no longer that technology is not. See, that technology is not. See, that technology is not there.
Wait.
It's like it's like you are. It's like you are going to DC4 engine. See, a DC4 engine plane. That is, hold on, sorry.
But
A
we don't
DC4
have
engine
anything
plane.
now. Right now, we don't have anything.
Hold on.
Listen. When hold something, when you are using old something and you are maintaining it, people can still use it. If you abandon it, then people will come and assess it, the possibility of using it. When they discover it is no longer there, they don't have interest. That is even why private company coming to Ajakuta State with their experience, these are investments that need long term to make the profit. It's not just starting it today after putting those huge money and you get everything. And when they look at a political system, instability and the lack of rule of law, it's not properly balanced. Judiciary you see the way they handle some few things. International people are looking. That is why people don't have interest privately. And the government itself, when they tell the government that when you put this money, look at when profit is going to start. That means the person that invests there is not going to get the honor. So that regime will not be willing to put his money there. And that is what is keeping that place.
And that's the reason why we said we don't have leadership here. A leader must not do things. A leader must not do things for you to praise him. A leader will do things for future.
Yes, I agree. See, I agree to your analysis. This is what I was trying to say. If it was Ajakuta was fully built and being maintained, of course you will see people that will take it. But it was not completed. Just like you having a DC4 plane. I don't know anybody know DC4 plane. They were using 1964, and you keep maintaining it, buying parts, maintaining it. You will see people that will buy it from you. But if you have a DC4 plane, like going to Okada plane, that in a Benin airport that's already broken down, the engine is missing, who will buy that one from you?
Okay, I get what you're saying. So, if you know
how much Nigeria pay, if you know how much Nigeria pay to buy railway,
my brother, you're not getting the example.
Let's hear from other voices, guys.
I know what Warpeace is saying. Warpeace, I want to ask you a question here. You see, Warpeace, look at our refineries. When they were commissioning Dangote refinery, they interviewed Otedola. Otedola said something that really shocked me. Otedola said, there was a time he was bidding for maybe Port Harcourt or Warri refinery, and they refused. You understand? You see, there are private sectors that want to go into this. Yeah, he said it.
He said it.
Otedola said they didn't give him this thing. He said it, and you can see tomorrow now they'll tell you that one is 1900 refinery. It cannot work again.
But let me tell you, please, my brother, one of the greatest challenges.
You know, that refinery was during Yaradua regime that they gave them that they sold the refinery to him. Not him, it's him and Dangote that bought the refinery. Yes, it's him and Dangote. And it was Yaradua that refunded the money back to them. They said they are not selling again. And it was because, let me tell you, the people behind it are these NNC Pengasan people. They are the one that said, no, it's Nigeria assets that they should not be selling the refinery. The Labour put a lot of pressure on the government that time, and the government rescinded their decision of selling the refinery.
My brother,
let me quickly put this
one. Leadership comes into place.
Wait, my brother. Let me quickly put this one in there. We as a Nigerian, waiting our leader need to learn.
Labour cares about his union members, not Nigerians. I think we need to clarify that. Labour is fighting for its members, not necessarily Nigerians. So just be aware of that.
What I want to put in there is this. First of all, Nigeria government doesn't know the ethics and methodology of capitalism, so they cannot run all those projects. That one is very clear.
The institutions that are supposed to help us to handle those things, they are not even in existence. And even if they are there, they don't even know the functions of those institutions. So all these things we are saying, our government will going to struggle and struggle and struggle. Maybe at a time, they will give a year to professionals that will put them through. That's just my take there.
But Midwest,
So,
when you say
yeah.
Nigerian government, which regime? Because it's been several regimes.
Well, let me remove after the Civil War, because this guy really tried. Because immediately after the Civil War, what is it called? Go One, who were making cars, doing so many things, because he attracted a lot of all these Toyota and all of them. So a lot of industries were coming. Though then it's not like today. Today things have changed. All the how will I call it, a platform or system that put things on check, they are totally out of the system. So what Nigerian government normally does is that when they see that problem, they will tell you the amount of money. They will not run. They will just tell you, we want, like electricity, we want to solve it, and they will budget money. People will enrich themselves and they will abandon it. They will tell you the importance of, they will tell you the importance of identity card, like what Obasanjo did. You know how much he spent? Even this man is still doing the knee now. Just imagine a country, my brother. I think a bank, they collect your fingerprint. If you buy telephone, people will collect your fingerprint. And the danger of those things, you know, somebody can use that to commit serious crime. You can land in airport and somebody, they will pick you immediately. But God forbid that one should not happen to us. So a lot of things is going on. Until we find out how these people, because Oibo na be thief. Nigerians, they use our own, they rub our mouth. If you see when they catch Oibo here, I know when they, like a few months ago for Sweden here, we despite their strong system, bank here, they were doing this ghost illegal employment in order for them to be able to move some big money, either from I think Latvia. Now that same bank still there. No, all those countries before they can't catch them. So that means when they catch person, you know what they do here? They will go and check the system. Why they know Christian? You see, then sometimes you want to come and do that thing, you just go there. They will not tell you, no, go and make telephone call. Somebody will send you a SMS or somebody will post you a letter. They have changed the system because that's the one they have on ground. Is not checking that thing properly again. Nigeria, every problem today now, look at the remove subsidy. We want to argue. Subsidy is the best thing. Why are we affording food in Europe? The whole European Union put their heads together. They put subsidies on agriculture. At the time, there was a lot of corruption and complaint. They have to change the system because they did not remove that subsidies. They know it will cause a lot of problems. So now, even if Tinubu remove it, know that it is bad as well. But if you don't deal with the factor that make it not to work, which is corruption, now the same place where we did, now we see there. That's just the fact. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. I think at this junction, I think we should see governance beyond my interest alone. It should be something that everybody wants to partake to make sure that things work for everybody. So remove your own personal interest away from it and make sure whatever you are doing now is what you know that people will benefit from. You know, either we like it or not. Our space, the problem we have here is just leadership problem. And the reason why we have that problem is the process in which we elect our people, or we select our people to come and govern. Look at, like, I know many people believe that, okay, Tinubu has the ability to give us the kind of ministerial appointment that can actually deliver the dividends of democracy that we are actually expecting from him to, like, because we know him as somebody that can fetch for new brains. But look at us today. We are here doing by bowl and go at the National Assembly. We are here today bringing a ministerial appointment to Senate without even attaching their portfolio, so that we can know where to ask them questions. What are you coming to do with your portfolio? The office we are giving to you, how do you see the office? That's what we are here. That's what we are here now for at the National Assembly attending to. So these are the areas that Nigeria is failing, and until we get unless we get we get to a particular stage that we said enough is enough of all this, that we have to be intentions of whatever we are doing. We can't be doing try and error all the time. We have to be intentional about what we even want.
How do you want us to what do you want to restructure in our electionary process now? that will make us to at least be able to have credible leaders.
No, I think our leaders should repent. You know what? One of our brothers, I can't
It's
remember.
not about, just let us forget about our leader, because he said that is the electionary process that is wrong, that is not making us to have good leaders.
I didn't hear electionary process. Anyway,
no, that was what he said. He said the system of electionary. That's what he said. Am I right?
Yeah, everything is part of it.
Okay, so what do you want us to change in the present process that we have now that will make it more credible than what we have now?
Firstly, the process that in which we elect people from, even during the campaign period, we put some people ahead of others. We call some people front runners. I think a country where things works, they bring out anybody that have interest in politics. Let them say something. Let them bring out their
who
plan.
are the people that put some people ahead? Who put
Let's start
people
from
ahead?
let's start from media. Media play major roles in our elections. It's what they project to people. When you project to people that we only have 2 or 3 people, they will settle their mind. They will capture.
Do we have control over that? How do we control that? If you want people to have a free journalism, you don't want to control what people put out there, freedom of speech and all those things. How do you think we can control that?
I didn't get that.
You said it's the media. You said media put some people first.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And so how do you think we can control that, so that everybody will start on an equal ground?
Okay, how will people start on equal ground?
Yes, because you said the media projected some people ahead.
Okay. Let me tell you what's happening here today. Let me tell you what is happening here today. Each and every one of our media in Nigeria is owned by these people. And there is no way, there is no way they will work against their masters. They will always be projecting their masters as if is the only solution to us, because that's the purpose. Okay? Even the person that even holds the station.
Is there anything wrong in that?
100% wrong.
So what is the solution?
Yes, we should you know what? At this junction, like I'm not in support of coup in Nigeria, but that is why
and this your coup again.
That's no.
You are talking about media. Why are you coming to coup?
I'm not in support.
Let me quickly suggest one thing. They should stop sharing of money during electoral period. It should be a law.
No. The Midwest, don't change what we are talking about. Forget about it. He's not sharing. He's talking about media.
So let's get
let me say something, please.
Who's that? Wait. Before you say something, let's hear from engineer Francis, I guess.
Okay.
Are you there, Francis? Can you unmute yourself?
Go ahead. I'll have a comment sometime.
Yeah?
Just go ahead.
Let me just say something here. You see,
go ahead for now.
I don't talk. Yeah. I don't believe in the media. The media can cover whatever who they want to cover. It's all politics, you know. The problem we're having in our electoral whatever is the electoral law should be definite. Like we should have it like what happened in the last election, where transmission and all those transmission things they were saying about. If you are going to vote electronically, I wish we can get to that point where we can vote electronically, not with ballot or either. You can fingerprint. We can even start voting from Friday or from on Wednesday. You can vote from your office. It should be electronically, and everything you're like. If you vote, everything is uploaded. Nobody is going to come there changing it and all those stuffs. That will help that will help our
But whatever solution we are trying to provide, it should be something practical. You should not be wishful thinking.
But
That's what I'm saying.
I think the number one thing, my brother,
excuse me.
let
Can I
them
come
stop
in?
this sharing of money in the electoral
No.
period.
Let me finish.
It
You
should
cannot
stop.
stop. You cannot stop money from election. You cannot stop it. Let me come. You
Okay,
see,
in America, is that how they share money? That like they will be
excuse me.
giving money?
Let me land.
Do you know how much they spent last election in America? They spent $4 billion. What are you
They
talking
do
about?
lobbying and all those things.
Sharing of money. You can't stop sharing of money.
They share money in America as well.
Yeah, they do
the thing I'm
lobbying. They
saying,
lobby.
$4 billion. Like, where do you think all the money goes? It's just coded now.
Without money, you can't win
stop.
election in
We can't
America.
stop.
Trust
The
me.
thing is that if we can improve our technology, we still have 4 more years to.
But who's going to create that technology now? Which Nigeria is technologically advanced? Which Nigeria
No
is
wonder
even? We don't make anything. You want to go and buy everything, buy technology.
Excuse me, Mike. The one we are using today, did we build it?
We are not building anything, but we want it. That's the point I'm making.
We can go and acquire it from where they.
Why do we have to go and acquire everything? That's the root of all our problems.
You have
Listen, let me say this, man. Let me say this. The reason why I keep asking you guys, I asked you guys a question earlier. I say, so if we replace our leader with other leaders, will our life change? And I already know the answer is no, because these countries, these advanced countries, if you look at their development, their advancement, innovation, everything, it's not something done by politicians or government. It's done by corporate entities or individual.
So
You understand? Individual innovators. The Nigerian people themselves are not innovating. They are not inventing anything.
No.
We are waiting for one president one day to come and change our life.
Nigerians are innovating. It's the only problem we have. We don't have support.
Okay, the technology thing you just want now, which Nigeria has gone to the lab and figure out to make it.
We have guys. Why is our people doing very excellently outside the country?
No,
they are not doing anything excellently. They're just good getting degrees. That's what they're doing, getting degrees.
Excuse me, Mike.
Where are the Nigerian inventors overseas everywhere?
Mike, the man that invented the fastest computer is from Delta State. The man that
why is he not in Nigeria inventing computers now?
Mike,
excuse me, the man that is
why is he not in Nigeria producing computer?
Because your country is not allowing them. The government is not giving them that space.
You are quoting a man from some place in Nigeria. Where did he get that? It was in America when that happened. I'm discussing doing the same thing while you are living on this Nigerian soil. Human capital development on your own soil. Because
excuse me, can I come in? Can I come in? Just please, just a little, so that I don't forget what I want to say now. Please.
So you need good government before you start innovating. I mean.
Excuse me, let me tell you. You see our government. Take it or leave it. They don't encourage innovation. They do not encourage it. You see, I want to give you one example.
You should know what you need and do it yourself. Nobody encourage Mark Zuckerberg
before you do it yourself. When you graduate from school and there is no resources for you to even try your brain. Many brains are engraved in Nigeria. Many brains.
So the brain is not your hair. You need water. What do you need to put in the brain before you use it? You need a stimulus.
Don't you need research to make things happen? You need research, and you need resources to do research.
So you tell me
in a country where things are working,
in the age of internet these days, you can't go
they encourage you. They give you
so
the space
what
for
does
that
the government
research.
need to give you for your research?
A lot of things.
So is the government that gave Mark Zuckerberg the tools to go and research how to make Facebook?
If it depends.
None of these people have any affiliation with government. Trust me. And not many of
there is no research.
Hey, let me tell you,
history.
Even was doing all those things.
Edison, when Edison invented light bulb, wait. When Edison invented light bulb, I'm not affiliation with government.
Wait now.
Figure it out.
When Masbuga was trying to do all these things,
how did you know? How did you know?
Let's assume that he doesn't have money.
I know because I read their books and I know their history. Most of them, all the inventors, innovation, even Silicon Valley, California, where they make all the technology, they don't have affiliation with government. It's just a group of men that decide they have passion or something and decide to put their head together and start spending time doing research and figuring out how to do things.
See, Mike, let me tell you.
It's after they make it that the government now invest in them.
The reason why we don't invest in Nigeria, our educational system was designed for competitiveness and not for teamwork. So
all the private schools we have, why can't the private owners figure it out and change it?
Because there is no teamwork, our people are stuck. Those Nigerians you said they are
doing the government.
It's the government as well. It's the government. The government have to create an enable environment for those things to happen.
Mike, I want to ask you, Mike, did you go to the university in Nigeria? Did you school in Nigeria?
You see, let me tell you guys something.
Did you school in Nigeria? I want to ask you, did you school in Nigeria?
As good, it doesn't matter, man.
If you go to some Nigerian universities,
listen,
you go to their
you guys
excuse me,
wait.
you go to their
most
computer science.
Want to put
inventors,
the
they didn't
question
go to.
in.
It's not university. I thought they want to do.
Mike.
It's not their
Sorry,
talent.
Asking you,
It's not
okay, where do
university.
you
Where
acquire the
you
knowledge to invent? Where do you acquire the knowledge? Is it not in
no,
the
you don't need
university?
no. The invention is
Or
talent.
in
It's
the
not
schools, in
knowledge.
your
It's no.
schools?
It's not from education. It's talent.
Well, it's
It's
not
not from
everybody that have degree that invent something.
You
Some
said
people
it's
don't have
talent.
college degrees.
Yes.
They invented something good.
Yes.
So yeah.
Sorry, Mike and Joe. Babati want to put something through, please. We are talking over ourselves. Babati, they're just talking over your voice. Yeah, I can hear you.
Well,
we can hear you. Your mic
thank
is
you.
working.
Thank you, Warpeace, for at least giving me a chance, unlike Mike and his friends on this platform. That I jacked the after hour show. All I just wanted to say is this. We cannot blame, when we say human capital development, it also happens in sports too. Somebody, as an individual, will go to America or the UK to go and train, go to school there. They became a superstar. Then you now say they should come and run for your country or play for your country when you didn't pour into them. So when we are quoting all these Nigerians abroad, please, they were trained by those countries. They owe those countries allegiance. They owe those companies abroad allegiance. What are you doing as a government to promote those innovations in your own country? That should be the issue. Not that you should be saying, "Oh, look, I want to get that did something in computer and it's in Chicago." No. I want give that person the same environment in your own country, on your own soil. Not relying on somebody abroad. That's not good enough, in my opinion. That's. But
do you agree that most of the institutions that give this American opportunity to do research, whatever, are private-owned institutions?
They are funded by individuals.
Somebody mentioned that Brigade went to private school.
Yeah, they are
most of these guys, exactly. They didn't go to public school.
They are
so you understand? Most American innovators, all those things, all the smart, they all went to private school. They didn't rely on the public school that government built because government don't have time to run all these public institutions. So what I'm saying, wait, hold on. What I'm saying is this: there are many Nigerians. Guys, allow me land. Give me a second. There are many Nigerians, if they really have that vision, they themselves could be creating private schools or private science research academy in their communities everywhere, and then looking for the talent, we put them into there and helping them to utilize their talent to invent and innovate. We don't have to wait for government to come and do all these things.
Mike,
that's why it's getting exhausting to me when I keep hearing Nigerians every day talking about government. Come on.
That means you are trying to zero what's it called, innovation to only people who has the money to train themselves, right? To go to that school, right?
I didn't say no. You didn't listen to me.
So
there are many Nigerians. Wait.
That means
let me give you one example. Let me give you one example.
Wait, does that mean the poor people who has the brain to do something as well, who cannot afford to go to private school, cannot do something?
No. Okay, wait. Let me tell you why people do in their communities. Wait, Lamati, give me a second now. You come next. Let me tell you what they do in America and why in some communities. The men in that community, the people in that community, they put their money together, right? Now they create private school, they put it together. And in that private school, they give scholarship to gifted poor children to attend. You understand? When they discover that you are gifted, including I remember my cousin, she's a very gifted girl. And that private school saw that she's gifted. They gave her scholarship to attend, so she doesn't pay. But they allow the rich kids to pay. Even some private school, they literally go to the public institution and look for the gifted kids among them. They take them out and look for the income of the parent. That's okay. Since you make this amount, we allow you to pay this amount. You pay as you earn. So they work with the people because the people that create those private schools, their intention is to help their community and help great talents. You understand? And that's the same thing they do in sports and everything else.
Mike, let me even support what you say. You know, and the coach, this former Manchester United striker, he had a kidney problem, and I think he's on chemotherapy now. You know what he did recently? He donated £400,000 to kidney research.
You see, exactly.
That's how.
How many Nigerians are donating money to any kind of research in Nigeria?
Look at the one that we have.
Mike, I want to come in. The last speaker said something. I want to come in, please, really quick now. Let me come in. Do you know our girls are playing football now? Our girls are in the World Cup now. Our Falcon girls are in World Cup now. They are playing. Do you know before they started, Nigerian government couldn't give them their money.
But why can't Nigerian private people donate money and help them raise money.
Is it private people? Is it private people they are representing?
If you have useless government, then people should step up and start doing things themselves. God damn, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Mike,
What's the
let
essence
us
of
not
government
argue.
then?
Mike,
What's the essence of government then?
listen. Mike,
Why do we have
please,
government?
let me tell you one thing. In a research, there are institutions. Institution does not mean is your own, even when it's private. The regulation, what you have to do, the foundation has been laid by government. And how you will do them. So now they regulate.
What do you mean? No.
Wait now. Is it
government are not scientists. No, they don't.
Wait. I mean,
the thing is, when something has been invented and you want to put it out, and that's when government will start giving you regulation. Like, okay, environmental regulation, all those things, but they don't regulate how you do research.
Mike,
you
let
don't,
us
you
not
don't
argue
understand
that.
how this thing works. You don't understand at all.
There are rules. Wait, there are rules and regulation laid down on how to manage those things, whether it is government, whether it is private. Now, this research we are also talking about, if we want to go into it, know that our people are not talented. There are so many factors. The government itself have to be determined. You see it now, and create an enable environment for it. But a situation whereby the government.
What is this enable environment? Define it. Don't just give me buzzwords.
Okay,
define the meaning
example,
of enable
look
environment.
at your government, for example. Steel industry, we have been building since independent. We are unable to do it because why? These are projects that have a long-term profit. It's not like you do it now, you start reading profit.
Is it not what the engineering, Nigerian engineering community of engineers supposed to get together and start cracking their brains and figuring out to do? Or is it politicians in the parliament that have to crack their brain and figure out to build
most of the engineers are poor, and the politicians are the only rich people
because they are poor. They can't use their brain.
Can I interject now?
Can you use your brain without materials?
Can I interject?
I don't understand where you are talking from, Mike. I don't
No.
know.
Listen. Let me give you another tip. If you have brain to get something done, if you know how to figure it done, you approach somebody that has money and say, "Listen, we partner. I put the brain, you bring the money, and this is what we're going to make. And when we make it, we'll split the profits." That's simple as that.
Let me give you an example.
Okay, Mike, hold on. There's a guy that wants to interject. That guy, Mike, called before, that France engineer. Sorry,
okay, let's let him go. Yeah.
Do you guys notice that we are all talking about the same thing? And it's like what Patrice Lumumba said, that the problem with Africa is that those who have ideas have no power, and those who have power have no ideas whatsoever.
Yeah.
Because let me give you an example. There was because I work for a software company here, and we write only for law enforcement departments. Our software we develop only for the police, the sheriffs, the state troopers, the FBI. That's all we do. We don't deal with public companies. And there was a time at that time, it was a long time ago, when Solomon Law was the DG of police affairs. And we started something, but before we could even get it going, Abacha moved him to somewhere and he went back to Jos, and that was it. So it's like those guys that have that receptive ear to help bring that thing, somehow the people in the decision making, their superiors, don't welcome it. Now, let me give you an idea of what happened with this election. After the 2019 election, this thing came into my head, and I worked with some colleagues, and we developed an app. And that app is just the same kind of app that is used here in the US to do collation, where once they finish counting the votes and punch it in there, boom, the results will be instant. Everybody will see it. The only problem, like in the US, is that the time zones, if the East Coast were to release their results immediately, it might encourage or discourage the guys in the West Coast. But in Nigeria, it's the same time that the polls are supposed to close. And those polling agents will just enter the thing and everybody will see it even before they go to bed that night. Do you know I presented it to the INEC? They didn't even respond. I even went to DC and presented it through the embassy here. They didn't even respond. So what does that tell
Okay,
you?
come
That
and
the
present it to
people
us. Let's see it.
Because even
no
if he
problem.
does, you are not in any position to make it happen.
Let's see it. Then
That,
we listen. This is how you go. Listen, this is how you go. You present it to us. We approach some wealthy Nigerians. We approach people, and everybody go join behind you, and we go together. You can't come and tell us that you, as an individual, do this
well,
thing, and you want to
I
approach one
still
government
even
agency.
have
It
it
doesn't
on.
work like that. Now, we don't know the fact of what you're telling us. First of all, secondly, you gave up. When you went by yourself, you gave up. You didn't come and you didn't come to the people to say, "Listen, oh, I have this thing I invented. Oh, I gave it to INEC. They turned me down." You didn't do that. You didn't grab some lawyers to approach lawmakers or approach other people that are above the INEC and say, "Listen."
Mike,
So this thing
this
you're telling
man
us
that
is just no. You didn't make correct move.
Why
If
will I
it's
be
true,
going through that when I
no,
am doing
Mike,
when I'm
then
doing
you're not serious. You can't
Francis,
invent
when
something.
I'm
You
doing
can't invent
something
something and say because you
Francis,
approach some
wait
INEC
Francis,
person and he
I'm
turned you
doing
down, you
it
just
for
give up on it.
my
Mike,
wait,
Mike.
I'm
What I
doing
want
it
you
for
to
my
know is this.
country.
Hey, Mike, what I want you to know is this man speaking here is not a ghost. And wherever he infected, he must have some people around him as well they will change they will change idea. It's not necessary for this man to know you before he can make things happen. He's just meeting you here. So that you don't know does not mean he's not trying to make things happen. Okay? Some
Yeah,
people in his environment will definitely know about this thing that he's talking about. People who actually share the same
He's in
mind
the
with
wrong
him. They will
environment. Then you should
disclose
move,
it.
change environments. Because
And
if you say he
in
invents
this case,
something,
where
what he's telling us is he invented something, and he knew that will be valuable, change process, be a game changer. And you say you want to approach some INEC official, and they turn you down, and you give up. Are you serious? Then you're not serious about
I
that thing.
didn't
You can't invent something and just give up on it. You have to now take further step, approach people that are more relevant that can actually push you further. Like I said, if you come here
Mike,
now,
okay.
millions of
Let's do
people,
this. Wait.
have something in their brain, and today they're in their grave because there's no space for them to showcase it.
Let me give you guys
there's many spaces, especially today with this
okay. Any of you with a
internet
computer.
age.
Wait. Any of you with a computer right now, go to the website KEEPDEMHONEST.com.
Please come again.
Keepthemhonest.com.
You say keepthemhonest.com.
Mm-hmm. What do you see?
We are coming.
Keepthemhonest.com. I don't see anything.
Mm-hmm.
You say this site cannot be reached. KEEPTHE.
No, KEEPDEM, as in them.
Oh, damn.
Nigerian broken, yes.
Keep them honest, right?
.com.
All I see here is a bunch of politicians now.
Good. What do you see in each one of them? In their boxes, you see the total votes, the provisional votes.
This is not an app now. This is a website.
Well, it's pulled from the software. The software is even the one that INEC will install in their system that will be feeding the.
Where is the software? Where can we find the software?
Oh, no, that's what I developed.
You develop a website.
not the website, the software. We design software for.
He cannot give you the software, man.
Law enforcement agencies.
So why is he telling me to go to a website and look at a picture of bunch of politicians?
No. If you cannot make anything out of that website, then I must be talking to the wrong person. Because when you look at it, when you look at it, okay, for instance, the first guy, that party A, you will see where it says total votes 0 or 0%. That means as they are being punched in from the polling stations, you will see the numbers changing right there.
So wait. So your app, right? They will use your app to vote. Is that what you're telling me? And then when they vote through your app, it will show on your website.
No, this is what it is. The main thing is the software that INEC will have in their system in Abuja. Okay? And the field guys, the polling agents, are the ones that when they punch in their information, it will hit Abuja, and then the website is just to be displaying to the world. But their information will be there in their IREV, and the point is that if they had, and listen, you see this thing you're looking at, I was not going to charge them 1 penny.
I'm not seeing anything, my brother. I'm seeing website.
Well, whether you're, I think.
Okay, can I download your app? I don't see any app. Let's move on, man. Come on. You're telling us to invent an app, and you tell us to go to this platform.
I didn't say I invented an app. An app is something you design based on your website. And this thing you're looking at gets its information from the system. So it's all 3 different levels. But at the same time, anybody with a computer, as soon as, okay, let me give you an idea.
I'm with computer. I'm checking it now. Where do you want us to go to?
Well, have you gone to that keepthemhonest.com?
Yeah, I'm seeing the pictures of politicians now.
Good. Can you?
You said all vote results, candidate name, and their name and this thing, total votes and the professional votes.
And that is because they
did not use it.
It wasn't used, and no.
I didn't mean they were using it. As they were voting, the result would be showing on their names here.
Exactly.
Okay, I get you now.
And
it's just because they did not implement it, so that's why we are not saying the effort of your technology. What's it called?
Now
support.
Look at the interesting part of it. The original design actually has a section for video, so that like when you go to state results, and then let's say you pick a state, and maybe of course it's broken down all the way to local government and the wards and the polling unit. You pick a polling unit, you can actually be seeing live video of what's happening at that place at that time.
Through what?
Through the app.
Through the app. Through a camera. Through a camera
app.
I think.
Sorry, let me just come in. I think I'll see something like this during
we have to see where is this app? Can you show us? Can you turn the camera on and show us this app right now?
Sorry, let me say something. I think I've seen something like this during 2019 election when Showore was coming on board. They have their app like that every one of us that want to go to polling units, you can have their app and on their camera on your phone. Exactly. And you can easily record whatever that is going on in the polling unit and upload it to their server to keep for you. I think we have the app on AAC.
So the point is this. It was not even, and I even made it clear to the embassy when I went to submit it. I told them that it's my contribution to my country. Yet it didn't fall on any ears that would have at least picked it up.
So how did you design the camera in the app?
Well, don't. Are you talking engineering terms, or are you talking about
Yeah.
how you design one?
The camera, yeah.
What do you
Okay,
mean?
Mike, I don't know if I can send you something.
Simple
If I
question.
can send you a app.
I mean, you did
that
you
can-
invest something that you're trying to send me? Come on now.
No, not me, not
Well,
me. I have an app on my phone that can actually open and I still
Yeah, that's
access
what I'm saying
the
now. So
camera
we know
and
those things
upload.
exist. Developers. Well, I'm asking him how he did his own.
Okay. So the point is that, let me put it this way: I am not going to tell you how I did it.
Okay, thank you. Well, you
Good.
can't show me either. Okay, now.
No, I'm not going to tell you how I did it. But was it done? It was.
Well, I don't know if it was done. You're telling me it was done. I don't know if it was done, so I don't know.
You're looking at it now. What you're looking at is
You show me a website, I can design the same thing within 5 minutes. I know how to design websites. Come on now.
You can design a website.
That's a very cheesy website, man. If I go to GoDaddy.com, I can get a template and just put those pictures there and just publish it. That's it. Come on, man. I'm not talking to Unudo here now.
Mike, this is kind of problem we have in this country.
It's not the problem we have. We're not very honest with ourselves in Nigeria. We bring too much.
This app we are seeing here, what I'm seeing here.
It's not how you are seeing. You are seeing a website. Come on.
This site I'm seeing here. I know that the person that put this in this place must have has a background, backup on it, which I'm not expecting to become. I'll be telling you here how that one works. But for him to even go to this to this extent, having this kind of website here, that means there is something that is working on. What is that thing that is working on? This is what we should be asking him now, and he's trying to give us the foundation, the purpose of that thing that he has done in the past. So you don't just throw it away as if it's lying.
I'm not throwing it. Okay, it's okay. Let's just move on to another. Let's move on.
Okay,
Let's move on.
let me.
The rest of these guys still here. I mean, what piece are you guys still here?
Let me
Simba.
let me see if I can say something.
I'm here.
Yeah, let's move on, man. Let's move on.
But I think we should give him a chance. I think we should give him a chance. Let him
land now. Okay, go ahead. Finish.
Engineer Francis, please land.
Can you imagine?
So exactly the problem with Nigeria is what you just exhibited. That is, you dismiss something you don't understand or something you cannot copy.
Because you don't understand it.
Yes, if you don't.
Because I don't understand.
Yeah, if you don't, just wait and listen a little bit. Maybe you will understand.
Well, you're not telling me anything, man.
That I'm not telling you anything is an insult. The first time I mentioned it, you were the one like, oh, what can you show us or something? That's why I sent you to this one. And now you're
you show me, you're not showing me what you told me.
Wait.
I don't want us to stick on this all night.
Mike, relax and allow him to speak. If you don't,
to these people that are watching at home,
okay?
That's what we do in Nigeria. We allow this kind of thing. That's how all these IPOB do all this propaganda. They just brainwash people. I don't like those kind of things. I just don't like it. I don't like propaganda and all this. Let's move on, man. Let's move on. If you have something concrete to say.
Sir, Mike, we are wasting time.
That's what I'm saying. Let's just move on to other topic. I don't want to talk on this.
No, Mike, excuse me. Mike, please.
Mike.
Let's give him
land your point and let's move on.
minutes. Let's give him time to talk.
Yeah.
Okay. Talk your point and let's move on. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Don't interject him, please.
Good. Please stop making me even feel ashamed that I'm a Nigerian. If this is the way things are judged, no wonder when I even contacted the embassy here, they didn't advance this. And look at what ended up causing this nonsense in Nigeria, because the results were not seen immediately, which this would have solved. But if you want me to give you the scripts and everything that we designed on this to develop it, I will say no. But the software is up and running, and it has that camera provision too, which will be showing the videos, in fact, live videos of whatever is happening at every one of those polling units. So those things would have, all the problems we had in this past election period would have been covered. But no, it's people like you that just look at a book and judge it from its cover. That's not the way to do things, and that's not the way to advance.
Can you please go straight to your point, please, so that it will not come at you again? Go straight to your point.
My point is this. Patrick Henry said, in as much as I might hate everything you have to say, I will still fight and give up my life for your right to say it. So, Mr. Mike, or whatever, stop this kind of attitude. That is what's keeping Nigeria where it is today. I know when I started the program with Solomon La years ago, I think 1993, all of a sudden Abacha booted everything. Everybody went home. Nigeria didn't get it. But here, all the law enforcement departments and agencies here are enjoying our work. And that is Nigerian brain. Most of these ones, okay, like here, they don't know anything about all these Nigerian type of politics and the elections.
Can you tell us what this your app is all about?
No, the point.
He won't tell you now. That's why I'm saying let's move on, man. He won't tell you anything. This is why this thing frustrates me. Is when I go among all these Southeast countries, he'll be telling their people that, oh, I invented this thing, but Nigeria stopped me. I invented spacecraft. Nigeria stopped me.
Sorry, Mike. Let me handle this so that you will not degenerate. Can you just tell us what this thing is all about, so that you will not, because since I said you should talk, you are not been able to tell us what your application is all about. Tell us what this application is all about, please.
No, what it's all about, why I sent you guys here, is to give you guys an idea of the kind of effort somebody made before this February elections, but it was booted down by the ears that he mentioned it to. And it was not picked up. And now the problem Nigeria suffered from this election happened to be the problem this would have solved. In other words, I go back to Patrice Lumumba. Those who have the ideas don't have power, and those who have the power don't have any ideas. So let something like this in the future, this is not for the future. Well, if they want it for the future, it's still here, I can still give it to them, but I'm talking about what we just missed this February.
But if we are here, we are listening to you, and want us to support you and project whatever idea you have, you have not really convinced us, and then let us know the.
This is already gone. This is already gone.
Who was your name? Please, the last speaker, please. The thing is this. Everything, we come here all the time and talk and talk and talk. Do you think they are listening to us? Do you think they take us serious? They don't take us serious, my dear. So everything.
So why should we listen to him? If we say we are not, if we are not serious, no.
I'm not. See, we are here talking, deliberating on Nigerian issues.
But let me tell you, I don't know. Sorry, what is your name? What I'm trying to get at, let me tell you. At least we are like 8 on this platform now. If anybody asks us about what he just said now, I don't think we can give any tangible explanation. That's what I'm just trying to tell him. If we understand, let me if we understand what he is talking about, we also have some other platforms that some of us goes to. We can talk about it, and then we are spreading the news. But if we find it very difficult now to understand him, and all he's doing is that they didn't allow him, then how can we help him? How can we, what is the reason why he came on this platform to tell us about it, if you cannot know about it?
No, I didn't come to tell about it. What I was talking about was the issue you guys were discussing, which brought me to Patrice Lumumba, that those who have power don't have ideas. And that was when I started to tell about what happened to me. It's not what I'm working on. What happened to me in 1993 with Solomon La, and then this time with nobody because nobody even listened. And what it would have done.
This time around, how far did you push it? How far? Who did you see apart from the embassy? Because I don't think embassy is actually the right place for you to go and sell whatever you want to sell.
No, I sent.
Sorry, I got this thing. Sorry, engineer. Simba, the why engineer Francis chime in is that there was a point Mike was pushing that individuals don't do enough. We rely on government on everything. So that's why engineer came in was trying to tell us something he did in the past that fell into deaf ears, that citizen actually is trying, but the government is not responding. Not like he has program that he did and we do not use and trying to letting us how it works. You understand? He was just talking about the past. So pushing him to tell us about how the thing work, I don't think it's uncalled for. He's just making reference to what he did before and how it didn't work. 93 is fine.
Now
You understand?
I understand what you said. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, World Peace. Thank you, World Peace.
So let's go to the next topic. And this topic, we are forgetting this topic. We're not talking about the ministerial list. We just put them there like they are just the most qualified or they are changing them because this guy, what's his name? Bajamiala came out to say that they have to make minister without portfolio because tomorrow the president might need to change them. If you give them portfolio now and now find out that it's a wrong portfolio, it will be a problem for screening them again. But now they are removing somebody at the point of entrance and all that. So what do you both take about all this ministerial list we see here today? Can Joe take it? Is Joe there?
Okay, I'm there. You see, the ministerial list, I wouldn't say much because the only thing I'm happy about the ministerial list is this. They have more females in the ministerial, which is a good thing for Nigeria. You know, we've not had something like that in the past. But when it comes to the technocrats, I like the Edwin of a guy. I know he's going to make a good finance minister if the portfolio is given to him. But you see all those other politicians, it's just compensation. I don't think they're going to do much. These are people that has failed in their states and they're coming here to, you know, it's just not them, you know. But the thing is that the technocrats there, I hope they succeed because Nigeria really needs at least some hope, like some listen of hope. Like we need hope. We need to see them do something. Like it's not going to be like business as usual again. The Nigerian state, the Nigerian people has risen up now. They want to know everything that goes around them. They want to know everything that goes on in this government. So this government is always going to be on their toes to do the bidding of the people. It's not like if in Buhari's time where Buhari treated us like animals. Now, no, the people have stood up and they are now facing the government the way things are because people are suffering. So I hope the ministers do their job and I hope they assign portfolios to people that like how will I put it? They put the right people at the right place because it's not like when they will bring somebody that is a lawyer, I'll make him Minister of Works and Housing. And when he goes there, he'll be telling us stories and be bringing up propaganda every day. We should get people that are suitable for the job to do the job so that Nigeria will at least progress. We can see some little development, even if economic development and infrastructural development, so that the people can smile at the end of the tunnel, you know, because right now the people are suffering. Right now, for me, I do not see much. I'm not hoping on much from them, but if they surprise me, if they wow me, I'll be very, very grateful to them. But that's what I see in the ministerial list. I don't see anything. The only thing I will commend the president is this, that more women are involved now. At least he has brought in more women in the fold. So that's what I've got to say right now.
Yeah, sorry, Mike. I would like to thank you for your advice you gave to me the last time we were here when the subsidy matter first came up. And your advice is for me to cut my expenses on the way I live my life. And I tried to cut it yesterday. I did not drive my car to Abuja. I had to enter public transport. And mind you, when I used to drive my car, then I used to fare my car with 14,000. But now I join public transport with 17,000. So thank you very much on that. That's a
You said hello. You said public transport. Public transport 17,000 to Abuja.
Yes.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
A quick comment, guys. Please.
Yeah.
Who understands what is going on with the Senate? I mean, like with these appointments, how do they know what portfolio comes with what candidate to know what kind of questions to ask?
Nigerian politics is the more less you see. That's Nigerian politics.
Because I'm looking
I would
at
like Simba. Sorry, Simba there. I got Simba, you there?
Simba.
Oh, no, Simba. Oh, yeah, Simba is still here now. He's muted, Sha. Maybe he doesn't.
Because I was thinking.
But I would like Simba to take the question. I want Simba to take the question from the engineer.
Yeah.
About the screening.
How do you know what position you're screening for?
I mean, they must have submitted their whatever they have, CV, portfolio, whatever, and the Senate will have gone over it, and then by the time before we inviting them on the floor, and then we question them based on that. I mean, most of the time,
don't you connect it to the position? For instance, if it's Ministry of Health or Ministry of Defense, don't you look at it and then know what kind of questions you would direct to the candidate?
Yeah, that should be the right thing to do, because even the senators they don't know what to ask. They don't know what to ask these ministers. They don't know what to ask.
Yeah, the thing is, most of them already know each other, so that's
you attended Ahmadu Bello University. You presented these credentials. That's what they are just saying in the floor. That's what they are saying. They are asking for some based on their credentials. They should be asking.
How do they know his capacity for that particular office that he's going to?
Yeah, that's what they should be asking. Oh, you are assigned.
And that's the foundation of our problem in this country.
Exactly.
That's the foundation of our problem. At least by now, we should be at least ministerial what's it called, nominee. We should be having their portfolio with them. By now, calling them to come to assembly, asking them questions pertaining to that office they were coming to. Their response will be giving Nigerians, we citizens, a kind of rest of mind now. Oh wow, we have this man is coming. This is what he's bringing up. This is what he said when they asked him the questions. I will have
even if they are lying to us, at least to say,
this guy knows what he's doing. We will now even have it in record. We have it in record. Like when they now got to the office and they do something different, we'll be able to bring the record out. That when you are coming, when we ask you questions at the National Assembly, these are the things that you promised that you are coming to do. Why changing it? But now we don't even have the faith, no hope, nothing about them. They are just coming to office to come and be wearing agbada, come and be acting as ministers without any tangible works being delivered to the Nigerian people. And in the next 4 years, people will still be saying that it's because the ministers are now performing. That's why Tinubu failed. I don't know. I don't know how we are going to get this thing. We're going to get ourselves out of this.
I won't agree with anybody that argues with Tinubu and if they fail. Every blame should go to the Senate, because they are the ones that should have written Tinubu and told him, hey, these officers.
You guys, sorry.
Write down the positions that they are vying for. So if they are not smart enough to do that, years down the line, if those officers fail, don't blame Tinubu. I
think they should blame Tinubu. Tinubu should take all the blame. Senate cannot take blame for him. And the reason why I'm saying this, gets me, I think the problem with this ministerial nominee started, I think it's Obasanjo that started this so-called Minister of State. We don't used to have Minister of State in Nigeria before. And I don't know how they came about this Minister of State, because to me, it's just a waste of resources. Why should you have Minister of State?
You say you are mentioning a particular ministry. Minister of State is there. But who is the candidate from?
It's not a minister. It's not a minister. Minister of State is not a minister. It's just like a deputy minister. They have it in all the ministry. It's not as if it's a portfolio.
Just to pay them for their, just to say thank you to them for what done during the election.
Because now the issue I'm having now.
No, who is the candidate that's going for that Minister of State position?
There are many. It's like
you don't get the question. You don't get the person. Who is the person? What is his pedigree?
Yeah, who is
what
that
qualifies him?
So the Senate that will approve a minister without portfolio is the one to blame, not Tinubu, because they did.
No. I think what they're supposed to do is to put it is the Senate. Maybe right from now they're supposed to put it as a law.
Do you know where
somebody should sponsor that bill?
That's the right thing to do.
They should sponsor that bill because before it can take the president eternity to actually make ministerial nominee. It was during last regime.
6 months. 6 months.
It was during that last regime that they put a 2-month cap on it. So they can also do the same thing by sponsoring a bill that once henceforth that if the president is sending list of the ministers, they should send it with portfolio. Then at that point, the president does not have any reason not to send them with the portfolios.
Exactly.
But whatever we say now, if it's not binding, if there's no law that binds the president to do so, he will just be doing it maybe to satisfy the electorate. It's not being binded by any law to do such things.
You see, until we do that, nobody should blame Tinubu for giving them.
Tinubu, every president should take. You know what? Tinubu should take blame for everything that happened during his administration. We cannot exonerate him for anything.
Please, I want to come in. I'm supporting the last speaker on what he said. Not everything will have to blame Tinubu for it. The problem is the Senate. The Senate is not making laws that can hold the executive, hold them accountable. They are not making it. If the Senate has said, excuse me, if the Senate has said the ministers will be assigned portfolios before you present them to the National Assembly, definitely, if Tinubu doesn't do it, then we'll hold him responsible.
But what of if the president refuses to assent to it? What of if the president refuses to assent to it?
He must accept it. If he doesn't accept it, they impeach him.
We are getting this here wrong. We are talking as if we are separating these politicians as if they are different kind of people. All of them are the same thing. They are the same thing. So they are not there for us. They are only there for them for